A major catastrophe has begun in the world. The Dark Dragon of Death has decided to destroy everything and everyone. Chaos and discord were all that was happening in the world at that time. There was a heated discussion online about how even the strongest team was only able to reduce the Dark Dragon of Death's health to 5%, after which she fell in battle, and it was a defeat. The great rulers gave a countdown of 32 minutes after which they were ready to collide the solar system with their planet in order to destroy the Dark Dragon of Death. Ordinary people online were discussing the mob attack on him, but they all understood perfectly well that without abilities they would be just an appetizer. And so, through the gates into this world, a guy entered who was considered one of the heroes from the teams that fought with this creature. Some considered it a desperate act, describing it as the guy's last seconds because he couldn't cope alone. The Dark Dragon of Death smirked that this brave man came alone, and he told this guy that if he does not resist, he will grant him 3 whole minutes of life. But the guy had other plans for him. He told him that if he was good, he would breathe air longer. His name was Anthony Ray, and he was the 128th participant. The Dark Dragon did not spare the guy and immediately released his fiery attack across the entire area. There was nowhere to run, only a couple of seconds left, and the guy was impressed. The first attack and immediately this. But it was not difficult for him to instantly transform the entire force of fire into a clot of energy. What kind of dragon is this? I asked the guy how he managed it. Anthony Ray didn't reveal any secrets and only replied that he didn't come empty-handed, after which he reflected the absorbed attack back at the Dark Death Dragon. The system reported that it took only 10% of his health, which surprised Anthony Ray. He couldn't even imagine that the creature's main skill took only a pitiful part of his health. The dragon didn't understand at all what had happened, but it made him seriously angry. At that time, the guy transformed the crystal semblance of the sealed dragon particle, and then with a grin, he said that he was even disappointed with such a fight because it could have led to a decrease in interest among the spectators. Anthony used the item Soul Shackles, who completely imprisoned the dragon, not giving it a chance to attack back. Then he called up a huge window with his account details. After all this was not just for nothing. A drone filming everything live made this moment sad, and Andrew told all the viewers that he was willing to wait 2 minutes. It was a countdown for all those who wanted him to defeat this Dark Dragon of Death to generously thank the guy for saving him. The audience thought he was crazy because the entire planet with lives was at stake, and they believed that money had no value at all. The creature was furious at this point and told Andrew Ray that he would pay for his mockery. He activated the Absolute Flame of Great Fury, which was 10 times more powerful than the previous attack. But the dome's shield did not allow this power to break through to the outside, and while the creature raged, the guy sipped a cup of coffee. The dragon was angry, but the guy didn't even bat an eye. It seemed as if he was only concerned about the money that might come into his account. Seeing on his device that he had only been transferred 10 billion, Endo drawled that he didn't know if he could do a decent job for that kind of money. And stretching out on his chair, he said goodbye and suddenly disappeared, leaving the crowd in complete bewilderment. The crowd was infuriated by the guy's behavior. They were perplexed by how he could demand money from them and then suddenly interrupt the broadcast. The richest people decided to use all their resources to save themselves from disaster, despite the fact that they could suffer huge losses. Enormous sums of money were flashing by. The tension was growing madly. Finally, Endo got what he wanted. He was now the richest man in the world. The Soul Forger skill has been activated. Now Endo was ready to begin saving the world. And with a snap of his fingers, he began to do as he had promised. After he snapped his fingers, multicolored sparks swirled around him. A special weapon formed from vials containing the souls of a mage, a dragon, and a god. The holy sword of the great craftsman appeared in Endo's hand. Seeing this spectacle, the dragon simply burst into laughter and called our hero's sword a toothpick. At that very moment, the monster stretched to its full enormous height, rearing up on its hind legs, intending to attack Endo. But when the dragon threatened to do something to the guy with his own hands, he immediately lost them, without even having time to finish the sentence. And the next moment, Endo jumped high into the air like a monster and immediately turned it into a slice. Having dealt with the enemy, Endo said that the death of the monster was already predetermined. Since then, a substantial sum of money came into the guy's account. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the last exam had been successfully passed. The guy couldn't believe his luck, because it seemed like he really did it. A scam game. This was the common name for a fully immersive game called Prophecy Online. The game had excellent development of the virtual world. fully immersive action game with 16K resolution. Using a VR device, the player could experience sounds, smells, and objects. It was an online open-world RPG. Those who complete the game will gain unlimited access to resources that will not expire, even after centuries. But people didn't believe the description of the game. Endo, on the other hand, was one of those who were simply playing and having fun. It would have been better if the reward had been transferred to his account. But one day everything changed. Endo was working hard on a construction site as usual. The guy couldn't find a normal job, so he started working part-time as a laborer at construction sites. He was squeezed like a vice, working himself to the bone in the blazing sun. But one day, he received a message. It turned out that it was a letter from the game developer. In the letter, the developer named Endo the top-ranked player in Prophecy Online, as he had achieved the highest ranking among all beta players. It then stated that a reward would be sent to his account. The guy thought he was simply being scammed, and that the developers were committing fraud. But he decided to check it out anyway. Fully confident that his account was empty, Endo opened a bank. But at that very moment, I was simply incredibly amazed that money actually appeared there, and such a large sum at that. A construction colleague, noticing Endo's strange behavior, approached him and asked if everything was okay with the guy, and whether he was overheated in the sun. However, the guy quickly left, leaving his colleague without answers to his questions. Running away from the construction site, the boy couldn't believe his luck. It turned out that you could actually make money in the game. If the words about unlimited access to resources that won't expire after centuries are true, then the guy decided to devote all his energy to this game. But he realized too late that he had been insanely naive. This game was merciless to its players. They were like pawns on a chessboard. Level bosses destroyed not only players but also their saves. The exits from the dungeons always appeared in different places. But the most important thing was that the pain from the blows was quite real. When players were faced with an overly realistic fear of death, they stopped playing. Endo earned just enough money at his job to cover his bare necessities. To continue gambling, he got into debt and loans. He had no choice but to move forward, hoping for unlimited access to resources that will never run out even after centuries. Then, Endo received a notification. It congratulated him on completing the game. It also added that the experience gained during the game would undoubtedly become a valuable resource in the future. Apparently still not believing his eyes, Endo pulled off his headphones and glasses and slid to the floor in bewilderment, repeating that he had done it. However, in that same second he grabbed his phone to read the letter from the developer. As if overcoming his own fear and excitement, the guy nevertheless opened the letter addressed to the players. It stated that they had recently achieved their goal. Someone had appeared who could complete the game. As a result, all Prophecy Online servers would henceforth be shut down. Endo didn't understand what happened to the promised rewards. But in the letter, the developer simply thanked everyone for their participation and support. The phone fell from the guy's hands and fell to the floor. The guy finally slid to the floor after the gadget. He breathed out a feeble question about his promised reward. He completed the entire game after all. They should have rewarded him. The guy reassured himself that there was so much money there that they couldn't transfer it all to the account at once. Endo fell exhausted onto his bed and decided to check the bill tomorrow. But since the boy received his first $1,000,000, no more money had come. He wondered how much better his life would have been if he had given up halfway. But no matter how much he regretted it, time can't be turned back. A whole week passed after this. Our hero was sleeping peacefully when suddenly he was awakened by a strange sound, causing a wave of discontent within him. Endo picked up the phone and saw that it didn't even seem like it was him making the sound. Suddenly, lifting his head, the boy realized what had awakened him. A huge notification hung in the air. It stated that the main quest stage, Trial of Ice, had been failed and Moscow had been destroyed. A new main quest stage, Trial of Earth, was beginning. The remaining time to defeat the boss was 43 days, 7 hours, 58 minutes. If failed, the test zone would be destroyed. This information left our hero perplexed. Suddenly, a live broadcast from the scene of the failed main quest appeared on the screen. The news reported that Moscow had been wiped off the face of the earth. This caused shock and horror among those around, and no one knew whether Japan would then be next in line for destruction. The entire city was pulverized. The Russian government declared there was no chance of survival. Unidentified creatures have appeared in Japan. The city appears to be under attack by something resembling dragons. A reporter flying over the scene in a helicopter reported that the horror that befell Moscow was now awaiting Japan. According to viewers, this disaster resembled a quest in a game called Prophecy Online. The resemblance was nearly 100%. Our hero couldn't believe his ears, and the news continued. There was speculation in the studio about whether this could all be true. The older presenter insisted he didn't believe a word of it, and that the video was completely faked, and the destruction was caused by a natural disaster caused by a shift in tectonic plates. The presenter switched the camera back to a reporter broadcasting from the scene, adding beforehand that the monsters were most likely just camera interference. The reporter said one of the monsters was staring at them for a suspiciously long time. The man who was in contact with the reporter anxiously ordered them to get out of there. The people in the studio did not receive a response to this from their reporter, Miss Hayes. Endo saw the broadcast suddenly cut off. He could have sworn it wasn't tectonic plates that were the cause. Suddenly, the guy took off. There was no doubt about what had happened. Although the world was on the brink of disaster when the game became reality, he was completely calm. Because at that time, only one thought was spinning in his head. Endo walked up to the notice hanging in the air and froze, preparing for decisive action. The developer's words to players after finishing the game came to mind. The experience you've gained will undoubtedly become a valuable resource in the future. The boy reasoned that these resources they were talking about implied strategies for beating the game, and he was the only one who had completed it. And saving the world was in his hands. The guy threw the door wide open, ready to meet his destiny. The conclusion was one. With this unrivaled power, he would make a whole lot of money. With the online prophecy now a reality, a race for points will now begin among former players. The guy decided that he needed to run to the nearest dungeon immediately and rushed from the spot. He started running as if he were competing with the best athletes in the country. Endo ran through the city, dodging people who had succumbed to the general panic over what had happened, who, like him, were attempting to flee, but apparently still hadn't figured out where exactly they should go to escape all this. There was no longer any public transportation. The guy's face, unlike the people around him, expressed only desire and confidence in his actions. Suddenly, some man very rudely ordered the guy to stop. Endo stood frozen in complete bewilderment in the middle of the street. Standing before him was perhaps the most menacing-looking man in a suit. Unabashedly disdaining the boy, he quickly asked why he was suddenly ignoring them while still going for walks. The stranger clearly knew Endo. The boy immediately recognized the man standing before him. It was Takuo from the debt collectors. Takuo, throwing a cigarette butt in the direction of our hero, said that he was just on his way to visit him and ordered him to immediately turn towards the house. The thrown cigarette butt hit the guy right in the face, which clearly did not evoke positive emotions in him. A year ago, while still participating in the game, Endo sat secluded somewhere in a small thicket of some bush and looked at a terribly tempting offer. It stated that the company was offering 10,000 yen interest-free to anyone pursuing rewards in Prophecy Online and qualifying. Players who received unlimited resources were required to donate half of this to the company. Endo decided he could give it all back later, after he'd completed the game. Without a moment's hesitation, the boy agreed to the offer. But of course, things turned out quite differently. They did indeed give him 200,000 yen, but then, after he'd already spent it, they sent him a contract with exorbitant interest rates. According to them, Endo's selection had failed, so they demanded 50% in 10 days. So the guy had to take out several loans to pay them off on time. However, when the guy was ready to pay everything on time, they didn't answer the calls. The operator kept repeating that the number he'd dialed didn't exist. They waited for the interest to rise. And now the man kept repeating that it was time for Endo to give the money back. The guy, no longer hiding his dissatisfaction, told the man that they didn't give him a chance to return them on time. The man became insanely indignant, claiming that all debtors make excuses like that, not forgetting to hurl insults at Endo. Switching to a calmer tone, the man said that this was not why he was there. He asked the guy if he had played Prophecy, continuing to talk about the world now being covered by something, just like in the game. Grabbing the guy by the chest, he began to openly shout and began to interrogate him about what he might know, demanding that he tell him everything he knew. Endo, completely bewildered, demanded that the man take his hands off him. The man was extremely outraged by the guy's impudent behavior towards him. Endo said that he would give the man some very important advice. At this point, Endo's beginner's fist skill activated, and he began to swing his fist, looking at the man, who was clearly losing all his confidence at that moment. The guy's punching power increased by 50%. From such a blow, the man flew to the side, knocking down a road sign along the way, and fell to the ground. Endo said, looking down at the man, that in this world, he would be the one in charge. The boy's eyes now radiated even more confidence. The man was clearly unconscious. The boy decided he couldn't seem to hear him anymore. Endo hurried away from the scene, leaving the man sitting passed out on the road. A guy wearing a hooded robe and a girl were sitting in the back seat of a car. The guy asked her what was going on outside the window. It must have been a skill game. The guy continued mysteriously that he didn't expect to meet an initiate so soon. Soon, all laws would be reduced to nothing. The very foundation of the world would be rewritten. The boy found this situation amusing. It seemed to him that it was becoming more and more interesting. Endo approached the goat sanctuary, the huge gates of which were decorated with an ominous, and corresponding to the size of the gates themselves, horned head of an even-toed ungulate. Endo had no doubt. This place was exactly like the one in the game. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something strange. There was a car parked at the sanctuary gate. This could only mean one thing. Someone was already inside. Our hero descended lower and lower, along endlessly stretching steps, with brightly burning torches placed everywhere on them. Having gone down, Endo froze. Something was wrong here. There was a metallic smell in the air that could not be confused with anything else. Throwing the door open, the smell literally hit Endo's nose. A horrifying sight unfolded before him. The floor was littered with lizard-like monsters. All of them were dead. A little further away, behind the defeated monsters, stood people unfamiliar to our hero. One of them, holding a sword to a lizard, addressed Endo as a new arrival. Without removing his sword from the monster, the hooded guy asked Endo if he had made it here, so he was also a player. Endo, answering a question with a question, asked if they had been in charge here. The hooded man nodded in agreement and explained that these high-level monsters were called shining lizards, and that if it weren't for them, he would already be dead. Endo was surprised. How could these lizards be of a high level, since they were the lowest in rank? Goldilocks haughtily remarked that since Endo had come here alone, he had no friends. He then promptly offered our hero the position of subordinate. He offered to give up only half of his rewards, and in exchange he, the strongest, would protect him, the weakest. The guy's team was clearly all for such a proposal. Endo noted that he prefers single-player games. Besides, in his opinion, they didn't stand a chance against the level boss. The hooded guy and his team were clearly extremely outraged by Endo's statements, and then the team finally considered getting rid of the guy altogether. Only one girl thought that would be too much. They informed Endo that all the remaining players were just obstacles in their way, because the fewer people knew about the game, the better for them. The guy, apparently very self-assured, said it was his decision, adding that anyone who disagreed would die by accident. Looking at the gloomy faces of the guy's team, one could understand that he was apparently speaking completely seriously. The level's boss, a flaming goat, is quite a challenging opponent. But after defeating it, it takes 7 days to recover. The guy added that he didn't want Endo to get any loot from the boss, so until he defeats it, Endo can't be allowed inside. The gates were supposed to open very soon. There were literally just 5 minutes left. The team meanwhile stared at Endo with a clearly threatening expression. Holding himself confidently, he asked if they had suddenly decided to fight him in that case. The team immediately assured him that this was the case and ordered him not to move. Endo figured that he could defeat them in literally a second, but he didn't even want to get his hands dirty. Then the gates swung open and everyone immediately rushed there, looking back at Endo standing behind them. He will still have time to kill the boss when they lose. There were only seconds left before the doors opened. And when they did, a whole crowd was already on the threshold. Endo, meanwhile, remained steadfastly in place, calmly sipping tea from a small Tetra Pak, watching this bacchanalia. He wondered how far they could go. Upon entering, the team was surprised that Endo didn't follow them. But they immediately decided it would only be better for them. The girl asked the leader what would happen if someone realized they had portrayed his death as an accident, but he quickly reassured her that she was overthinking things. Before their eyes appeared a huge dark hall, decorated with lion heads along the perimeter, right under the high ceiling. The chief ordered the guy with the shield to be on guard. He assured the leader that he had no need to worry. As long as he had his shield with an epic level engraving, no boss would be a threat. He asked the leader, Light, to rely on him. Suddenly, a gust of wind extinguished the candles, whose purple glow at least somehow illuminated the hall. Everyone froze in bewilderment. Where could this wind be coming from in such a closed space? Suddenly, a huge column of fire burst out of the floor, reaching the ceiling in a split second. Bewilderment gave way to the realization that something terrifying was about to appear before them. Then a huge hoof appeared from the fire, loudly clicking on the floor of the hall. A colossal, horned monster with blazing eyes and a massive sledgehammer in its paws appeared before them. It was the Hell Goat. Its mouth was belching flames, and its jaws were filled with sharp teeth. His roar was like thunder. In an instant, the sound alone scattered everyone in the hall. They fell, hitting the floor, walls, and huge locked gates with all their force. The horned figure looming over the people made it clear that things were very bad for them. They had no idea what to do next. One of the girls turned to her master and asked what they should do now. Light ordered everyone to shut up and retreat immediately. Experimentation revealed that the door wouldn't budge and remained locked. Light couldn't understand what the guy trying to open it was doing. The leader ordered the others to detain the last one. Then he turned to the guy with the shield and asked if his shield could withstand everything. The boy, whose confidence had clearly diminished, tried to object, but Light interrupted him, reminding him that since he was talking about an all-powerful shield, he should act. Having set up what seemed to the guy a reliable defense, he stood in front of the Hell Goat, who was already advancing on him, crushing everyone under his hooves, swinging a huge sledgehammer, clearly intending to make a pancake out of the guy. Horror gripped the guy and he simply froze, but knew what would happen to him in the next second. The sledgehammer landed on the floor with a loud thud, leaving a hole in it, causing those standing around to run away from the wave. The picture that unfolded after all this was simply terrifying. The shield, as promised, remained undamaged, but the man beneath it couldn't withstand the onslaught. Lying in the rubble, he breathed his last. Hell Goat, seeing the artifact, hastened to pick it up from the floor, and without thinking, he decided to throw him into his terrible mouth. Under the pressure of the monster's sharp teeth, the shield immediately shattered into small pieces. Everyone was simply amazed by what happened, and the monster gnawed through the epic shield without blinking an eye. This shouldn't have happened. Everyone was preparing for the Fire Goat, a monster even beginners could defeat, let alone experienced players. Light clenched his teeth in displeasure and hissed that he shouldn't be here, so why hadn't he been removed? Suddenly he remembered Endo, who had been standing outside this whole time. After all, even if the door couldn't be opened from the inside, it was possible to get in from the outside. Light pounded on the door with all his might, begging the dark-haired man outside to open it. He promised they would give him all the rewards for defeating the monster. He continued to knock on the massive carved gates, receiving no answer from the other side. Light accompanied his knocking with shouts asking for the door to be opened, because he knew Endo could definitely hear him. Suddenly, Light felt something was clearly wrong behind his back. The Hell Goat, swinging a sledgehammer, scattered the people around with such ease as if he didn't even put in any special effort. Lying on the ground, Light came to the realization with horror that the monster was too strong, and at this rate, they would all… Suddenly, the door swung open and Endo appeared in the doorway, sarcastically reminding them how unseemly it was for a leader to ask others for help. Endo was clearly pleased with their stalemate. Light, however, clearly didn't see Endo as a great savior. He was planning to use him as bait to save himself at his own expense. After telling his team that Endo would distract the monster, he ordered them to get out of the hall, but Endo had already closed the gate behind him. He clearly advised them against attempting to escape. The guy simply walked deeper into the hall, not paying attention to the girl who had fallen right on the threshold, approaching her salvation or to anything else. He only turned around indifferently to watch as their path to salvation closed. Light tried to stop the gate's irreversible closing process, but it was too late. His attempt was unsuccessful, making matters worse. His hand became trapped between the doors, giving him no chance at all. Suddenly, a loud voice of the monster was heard, which was clearly outraged by Light and his noisy attempts to escape. Having informed the leader that his screams were making his ears ache, the Hell Goat ordered him to shut up, at the same moment swinging a sledgehammer, apparently to personally secure the result. Light realized in horror that his end had come. The team leader immediately departed for the next world. The remaining team lost heart. They now had no idea what to do. Endo knew what to do in this situation, even though he didn't like the leader at all. The guy noted that his sword was what it needed. Such statements made Goat laugh, and he decided that this guy too simply wanted to end his own life. The monster swung its weapon over its head again, intending to help Endo. The sledgehammer hit the ground, leaving behind only a pile of stones instead of a floor. At that moment, deftly dodging the blow, Endo jumped over the head of the goat, who was already clearly furious at what was happening. In flight, Endo told the monster that he was talking nonsense, and he finished his sentence with a filigree chopping off of the monster's horns at the root. With a dull, loud thud, the two severed giants fell to the ground. The remaining boy and girl huddled in a corner out of fear, away from the battle. Endo, smiling, approached the latter with an offer to save their lives for 10 million yen. What they heard shocked the boys so much that for a moment they could not say anything coherent. Looking at Endo standing above them, they, without hiding the surprise in their voices, asked him about the amount he had requested. Endo replied that they had heard correctly. He clarified that he wanted 10 million from each of them for their lives. The couple were genuinely outraged. They couldn't understand where they could get so much money, thinking it was too much. Endo was adamant. He told them to earn everything themselves. Endo offered them to give him 90% of the reward from each boss they defeated. He thought about asking for full payment, but so be it. They could keep 10% of the reward for themselves. He wasn't some kind of despot after all. The girl and the guy told Endo not to talk nonsense because even with Mr. Light, they only gave him 50% of the spoils. Endo drawled calmly. Well, that's the thing. But his speech was interrupted by a flame that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Flames surrounded the hell goat's head, apparently erupting from its mouth. The monster, apparently extremely outraged by what was happening, decided to make its presence felt. The monster addressed Endo, accusing him of daring to deprive it of its pride and its horns. Continuing to spew flames from his mouth, Goat roared that Endo would pay for this immediately. The girl tried to make at least some effort to fight the monster and waved her staff around herself, leaving a glowing blue trail behind it. Endo was in full battle readiness, sword at the ready, cutting through the fire, ready for another battle with the Hell Goat. The boy and girl's attempts at battle were unsuccessful, and the two again lay defeated on the floor. Endo was back next to them in one leap. He was surprised that, despite their near failure, they had survived. He wondered how long their luck would last. Realizing the hopelessness of their situation, the two begged Endo to kill the beast. At that moment, they were ready to do anything. Endo chuckled and told them that that was the decision. Turning around to face the enraged goat, who was already in full combat readiness, with his sledgehammer at the ready, Endo sarcastically told him that it had been a while since he had kicked his ass. However, the monster did not appreciate such an attack in his direction, and reminded the self-confident guy that he did not remember ever losing to a mortal. The guy had no idea what he was talking about. But the girl explained that since the new Hell Goat update, no player had managed to defeat it. Despite this, Endo's eyes were already filled with anger and radiated confidence. There was no update related to this boss in this game. After Endo defeated the Hell Goat, it changed its form, and players could only fight the Fire Goat. Meanwhile, Kozel swung his sledgehammer again, but Endo easily parried the attack with his sword. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. He had never expected such a turn of events. The monster asked how Endo was able to parry his hammer, and who he even was. Endo replied that even a level 50 veteran player would meet his end with such an attack, and for him, such a blow would be downright fatal. But as long as he knew his weakness, the monster wouldn't kill him. The Hell Goat swung again to strike at the impudent mortal, who successfully dodged all the blows. The guy was running around so fast with his sword that it seemed like he was flying. Hell Goat kept missing his blows. The goat, now seriously angry, asked the guy why he couldn't even hit him. Having slashed the monster across the face with his sword, Endo said that it was true to itself and was moving exactly the same as in their last battle. Watching the battle unfold, a young man and woman standing nearby couldn't believe their eyes. The young man was indeed skillfully defeating the enormous monster. Inspired, they began to shout words of support to the hero. But Endo clearly wasn't happy with their active support team and asked them to shut up. The guys weren't happy with his rudeness. The battle took on a spectacular scale, leaving behind complete destruction and piles of rubble. The goat assured the guy that he was simply very clever and nothing more. Suddenly, with his onslaught, the Hell Goat finally cornered Endo. It seemed there was no escape. He found himself pressed against the wall. In front of him was a terrible monster that would not give him a single chance of survival. The situation could not be worse. Hell Goat, in his usual fear-inducing and terrifying manner, roared, asking the boy if he had anything to say in the end. However, Endo, not changing his habits, simply sent the goat away, adding that he wouldn't be able to hit him even from such a distance. Taking these as his last words, Kozel humbly bowed slightly in front of the guy, clearly preparing for some kind of fatal blow. Then, Throwing his head back, he spewed from his mouth such a column of flame that no one present during today's battle had ever seen it. The Hell Goat lowered his sledgehammer to the ground and continued to spew flames from his mouth in huge quantities without stopping. It was flame that destroys everything in its path. Even level 99 pro players couldn't survive such an attack. However, Endo wasn't at all frightened by this. On the contrary, it seemed to inspire him. This was exactly what he'd been waiting for. He activated the Novice Kick skill and took a running start with his sword at the ready. The power of the kick attack increased by 50%, ejecting a pillar of blue light. Flame that destroys everything in its path is a powerful spell, but at the moment of its casting, the boss is completely defenseless. He was so focused on casting the spell that he couldn't even move. Endo decided to take advantage of this. Jumping up and pushing off the ceiling with his feet, he was ready for the decisive blow. After all, in this position, even a first-level player like him would be able to knock him out with one precise blow to the head. Landing on the monster's forehead, Endo plunged his sword into it, leaving the monster no chance this time. The guy explained to Goat that if he had already started casting flame that destroys everything in its path, he would no longer be able to interrupt the spell. In this state, the flames would simply eat away at his insides. At that moment, the goat seemed to blaze from within. Pushing himself off the handle of the sledgehammer, Endo asked the monster if it would survive its own flames. Jumping up, the boy then watched as the uncontrollable flame seemed to devour its owner. Watching this action from above, Endo finally said goodbye to Goat. The guy landed on the ground, and right on top of him, writhing in agony, the Hell Goat was saying goodbye to his life, engulfed in flames. The boys stood and looked at the body of the fallen enemy. The unique boss, Hell Goat, had been defeated. The guys looked straight at Endo because he was able to defeat the boss without receiving a single injury. He was the first person in the world to successfully kill a unique boss, and for this, he was awarded the title Rookie Conqueror. It was a unique title. There were no others like it in the game. The unique title Rookie Conqueror increases attack power by 50% when attacking bosses, which surprised Endo. Since he was the first person in the world to be granted this unique title, the guy was offered the chance to choose his own subclass as a bonus. When Endo asked the boy if he wanted to choose a subclass right now, the answer was obvious. How could he refuse? However, it is worth remembering that once a subclass is selected, it cannot be changed. Endo's choice fell on the Soul Forger subclass. He chose it without hesitation. Everything around him was illuminated with light and radiance. The boy seemed to be surrounded by a glowing aura, like an angel. The Soul Forger subclass was now available to him. Everything worked out perfectly because he was hunting for money and hit the jackpot. Then, Endo decided to see what had fallen from the goat after the battle. A golden key and a blade appeared before him, with a goat adorning its dark hilt. The girl recognized the key. It was the key to the underground waters. These are special hunting grounds where you can not only level up, but also earn good money. A guy from the girls' team added that, according to their late leader, this was a very rare drop, which is why he assembled the group. But in response to these stories, Endo only dismissively twirled the key on his finger, as if it were an unnecessary trinket. Still turning the key, he said it wasn't that rare. After all, the drop rate of this key is 100%. The guy and the girl didn't understand how he could talk about this so confidently, and how he even knew this information. However, in response, Endo merely showed the boys the second item he'd dropped. It was the Hell Dagger, a truly rare item. Endo took the dagger and calmly walked towards the pile of stones that lay near them. He lowered the blade to the stone, pausing briefly before striking, as if savoring the moment. In an instant, he had cut the stone in half without blinking an eye, as if it were a piece of butter and nothing more. The young man and woman watching everything were probably tired of being surprised, but what was happening to them that day made them do it again and again, just like this time. But Endo assured the surprise that butter was slightly easier to cut, and the blade's performance was still too weak. He decided to test it out with a new class, hoping he had enough materials. A subclass, as the name suggests, is an additional class to something that already exists. Most of these subclasses are useless, with the exception of a couple of rare ones. The Soulsmith is one of them. People with this subclass are able to extract a soul fragment from anything: people, animals, plants, and ore. Different fragments provide different upgrades. This subclass can help you beat this damn game. Endo activated the Soul Eye, his eyes beginning to emit the familiar blue glow. The blade can be awakened using the Soulsmith subclass, Required items. F-rank mage's soul fragment. Endo thought about how the girl with them seemed to be a magician. Her name was Lumi Sato, and she was level 5. It was possible to extract the needed soul fragment from her, but to do so, a contract had to be signed. The presence of the contract made him think even more, because he wanted to ask them for 90% of every boss they defeated. Endo stuck the blade into the ground and said he knew, which sounded much more appealing than anything he had said before. He approached the boys with an offer to become stronger, and to do so, he offered to give them the key he'd dropped. They didn't believe it could be true. Of course, they really wanted to get their hands on it. But in exchange, Endo made them promise to bring items from the list he offered and consider the key as an advance payment. Having decided that with the help of the key the guys could strike it rich, they were beside themselves with happiness and infinitely grateful to Endo. But he insisted that gratitude was unnecessary. After all, the richer they were, the richer he would become. He had entered into a contract with Lumi. All the conditions for extracting the soul fragment of an F-rank mage had been met. The next moment, Endo had already received the soul fragment of an F-rank mage. With all the materials obtained, forging could begin. The soulsmith skill was activated. Endo raised his hands to the sky where the dagger was already hovering above him and called out to it, asking for the awakening of the Hell Dagger. Everything around was shining and shimmering, turning into an endless whirlpool of light and materials. And now, Endo had a ready-made weapon in his hands. The awakening of the Hell Dagger had been successful. The weapon's attack power had been increased, and the skill Soul Slash was now available. However, the new skill clearly did not arouse admiration among the guys standing nearby, but rather fear for their lives. Endo slashed his blade through the air, creating a gust of wind around him with just one movement. The rising wind blew away the wall on one side of the hall as if it had never been there, revealing to those present the extraordinary view that was hidden behind it. The boys could only be surprised again and again by what was happening. Finally, after the dark hall filled with death and debris, a view filled with beauty and peace opened up before them. Without taking their eyes off what they saw, the boys could not understand whether it was possible for a person to possess such power. Looking at the sword in his hand, which seemed to glow with purple light, Endo concluded that this was all very well. But then he mysteriously drawled about how he had a weapon, skills too. All that was left was cutting off his sentence mid-sentence. He stared straight at the girl with a piercing, almost wild gaze. The girl immediately closed her eyes and covered her head with her hands. But Endo didn't care about her at all, and he simply walked past as if nothing had happened. He left the poor girl sitting on the ground, covering herself with her hands, completely perplexed by what was happening. Here Endo knelt down next to the dead boy, folding his hands as if in prayer and closing his eyes. Lumi. I was amazed, does he really want to honor the memory of the dead players? But at that very second, Endo simply pulled out an object from the man lying down that painfully resembled a wallet. And with a very satisfied expression, he began talking about his money, adding that he hoped it would be enough for a taxi. The guys were clearly disappointed with this outcome. Endo arrived at his next destination. A long wooden fence stood before him, beyond which a new adventure awaited him. Black crows circled silently above. Our hero stopped for a second and looked around. On the territory of the temple where he ended up, there was a well that had been abandoned by everyone. At the bottom of the well, there's a secret dungeon where you can easily farm experience. The monsters there are quite strong, and to complete it, you'll need a group of at least 3 people. With the most optimistic thoughts, he began to descend to the bottom of the well. But now that Endo had awakened the Hell Dagger, all the experience and money would be his. As he lowered his foot from the bottom rung of the ladder, he felt something strange. Suddenly, Endo saw a gold coin flying towards him. Without even thinking for a second, he cut her in half with a light blow of his dagger. The 2 halves hit the ground behind him with a loud thud as he remained in his fighting stance for a moment. Suddenly, something caught his attention again. Some clearly new faces. 3 men, all looking extremely unfriendly, stood before him. The one in the middle clearly wanted something from Endo. Here he turned to the guy, confirming that he had entered their territory. Endo clarified why this territory suddenly became their property. However, his interlocutor, without bothering to explain, briefly stated that they are simply guided by the rule. The first one up gets the slippers. Endo offered to show the guys, if they had a group of 3, some excellent hunting grounds to gain experience. For a fee, of course. They replied that they were happy there and suggested the guy pay them, and they'd let him through without any problems. Endo wasn't at all surprised by these entrepreneurs of this new world. He then asked them how much they had to pay for passage. His interlocutor quickly replied that the passage would cost 50,000 per hour. He added that there were plenty of monsters ahead, and if he defeated them, he would recoup his expenses. Without hesitation, Endo handed the businessman the required amount and said that this option suited him, as he would quickly recoup the money. The businessman reiterated that the place was at his disposal for an entire hour. Endo immediately stepped onto the path where new monsters were waiting for him. Our hero found himself in the very center of the wolf's lair. Then the guy heard an angry growl around him, coming from somewhere above. A huge snow-white wolf was rushing towards Endo at high speed. Raising his head up, he saw that on all the rocks surrounding him there was a large number of these wild animals. They were howling, raising their mighty heads to the sky. The monsters in Endo's path turned out to be diamond wolves, which were mid-level monsters with low health. The boy clearly wasn't happy about being attacked by a whole pack of these beasts. He considered using Soul Slash, but decided to conserve his strength. Suddenly, all the monsters rushed towards the hero at incredible speed. This naturally frightened him at first, but just a moment later, having pulled himself together, Endo began to skillfully deal with the wolves one by one. After a hard-fought battle, Endo exhaled heavily and landed wearily on the ground. The space around him was filled with fallen enemies. The strain had left the boy's throat dry. He pulled a Tetra pack of tea from his pocket, deciding he might as well have a snack. While our hero was calmly quenching his thirst, a huge figure of a man suddenly appeared behind him. He swung his arm, preparing to strike the boy. Endo, feeling the approaching danger behind him, immediately threw away the tea and grabbed the blade, holding it out in front of himself as a defense. The sharp hilt flashed in his hands, as if telling his opponent that he was not to be trifled with. The blade flashed past the man's face in a bright flash, leaving him clearly perplexed. The next second, the opponents stood facing each other, fully prepared for battle, each determined to win. Here the man seemed to have cooled down and told Endo that he had actually almost stabbed him. Remaining in his fighting stance, still ready to fight, Endo figured that since the man was able to dodge his blow, it meant he was used to fighting people. Even though the enemy was already standing there, rubbing his fists, the guy told him that attacking him while he was distracted from the monsters was too low an act. A scarlet liquid oozed from the scratch Endo had left on the man's forehead. His eyes were like those of a wild animal, only complementing his grin, which could hardly be called a smile. The man said that such a base act was precisely the most enjoyable. Endo confirmed with the enemy that he was simply holed up in these lands, waiting for strong players with decent loot, who could be eliminated while they were trying to deal with the monsters. Then, Endo heard another voice, which informed him that he was very perceptive. It was the man our hero had spoken with as soon as he descended into the well. Endo thought this place lived up to its name, Wolf's Lair, turning into a hyena hangout. Now he understood why he was the only one who'd thought to come here. Turning to the guy, he said he could have recruited a stronger group, as they were unlikely to stand up to him. His interlocutor was shocked by such blatant rudeness. Endo's gaze moved from one person to the next, scanning the crowd. When he first met them, he didn't immediately notice some curious details. But in the end, he noticed that, for example, the man who attacked him was the owner of the heavy hand, and the little thing with the sword casts magic on the weapon, enhancing its sharpness. One hit and you're dead. What caught Endo's attention most was the ring of the leader of this entire gang. Nothing good could be expected from this item. It was clearly problematic in some way. The leader apologized to Endo with feigned politeness and asked him to allow him to compensate for his comrade's mistake. Standing on a small hill, the chief threw down towards Endo a whole handful of gold coins. They fell around our hero, hitting the ground with a loud bang, leaving him perplexed by what was happening. Endo was extremely outraged by this situation. How could anyone engage in such blasphemy and waste money? The leader had just thrown 10,000 yen to the wind. Meanwhile, the boss, continuing his one-man show, said that he seemed to have paid Endo too much and asked him to pick up the excess and give it to him. The young man realized he was being lured into an obvious trap. Endo said he was unsatisfied with this method of compensating the victims, as it was horrific to force people to kneel and pick up money from the ground. The leader's ring was the ring of the exploding coin. Coins could explode at the will of the ring's owner. Apparently, he decided to play on our hero's greed and ignorance. Endo went all in and said that if they gave him his money, then so be it, he would let them leave there safe and sound. The leader decided that he was completely out of his mind, because he was saying such things, considering that 3 people would be fighting against him. Endo didn't care how many there were, even 100. After all, their fighting skills and yen were no match for his. The leader was already losing patience with the guy's endless impudence. The next second, he commanded the coins to explode. There was a deafening explosion, and the area around was obscured by fire and smoke. The leader considered simply blowing the guy up, but then ordered his underlings to make a festive slash out of him. Without a second thought, they rushed to carry out the order. The owner of the heavy hand was the first to rush in, swinging with the obvious desire to turn Endo into a cutlet. In the blink of an eye, he received a rebuff from our hero and fell to the ground. Turning around, Endo saw that the second enemy was already approaching him. The boy smiled slyly and was already swinging his blade, preparing to strike. Endo was surrounded. Behind him was a big guy, ready to beat the guy back with his fist in any way he could. And on the other side was a small cur, waving his penknife like a berserker. Realizing that there was no way out, Endo gathered all his strength into a fist, and with a wave of his dagger immediately scattered his opponents in all directions. Then he coldly declared that he'd paid them 50,000 to leave him alone for an hour, but that they'd ended up breaking the agreement themselves. He added that now they owed him not only his money, but also interest on top. With the most evil grin, the leader hissed through his teeth that he would pay him interest with his explosive coins. Endo stood at the very center of the whirlpool of light created by the hellblade he held above his head. His opponents lay around him, as if they had been completely defeated. Only the leader stood, ready to continue the battle. He snapped his fingers, summoning Coinburst, hoping to win this time. A whole bunch of explosive gold coins flew towards our hero. Endo had to run away from this dangerous golden rain to avoid being torn to pieces. The boy ran as if through a minefield. However, the troubles didn't end there, because from behind, a young man from the leader's retinue, who had recently recovered, was already flying at him, swinging his sword. Endo managed to repel his attack in time, engaging in a fierce sword fight with him. After another particularly successful swing of Endo's dagger, to the enemy's great surprise, the blade of his sword was cut off from the handle and flew off somewhere to the side. He had to dodge the next blow, already being unarmed. Watching the battle, the leader was shocked when Endo broke his subordinate's sword. But then he realized his dagger was, apparently, an epic weapon. While the fierce battle was going on, the leader had time to reflect on how they were much higher in level than Endo, and throwing explosive coins at the guy once again, he remained confident that they would definitely not lose. Behind the fighting hero, several loud explosions were heard again. Endo was starting to get annoyed, but only because he couldn't understand how anyone could throw money around like that. Did the boss really have endless money? Then a big guy flew up from behind our hero, swinging his fist and calling for a rocket strike. And having hit with all his might, he raised such a wind that it seemed as if the fight was taking place inside a hurricane. Even a boy from his team was thrown into the air by this, and their leader also almost got hit by stones falling from above. The hellish dagger found itself in free flight, spinning around its axis, without the hands of its owner that held it securely. The big guy rejoiced at the feeling of having won the battle, with complete certainty that Endo would definitely not survive after this, completely ignoring the second guy, who was cursing at the fact that he could have thought about the others, since he was almost hit. Now the boy no longer paid attention to the man's jubilation, busy with his sword and assessing that the damage inflicted would clearly cost him a pretty penny. The leader picked up the hell dagger, which was already lying on the ground, arguing that no matter how rare Endo's weapon was, it was worthless in the hands of a weakling. He was extremely curious about the dagger he held. While the leader was distracted by the weapon, Endo summoned soul capture, imprisoning his henchmen in countless strong chains. The boy and the man writhed in pain, and the realization that they could not escape from this trap. Their leader could only senselessly shout their names into the air without having any way to help them. Endo explained to the leader that he had literally squeezed their souls in a vice using the Soul Forge skill, and that this was torture worse than death itself. And now the chief, with a dagger at the ready, rushed at Endo, ready to chop him into pieces. But the guy stopped his impulse in an instant, grabbing him by the hand in which he held the weapon. Endo said languidly and ominously that the chief was clearly slow. The leader, in turn, asked the guy if it was true, implying that he was wrong. And letting go of the dagger, he opened the flaps of his jacket, from which in an instant a whole mountain of gold coins flew out. Apparently pleased with himself, the leader told Endo to try to escape from him now. But Endo, without a second's hesitation, summoned Soul Capture again, only this time on the group leader. The arrogant coin thrower found himself in chains just like his crew. Tormented by pain, gasping for air as the chains squeezed his throat, he asked Endo why the coin explosion hadn't happened. He explained that soul trapping could immobilize enemies and deactivate skills if the enemy was lower in level than him. It was like snatching candy right from a child's face. The leader was surprised and outraged. He couldn't understand how his level could be lower, considering he was one of the fastest developing players and was level 7. Looking at his opponent's indignation and suffering, Endo noted that for a beginner, the progress was indeed good. Realizing that in this situation they were all now ready for dialogue, Endo wondered what they could offer him. He began to carefully examine the captives. The big guy's name was Adrian. He carried a soul fragment of an F-rank fighter. The condition for his capture was feeding the host. The little boy, whose sword had already been broken, was named Ayan, and he possessed the soul fragment of a rank F warrior. The condition for taking it was his reunion with his younger sister. The leader of this entire gang was named Kuki. He possessed a fragment of the soul of an F-rank mage. The condition for taking it was to induce fear that would permeate the host's entire body. Endo realized that he could only get something from the leader. The chief moaned that it was very painful for him and prayed that Endo would let them go and not kill them. Endo rubbed the blade of his dagger mysteriously and drawled that he was talking nonsense and that they were of no use in their living state. The leader was seriously scared and asked Endo what he was talking about. The guy responded by listing various parts of their bodies that could be sold after he dealt with them. To sum it up, they will return 50,000 and cover the interest in no time. The leader's team immediately began convincing the boss that the guy was just bluffing and had no intention of doing this to them at all. Of course he was bluffing, though that was definitely not something the gang needed to know. Endo needed the money, of course, but he wasn't sure he could track down the organ dealer. But out loud he only said, why not sell them since they weren't going to give him the money? So he'd take it himself. The leader, who had completely lost hope of being saved, desperately asked Endo not to get upset, convincing him that he would do everything he asked. He once again begged the boy not to kill them. A tear of despair streamed down his face, landing with a loud thud. The leader was completely defeated. Kuki felt a dread that pierced his very bones. All the conditions for extracting the soul fragment of an F-rank mage had been met. Endo finally obtained the F-rank mage's soul fragment. The chains stopped holding the team, and with a booming sound they quickly fell to the ground without, however, experiencing any particular delight from the impact. Sitting down on the ground, they began to cough, because the chains were tightly squeezing their necks, and at the same time to come to their senses. Endo threw a few pieces of paper and pens at the unfortunate men, explaining that these were documents for them to sign. After reviewing the documents issued to them, they were all extremely indignant at the terms. They were required to hand over 90% of what Endo had extracted. They all considered this pure extortion. Endo gave the dissatisfied ones the most serious and angry look, asking what they had against it. Instantly breaking out in a cold sweat from such a look, the team replied that they had nothing against the conditions. Contentedly shuffling through the papers, Endo announced that they were now his obedient workers, reminding them that if they dared to evade the terms of the contract, he would come and take his share from their bodies anyway. And remembering another important point, he added that they should provide the contact information of those who protect them, since they have it in any case. Kamana immediately began to shake with fear, asking why Endo needed his contacts. The guy explained his logic by saying that rookies like them couldn't possibly have such weapons. That meant they were working for someone, and someone had supplied them with such equipment. And, out of politeness, he asked if he was right. The leader, having completely lost his dignity, fell to his knees and began to beg Endo not to go to this man, because if the boss found out that they had lost, he would raze them to the ground. Endo attempted to stomp on the leader, demonstrating his absolute authority. He then asked why they feared the boss more than the operation to remove their organs without anesthesia. The little boy clenched his fist, as if he wanted to object to something. But then he suddenly ran away in tears, screaming that he wanted to live. Endo said reproachfully after the guy that he shouldn't have chosen to run away. And in the blink of an eye, he chained him up again, amidst the latter's desperate sobs. The rest of the team members were seriously tense at what was happening around them. While the missing team member was captured, the rest of the team said they agreed to all the terms. Endo, becoming completely brazen, said he would take their weapons as well. He reasoned that, unfortunately, even calmly farming a level is impossible without being stabbed in the back, but he wasn't even against it. After all, there is no one who could compare with him in strength. The blue night sky was strewn with stars like diamonds. On this dark night, we found ourselves in a clearing illuminated by the glow of a colorful circus tent, decorated from top to bottom with bright lights. Inside the tent, everything was set up as it should be. Swings on which aerial acrobats had to perform their dangerous tricks, rings framed on all sides by flames through which circus animals had to jump. A cage stood in the corner of the tent, and several silhouettes could be discerned within it. In the very center of the circus ring, two figures stood. A young man, dressed to the nines, like a doorman at an expensive boutique hotel, beating a man kneeling before him, wearing only pants. The man could no longer withstand the blows and fell to the ground from exhaustion and pain. The silhouettes in the cage turned out to be a group of young men, clearly familiar with the action taking place in the arena. They clearly sympathized with the man. Shaking his hands after the work done, the guy in the shirt said that all these people could not be trusted with even simple work. Looking at the man with a crazy look, he asked him if he was ashamed in front of his boss. At some point, one of those sitting in the cage couldn't take it anymore and shouted that the man had had enough because he could die like this. Having already turned towards the cage, the guy said that he didn't care about it because they didn't need those who weren't useful to the boss. The curtain opened slightly and behind it appeared the figure of a man who asked what they had been talking about him. The guy was momentarily stunned and began to stutter when he saw his boss. A mysterious man with clown makeup asked how the discipline lesson was going. Sitting down next to the beaten man, the boss said that the boy had gotten too carried away, because what would happen to the culprit if he had really broken several of his bones? The boss continued to say that their guild values everyone, even if someone had let them down once and didn't deserve such treatment. The guy was clearly shocked by the boss's words. He suddenly became embarrassed and began to apologize to his superiors in a trembling voice. The injured man was overjoyed and began to thank his boss, promising that next time he would most likely not make a mistake. But he didn't have time to finish. A whip appeared in the boss's hands as if out of nowhere, and he swung it to strike the man kneeling before him. This blow was clearly more powerful than all the previous ones he had received. Drops of scarlet liquid sprayed in all directions. Continuing the beating, the boss insisted that such a brute should be treated like one. But still, if the bones were broken, the man would be completely useless, let alone a good spanking. After all, a good spanking never hurt any animal. These words were followed by another blow. Suddenly, the boss heard familiar voices. He paused in his instruction for a moment. The voices announced that they had returned. The boss noted that they coped surprisingly quickly. With very guilty faces and stuttering, the now familiar trio said that they had come to report that a group of 3 people had been unable to complete the task. The main mistake of the leader of this gang was that he showed off the hand on which there should have been a ring, which, after recent events, was not there. Naturally, this detail could not go unnoticed by the boss, and he was the first to pay attention to it. He turned to Kuki and asked where the jewelry he'd lent him was. He thought the boy should have realized that the ring was far more valuable than his miserable life. Kuki began to apologize in fear, justifying the ring's theft. He was a man akin to the monster himself. At that moment, the boss clearly needed the whip he had in his hand. The unfortunate guy immediately got it in the face. His team was simply shocked by what was happening. The blow sent Kuki falling to the bottom of the arena and apparently choosing to play dead. The boss was so angry that he started shouting out loud. He couldn't understand what was going on in his guild and why such incompetent idiots were working for him. The remaining members of Kuki's team simultaneously had the same thought. All the normal guys had simply left him long ago. The boss concluded that a jerk like Kuki was only good for one job and then called over a guy in a shirt named Roku. Looking at him with a completely crazed look, he ordered Johnny to be released. The first to appear in the arena was a huge white paw with long blade-like claws. The huge beast growled viciously, causing satisfaction in the boss and fear and surprise in everyone else. A white Bengal tiger appeared before everyone, its eerie, glowing eyes terrifying in its very appearance. As it roared, steam billowed from its mouth, partially filling the space around it. Kuki turned white with fear and plaintively asked his boss if he was serious. The boy tried to justify himself by claiming it wasn't his fault and that he had always faithfully carried out all of his superior's orders. The boss's only response to this was to tell the tiger that it was time for him to eat. Being in close proximity to the beast's mouth, which contained many terrifyingly sharp teeth, Kuki did not stop screaming, apparently hoping to avoid the fate of being eaten. The animal had already grabbed the guy by the legs, with an obvious desire to begin feasting on this noisy victim, when suddenly a familiar figure descended from the ceiling on the gymnast's swing. Even before he had fully descended to the ground, Endo put his blade into action. The beast, caught in the crossfire, immediately turned from an evil monster into a little kitten. Freed from the tiger's jaws, Kuki fell to the ground, still screaming hysterically. In the blink of an eye, Endo threw the tiger to the opposite side of the arena, as if it were a plush toy. The boss was seriously afraid for his pet and immediately rushed towards him. Endo approached his boss, saying that while Kuki was a klutz, it was too early to get rid of him, as he hadn't yet paid his interest. Kuki was glad to see Endo, despite the insults he'd just received from the latter. The boss, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, circled around the injured tiger like a mother cat, checking to see if everything was okay with his pet. The entire team, led by the infamous Kuki, immediately ran up to Endo, saying that he had, of course, been a bit late, and that one of them had almost ended up as tiger food. As if having forgotten about the enraged boss, they were engaged in an enthusiastic conversation. But the boss, finally distracted from the tiger, again took up his whip, intending to punish Endo. Apparently expecting something similar to happen later, Endo seemed to sense the approaching danger behind his back. Turning sharply, he cut the whip into many small strings with a few swings of his dagger. At this point, even the boss started stuttering. He asked who our hero was. With steel in his voice and blade at the ready, Endo declared that he was the new master of his once subordinates. Here, the faithful Rocky became indignant, shouting out that how could this impostor be their master? Had they really forgotten their place and how much the boss had done for them? The team began to explain themselves, vying with each other, saying that they knew nothing at all and had no idea how terrible Rei-san was, and that they couldn't refuse him. Endo simply agreed with everything that was said, looking angrily at the boss and his mutt in the shirt. Then the guy turned to the kids in the cage, saying that if they agreed to work for him, he would free them from this circus led by this clown. Their surprise knew no bounds. All these people simply could not believe that they had the opportunity to be saved from this hell. Endo replied that he was giving these people his word. His condition was that they give him 50% of their loot, but he would also give them tips on how to beat the game, as it was far more profitable than staying with this sadistic clown. Kuki's team spoke up, saying he'd fleece them of 90%. He, in turn, reminded the disgruntled that they'd tried to kill him. The boss, watching the scene, was already beginning to shake with rage. He was indignant both at the wounded tiger and at Endo's intentions to take his workers for himself. Looking at this whole circus with an empty gaze, he dryly promised to send the entire company straight to the underworld. Even the tiger couldn't ignore what was happening, thinking that they all lived in Japan, where slavery had long been abolished. So why such an attitude? The boss said that, to their great happiness, he had something, and he showed those present some kind of gold card. The card turned out to be a guild certificate in the name of Andrei Lukich Kotinenko, the boss. It stated that this document authorized him to carry out all necessary procedures to fulfill his job responsibilities. Endo was surprised by the existence of such a strange document. Andrei explained that the Japanese government must have been deeply affected by what was happening in Moscow, since it decided to give the Masters Guild a tool that would prove their status and strength, which would help them beat the game. He added that even the police wouldn't be on their side, because he was the law. He could even take their lives if it helped him carry out his administrative duties. Endo was surprised by the number of innovations in their country. The boy responded to this tirade only by saying that if he had that piece of paper, he could create a real money-making empire. The boss merely laughed at him, saying that to receive a certificate, he had to be a B-rank player or higher. After these words, he picked up the machine gun Roki had thoughtfully given him. The boss drawled that none of this made any difference, since Endo would say goodbye to his life right there, and having demonstratively said goodbye to everyone, he fired a burst of machine gun fire. The bullets headed straight towards Endo, whose face showed no sign of fear. The guy, with enviable calm, simply activated the soul barrier skill. The clown and his henchmen were separated from the others by a so-called wall. The skill required level 25 to activate, and the required material was an E-rank mage's soul fragment. This consumable absorbs incoming damage. Without stopping, Andrei said that the barrier could hardly stop him. Endo, in turn, responded that Moscow even launched nuclear weapons during the Ice Challenge, but they did not work. He asked the boss why players don't go after monsters with guns. After this, Endo took a few steps forward, which clearly did not please his opponent. but rather frightened him. He had to throw away his weapon in order to begin defending himself from the onslaught of the barrier. The clown tried with all his might to stop the magical wall approaching him with his hands. However, even though he put in maximum effort, the result he got was zero. Endo stamped his foot and said that Andre needed to understand something. But he seemed not to listen to the guy, thinking only about the fact that under this pressure he would soon be crushed. Endo, with the air of a clear winner, looked contemptuously at his defeated enemy. The barrier pressed on him so hard that noticeable dents formed on the floor beneath him. Now, not only Endo stood there looking victorious, but the rest of the team also took heart from looking at the helpless clown lying there. Endo declared that skills were the weapons of this century, and Andre's weapons were no match for them. The people in the cages visibly perked up, and it was both pleasing and surprising that the guy had defeated the boss. Turning to the people in the cage, Endo asked if they had considered signing a contract with him, since he had even brought their clown down to earth for their amusement. People started screaming that they simply hated Andre and said that when Endo let them out of the cage, they would like to get even with him, and then they would agree to sign contracts. The defeated clown hissed through his teeth that signing contracts with a bunch of people without a guildmaster's license would be fraught with problems with the police, because they would definitely not stand aside after this. Endo reminded him that he seemed to have been ranting about how anything could be done with cattle. Looking down at the ground, the clown saw someone's feet approaching him. When Andre and the faithful Rocky raised their heads up, they saw in front of them an angry crowd that clearly thirsted for revenge. As the sounds of the clown and his assistant being beaten continued to rage, Endo reflected on how he'd successfully secured labor for next to nothing. The good news was that, for a while, he could rely on them. And now he decided to take care of his pressing matters. After all, he had a month left to do everything, so it was high time to get started. The tall glass skyscraper was the site of the certification exam at the Players Association headquarters. Endo was approaching the registration area for the players for the rank promotion exam. He combined a leisurely stroll about his business with attentively listening to what people around him were saying. People were talking about how players with B rank abilities or higher could be recruited by a guild and given substantial funding. Their annual salary could reach 10 million yen. It was worth remembering that only 1% of players are ranked B, and there are only 9 A rank players in Japan. Endo thought that getting into the circle of people with such a rank was an unfulfilled dream for now. It's been 2 weeks since the merger of the world of Endo and the world of the game Prophecy Online. And initially, many players decided to accept the challenge from the Japanese government in order to receive 100 million yen. But the result of such a prank turned out to be extremely disastrous for them all. Now, all players are required to register with the association. As without membership, no one is allowed to participate in challenges or enter dungeons, and rewards cannot be obtained. Endo was musing that the people around him certainly had enormous ambitions, and that he lacked their zeal. He didn't notice someone watching him from the rooftop. Endo, true to form, once again sensed danger approaching from behind. Something was flying at high speed from above, right at his head. Having managed to jump to the side, having only managed to gasp, the guy saw how, right in the place where he was standing, a road sign was stuck into the ground. Something like this couldn't go unnoticed by the public. It's not every day that road signs fall from the sky. Endo, however, remained steadfast. Here, again, from somewhere above, a painfully familiar voice addressed the guy by name, clearly pleased with his appearance. Endo looked up and saw a painfully familiar man. He began to say that this time the boy wouldn't escape. There was no doubt about it. It was his acquaintance, the debt collector. Endo asked if he, too, had come to take the exam. Without waiting for an answer, he warned that even with the beginner's strike skill, he could blow his head off in an instant. The collector hastened to reassure the boy that he was no longer the weakling he once was. During this time, he was able to obtain a new class, a spearman. Endo laughed in the man's face and said that this was a class for idiots who didn't really know how to do anything except wave a stick. Having shut Endo up, the collector asked what kind of class he had then. Endo hastened to answer that his class was newbie. In response to laughter and doubts about the veracity of the existence of such a class, Endo calmly replied that he was not lying, and his main profession was newbie. Having agreed to believe his interlocutor, the collector picked up a sign lying nearby, intending to show the guy what the spearman class was capable of. Calling down Destruction Strike, he tried to hit the guy with his improvised weapon. The guy, without blinking an eye, easily dodged the powerful blow aimed at him. The collector was clearly not happy with this development of events. Maintaining his former calm, Endo said that he, of course, had not intended to get involved in trouble before the exam, but the man had provoked him. Then he threw the man aside as if he weighed nothing. While still in free flight, the collector managed to acquire an extreme degree of surprise. Then he hit the ground with a loud thud, a decent distance away from the guy. Leaving the man lying defeated once again, Endo declared it was just self-defense and continued calmly onto the exam. The headquarters was clearly built on a grand scale. Its decorations simply amazed all immature minds. At the registration desk, a nice girl informed Endo that the exam fee would be 8,000 yen. Greedy Endo thought to himself that this was certainly a ripoff. He then spent an agonizing time waiting in the hall until he heard the click of heels. A nice girl approached him and quickly apologized for the long wait. Then, addressing Endo by his full name, she informed him that his rank exam was now beginning. The girl led Endo to a huge floating crystal that emitted a purple glow. This object seemed to attract all eyes. And of course, the size of the stone was striking. The whole point of the rank test was to simply place your hand on the stone. The guy, slightly stretching his hand forward, froze for a second, as if experiencing a slight excitement. A connection immediately formed between the hand and the stone, somewhat reminiscent of lightning appearing in the night sky. A pleasant cold glow emanated from within the stone. It seemed to magically draw one toward it. But just a second later, light poured from the stone with such force that it filled the entire space around it. It was so strange that even the girl in charge of conducting the exam was shocked by what she saw. Endo seemed to have awakened some immense power within the stone that had been dormant all this time. The sight was awe-inspiring. The girl simply froze with her mouth open in surprise, trying to figure out what all this could mean. Already in the office, apparently still recovering from what had happened, the girl was clearly talking to Endo in a raised voice. She informed the boy that based on the exam results, they would classify his abilities into the A-rank category. She provided Endo with a document confirming that he had this category. Continuing her speech, she stated that he had probably already heard about this. Then she clarified that players could also change their classes. She began to list classes such as Swordmaster, Great Mage. There was also an Archbishop class. She concluded her list by saying that if he so desired, they, as an association, would fully assist him with this. But Endo immediately refused to change classes, explaining that their list of classes did not include what he wanted. When asked which class he would prefer, the guy suggested that the worker not worry about it. The girl explained that even if he wanted a specific class, he wouldn't be able to change classes without a special item. The association could provide one. The guy responded that if he needed one, he could get it himself. Apparently, already quite tired of the dialogue, he asked if the girl had anything else to tell him. She simply asked him if he wasn't just creating more difficulties for himself. To which he replied that he had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. The girl tried again to convince him, saying that his strength was currently superior to all holders of rank A, and if he refused to sign the contract and change his class, according to the new law, he would receive rank E. Players with an ODDE rank face numerous restrictions, such as being unable to create guilds. By refusing, she believes, he's only making things worse for himself. Endo dismissed the idea by saying that it was nothing new for the government to come up with new rules, and if they really needed the Guildmaster certificate, he could force one of the workers who had at least a B rank to get it. What was important to Endo was that there was only one class that could complete the final test of prophecy online. And until he appears, he has no intention of changing his profession for the sake of a formal checkmark. Endo asked if he would receive 100 million from the government if he passed the final test, even if he was an E rank. The answer was affirmative. This led him to ultimately choose his current rank. The girl had to give in and agree to give him a player card with the rank E. Perhaps quite pleased with himself, Endo was already heading away from the headquarters building. Many players on the street were calling on others to join their guilds. Endo noted that the touts were wasting no time in doing everything they could to attract talent. Two girls approached Endo and asked him to join their guild, telling him that it was immediately obvious he was very strong. Endo merely stated his rank in response. The girls immediately became embarrassed and began to apologize for disturbing him. As soon as he told the guy he was an E rank, everyone shied away from him like he was a leper. But he didn't care, as he had no intention of working for anyone. Suddenly, Endo spotted a man in the crowd. He immediately caught his eye. Dressed in a formal suit, holding a briefcase and looking completely calm, he clearly stood out from the noisy crowd, which apparently is what attracted attention. But there was something ominous, something disturbing in his gaze. Even despite the crowd of people, his gaze was clearly fixed on our hero. Having covered the distance to the guy in a short time, the man politely greeted him, asking his name. A second later, the man, smiling, handed Endo his business card. It listed the organization Wings of Creation, a phone number, and a name, Shinji Saito. But then, apparently, someone in the crowd recognized Endo's companion. It was the strongest player from the Wings of Creation Guild, Herd-san. Endo was surprised by his name, but he immediately hesitated, explaining that it was an old nickname he'd gotten tired of since the game itself. He thought that if he was some kind of local celebrity, Endo would be better off brushing him off immediately. But he still asked what he owed him. But then, pushing through the crowd, an old acquaintance, the collector, began to make his way towards them. Despite everyone's obvious reluctance to listen, the debt collector began his self-introduction. Takuo. Samu said he was a B-rank member and was willing to join the guild of the man who had spoken to Endo for a reasonable fee. Endo couldn't fathom how this idiot had gotten his rank. It seemed as if he'd threatened the examiner. Shinji politely asked the man who he actually was. Suddenly grabbing Shinji by the tie, the collector shouted that he would now demonstrate what he was capable of. But before he could do or say anything, he was intercepted by a deft movement of Shinji's hands. He then pushed the enraged collector to the ground, pinning him with his elbow and twisting his arm. Suddenly, the friendly-looking figure turned terrifying. Shinji said he didn't want to waste his time on trivialities while the end of existence drew near, and immediately asked the man to get out of sight. As he walked away, the man said as a parting shot that even if they came crawling to him begging for help, he would not help. Shinji immediately changed his tone to a friendly one and apologized to Endo for what happened, which was unnecessary, because it's always nice when idiots are put in their place. The boys continued their conversation while moving to a nearby coffee shop. Endo tried to figure out what they suddenly needed from him, not forgetting to clarify that, with his rank, he wouldn't be of any use anyway. Shinji said that he knew that Endo only received this rank because he refused to change his profession. It turned out that the association was much more talkative than Endo had previously thought. Shinji explained that their guild was directly connected to the association, and that, before the end of existence, everyone must unite for a common goal, even if this information would cost a pretty penny. He continued to say that if Endo joined their guild, they would pay him the same amount as they paid the association to obtain personal information about him. Seeing the sum of 10 million yen, Endo tried his best to control himself. If he were in his place, he would have agreed without even thinking. Returning the check to the owner, Endo replied that he had no interest in joining the guild. Shinji subtly hinted that, given his talent, the amount could be increased. Or he suggested that Endo consider the option of getting any information he needed from them. Their guild cooperates with numerous countries. They are believed to have the most extensive database. They were ready to create any comfortable conditions for Endo and help him find anything he desired. Endo was only interested in whether among their sources there were those who had managed to pass the prophecy online. Shinji assured the boy that there was no one in the whole world who had completed this game. Endo seemed genuinely angry at this information. After such a response, he finally decided to refrain from any further proposals from the man. Shinji was taken aback by this reaction. All his friendliness vanished for a second. All he could manage to squeeze out was that if Endo suddenly changed his mind, he should contact him at any time. Shinji himself did not understand why he decided to give up and retreat so quickly. Perhaps he simply didn't want to press him, thereby ruining the guild's image. Shinji headed to the cash register and paid for the drinks. Apparently, it wasn't a question of image at all. He was simply scared. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to run away and not awaken the beast dormant within him. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Endo, who approached him from behind and touched the man's shoulder. This startled him to no end. Endo handed Shinji a piece of paper. Even this simple act now made the man tense. It was a piece of paper with Endo's number on it. He said that if his help was needed, depending on the fee, he would be willing to accept a mission from the guild. Already poorly hiding his inner anxiety, Shinji thanked the guy for the number. Looking after Endo as he walked away, Shinji couldn't figure out who he really was. Further events take place at the headquarters of the Wings of Creation Guild. A man in a suit walked down one of the building's corridors, heading to the guildmaster's office. Inside, a woman sat at a desk near a large window. The woman was the guild leader. The man heading toward her was Shinji, who had come to report to her. The woman, without saying a word at first, turned from the window towards the man. The leader praised him, saying that he had worked hard. Then she asked him if he had met the strongest newbie. With difficulty hiding the worry in his voice, Shinji said that he had met him, but thought he was just a monster. He added that this was the first time he'd encountered a player who literally instilled fear. His hands trembled even at the memory of the encounter. The head stared at the man with a piercing gaze and asked whose strength frightened the man more, hers or Endo's. Having completely fallen into a stupor, the man at first only mumbled something unintelligible under his breath. Now completely calm, the woman ordered the man to pull himself together, since no one was taking his life here, adding that everything was already obvious. She held Endo's personal file in her hands. The man immediately apologized to the head, whose name was Tsukino-san. The woman said that there was no need to apologize, since he simply told her what he saw with his own eyes. Moreover, Tsukino-san was not the most experienced of the 10 excellent. It was no surprise that there were people much stronger than the guild master of the Wings of Creation, Yamagata Tsukino. 10 greats, the strongest players of Prophecy Online. A dozen players who can compete for a reward of 100 million yen. In a world where the game has merged with reality, they have gained power. And even their presence influences the balance of power between countries. The woman realized that since Shinji had returned alone, it meant Endo had rejected their offer. The man said that the boy was not interested in the millions of yen or their information database. The leader realized that if Rei Endo was really the 10th, he could earn even more money. However, if he really is the 10th, then why is he clinging to the beginner class, since it is useless? After all, if he had agreed to a rank increase, he would have unlocked items that would boost his stats. Such things are simply not available to ordinary players. The woman said that she certainly appreciated all of Herd-san's suggestions. But if what he said is true, Endo-san is not just one of them. After all, he may well turn out to be the last unknown of the 10 excellent. Herd-san knew that this unknown was number 1. Thanks to American intelligence, they managed to identify the 9 strongest players and rank them by strength. But they never found the man at number 1, believing he didn't even exist. There were rumors that the United States was deliberately hiding the number 1, so that his power would be in their hands alone. Shinji said he thought so too, but only before meeting this guy. Herd-san is definitely convinced that Endo can be number 1. And, slapping his palm on the table, he added that if that was the case, then they had every chance of winning. The woman said to convey a message to the guild members that any aggressive actions towards Rei Endo would be severely punished. After all, it's best not to cross a dragon unnecessarily. Herd-san completely agreed with the leader's words. A few weeks later, Endo-san was able to rent an office in an apartment complex. This office became their base with his golden hamsters. Endo-san's subordinates were spinning like squirrels in a wheel, carrying out his orders. They worked together to set up the office, coordinating every detail with their boss. His entire team could earn good money even in just one day. Extremely pleased with the day's earnings, Endo-san inquired about how the group leveling was going. To his great delight, he learned that everything was going according to his recommendations. Right now, groups continue to level up in underwater, earning 1 million yen a day. Even new players earn 10,000 yen a day. Kuki concluded his story by saying that he couldn't even dream of such money, and that everything became possible thanks to Rei-san. Counting the money, he only replied that he told them that when they get rich, they get even richer. Having finished the recount, he said that for such success, they could earn a bonus. Kuki figured that even though he was giving the owner 90% of his earnings, the bonus would still be high. Endo-san's knowledge of the game was simply astounding. And yet, Kuki reminded the boss that there were only 10 days left until the end of the Earth test, and the prize money had increased from 100 million to 400 million yen. Endo naturally would be familiar with this information but did not want to rush into it. At that moment, an emergency report from the scene of events began to appear on the screen of the newly installed television. The presenter explained that the trials of the Earth were in full swing. If nothing was done, Japan would be destroyed in 10 days. There was a discussion in the studio that the situation had not improved in any way after 47 days. During the broadcast, the studio received a message from the Japanese government stating that all players currently receive a reward of 1 billion yen for completing the Trial of the Earth event. The government seems to have given up hope. They're hoping someone will emerge who can win before the end. Endo decided that if he continued to delay, foreign guilds would flock to the reward. And grabbing his jacket from the closet, He declared that for now it was time to save Japan. As Endo pulled on his jacket on his way out, he announced he was leaving. Kuki was surprised the boss had decided to go alone. Of course, he decided to go on this mission alone because he couldn't put his money hamsters in danger. His team was eternally grateful for such care. But Endo ended his speech by saying that this billion would be his alone. Period. Kuki finally understood the real reason for such an act. The landscape was simply surreal. The blue night sky, mesmerizing in its beauty, was covered in a scattering of stars. Beneath the firmament, somewhere in the forest, a majestic mountain lay hidden. A large number of people gathered under the huge gates, which were illuminated from above by many lights. Among them was already our acquaintance, Herd-san. Endo-san also hurried to the same place. Apparently, the guy was quite serious, as his whole appearance indicated. Seeing his old acquaintance, Shinji was even a little surprised that the guy responded to his invitation. Endo, without further ado, immediately began by saying he still had no intention of cooperating with the man. This was quite unfortunate, since he had wanted to discuss the money issue with the guy. Shinji said the boy would receive 100 million if he agreed to carry the luggage. As soon as Endo heard that the question involved substantial money, he decided to immediately begin carrying out the assignment. The man led Endo to a large number of loaded backpacks that were lined up in several rows. Herd-san said that he wanted the boy to deliver the cargo to his comrades. Endo couldn't believe that such a sum of money could be earned for a simple delivery. But when he asked what was in those backpacks, he was told it was just food. Opening one of them, Endo immediately realized that it was indeed just a set of provisions. Shinji, to the guy's surprise at the presence of chocolates in the backpacks, replied that this was their guildmaster's favorite food. He also explained that their camp was located on the 5th level, in the deepest part of the Trials of the Earth dungeon. Conquering it had been a lengthy process, and their party was running low on food. Endo said it all smacked of ulterior motives, since they were willing to pay that much money to deliver the groceries, when they could have easily found someone else instead of waiting for him. Herd-san replied that he would, of course, like to object, and say that Wings of Creation was simply a generous guild. But the guy was absolutely right. It turned out they'd already dispatched 39 teams to the 5th level, but none of them had ever reached the end of the route. This information surprised Endo. The guy was confused that the Trial of the Earth was now different from what was in the game. He was still sure that Herd-san knew something, but was keeping silent. The man explained that regarding the differences, their reconnaissance team had determined that this dungeon was identical in layout to the one in the game. However, none of the remaining players could reach the depths of the dungeon, and those of them who were capable of this are already there and waiting for supplies. He finished by saying that perhaps Rei-san was currently the only one who could reach their guildmaster. Picking up his backpack with provisions, Endo grumbled about the guild's shortage of hands. But since he was getting paid, it was obviously a sin to complain. Finally, the guy asked whether he could expect to pay extra for speed. Herd-san, embarrassed, replied that he would clarify this question. And while the man was clarifying the details that interested Endo, he was discussing how much he could get from this guild. Having finished the negotiations, Shinji summed up that if the guy delivered the cargo within a day, he would be paid an additional 50 million. Having summed it up, Endo-san decisively stamped his foot, declaring that he would finish not in a day, but in an hour. The 3rd level of Trial of the Earth was in turmoil. A giant praying mantis was intent on finishing off the last remaining survivors of the group, a boy and a girl. The guy, already pretty exhausted, desperately defended himself from the blows of the monster's grasping legs. Despite the rage of the battle, he tried unsuccessfully to persuade the girl, who refused to leave him, to leave this place. Having thanked her for everything, the guy once again asked the girl to leave. Choking with sobs, she decided that the guy's end was already very near. But then, having quickly chopped the praying mantis into small pieces with his dagger, Endo appeared, saving the boys from misfortune, not forgetting to leave caustic comments in the process. The boy, still dazed by the impact, fell to the ground. Various body parts of the defeated monster began to fall around him. For a moment, he couldn't believe he'd managed to escape. The girl began to thank Endo for his actions, saying he was a very dear friend to her. But Endo didn't answer the boys and quickly left. They simply watched his rapidly retreating figure in bewilderment. Endo covered considerable distances at high speed. Along the way, he was surprised by how long he hadn't encountered any monsters. He was beginning to think they'd run out altogether. Finally, Endo reached the 5th level he needed. Apparently, hopping adds speed. Endo reached his destination even faster than promised. The stopwatch showed only 42 minutes had passed. Apparently, this would be his easiest money yet. Then Endo-san saw a guy quickly approaching him. He was very surprised to see a man on the 5th level. For this reason, he immediately concluded that it was Endo standing before him. The boy was from the Wings of Creation Guild. Endo-san lowered his backpack to the ground, preparing to hand it over to those in need. Having said he had brought a shipment from Herd-san, Endo asked where the person responsible for the provisions was. Then he reminded him to pay for the delivery. The guy replied that he was the person in charge of provisions and added that he had already transferred money to Endo-san since Herd-san had assured him that he would quickly complete the task, so he did not wait. After checking his account, Endo actually discovered that he had received 150 million from the Wings of Creation Guild. Having confirmed that the money had indeed arrived, Endo told the guy that he was always happy to cooperate with them. The guy in charge of provisions turned to his team, saying that the food they had been waiting for had arrived. The boys dubbed Endo-san their savior because they already thought that they would have to say goodbye to life from hunger. The guy noted that the situation with the guys was, of course, so-so. Looking around the camp that was spread out around them, the person in charge said with bitterness that they had lost many during the conquest. Suddenly there was the sound of feet tramping, which, judging by the sound, were approaching the camp very quickly. It turned out to be several guys in armor, running and shouting that someone was advancing. There was a clear sense of alarm in their voices. Endo, perplexed by what was happening, asked the guys what had happened to them, but they, trying to catch their breath, only said that no one here would get them. Suddenly, a strong wind and a terrible noise arose in the camp, but it was still unclear what exactly was approaching them. At the entrance to the cave, dust began to swirl, clearly not a good sign. A huge number of huge flying insects with evil glowing red eyes gradually filled the space. It was a veritable swarm. The appearance of these creatures certainly didn't please anyone present. Suddenly, huge tongues of flame burst out from behind Endo and rushed towards the insects. The flames gradually engulfed more and more of the surrounding area. But the most surprising thing was where they came from. A pretty girl stood in the middle of this bacchanalia and deftly controlled the flame that followed her sword, clearing the space of enemies in its path. The defeated monsters fell to the ground, burning there. The girl dealt with the attack so deftly that the spectacle even began to be mesmerizing. It was the secret technique of the special class Elementalist, Flame of Destruction. Endo-san had no idea that there were those who had already mastered this class. Having finished exterminating the bugs, the girl approached our hero and, addressing him by name, said that she was glad to meet them. She also thanked him for taking on the mission from her guild. She then introduced herself to the boy as the guildmaster of the Wings of Creation, Yamagata Tsukino, and offered to work hand in hand from now on. Endo looked at the girl carefully, as if trying to discern something specific in her that only he could understand. Standing opposite each other, they were silent, and it was not clear what could happen in the next second. The girl's face was completely calm. She looked at the guy as if she were about to hypnotize him. All the mysterious aura vanished in an instant as Yamagata, unable to stay on her feet, suddenly fell right onto Endo. She immediately rushed to apologize, explaining that she hadn't eaten anything for a long time and that her legs were completely giving out. Endo replied that he'd heard they'd run out of provisions, but he hadn't imagined they were starving. Only now did the boy notice that a battle for food was unfolding right behind him. Later, everything calmed down in the camp and relative silence and calm reigned all around. The boy and girl settled down to rest in one of the tents. At first, they simply engaged in casual conversation. Endo-san learned that Yamagata was the strongest of her squad. Greedily devouring the chocolate, she explained that although it was the last in strength, it was one of the 10 excellent. Endo-san didn't know anything about this strange name, so he asked the girl to explain what it was. Yamagata was extremely indignant when he said the name was strange, given that it was given to them by the government. However, she explained that it was the name of the top 10 players who had been among the best since the game's inception. Endo-san, however, still couldn't understand how the government had calculated their strength. The girl explained that data on the strongest players was obtained by US intelligence agencies. However, they were unable to find the player who was first in the ranking line. The 10 great players are sponsored by the government. Yamagata found it odd that they weren't interested in Rei. The guy again seemed to have singled out the part about money from all the information, and without a second's hesitation asked how much the government was paying them. Yamagata said it depends on the country a person lives in. In Japan, for example, the payment is about 1 million yen. And then Ray remembered the million that had somehow arrived in his account, turning his life upside down. He thought that it was because of people like these that he became a gambling addict and almost lost his whole life. Although if he is still number one, maybe he should continue to keep quiet about it, because if everyone found out about it, he would have a lot of problems. Out loud, Ray only said that 1 million was not enough, especially since the reward for completing the test of the Earth was much higher. The girl said that the sponsorship may be insignificant, but the biggest money is circulating among those who know at least something about how to play this game. After all, none of the players were able to defeat the local boss. Ray was surprised that, even though she was a top 10 player, Yamagata couldn't defeat the monster. The girl responded that no matter how strong she was still just an ordinary person. Of course, if she had the level and equipment of her game avatar, she might have managed. But in the current situation, it is unlikely that the girl will be able to achieve victory. Endo-san jumped up abruptly and slammed his palm on the table, as if hinting at the end of the conversation. The guy said he'd accomplished his mission, and if he needed any further help, he should let him know. Depending on the price, he'd be willing to negotiate. And leaving the girl to sit alone, he walked away, thinking that it was time to deal with the boss living on this level because 1 billion won't earn itself. Hesitating for only a second, Yamagata rushed after Ray, asking him to stop. Unexpectedly for the guy and those around her, she suggested that they defeat the boss together. The girls' team was outraged by their leader's decision, believing that they did not need help from this strange guy and that they could handle it themselves. Yamagata was quick to point out that she had issued a decree that any aggressive actions against Rei Endo would be severely punished. She said she naturally understood the crowd's discontent. However, the leader no longer intended to lose anyone in these brutal battles. None of Yamagata's or anyone else's techniques worked properly on this monster. There were a great many victims and wounded, and this could not continue any longer. To avoid greater casualties, the leader had to make the decision to retreat, knowing that she herself could suffer as a result. One of the boys, trying to protect the girl, died right before her eyes. His death was extremely painful. Yamagata wanted to save every life. People shouldn't have to suffer anymore. She believed that together with Rei Endo, they could avoid great losses. Clearing the Earth's trial and restoring balance to Japan is all they can do to honor their fallen comrades. The guild was clearly loyal to its leader and supported her position. Rei, of course, noted that the speech was heartbreaking. He was even touched. But, in his opinion, Yamagata did not have to go into such detail. The guy believed that he was capable of defeating the boss on his own. The girl couldn't understand where he got such self-confidence from, although if he was the first of the 10 excellent ones, that explained something. Yamagata believed that in this battle he would be able to find answers to the question of how he would fight and whether they were wrong. The girl resorted to trickery and reminded Rei that he said that she could turn to him for help. She said that she was ready to hire him to join the group to conquer the boss. Rei understood that her proposal clearly smelled like an opportunity to make a lot of money. Endo-san was no slouch either, and said that he thought the leader was interested in more than just defeating the boss. The girl said that she understood that he was asking for something exorbitant, so they were ready to pay him compensation for the inconvenience caused. Seizing on this before she changed her mind, Rei asked for several million from each member of the group, after which he would agree. He also had 2 conditions, that they pay him in advance and that they not tell anyone what they saw in this fight. After all, if she wanted everyone to survive, there was a price to pay, because the guy would have to defeat the boss and keep her soldiers alive. Without a second thought, Yamagata agreed to the terms, not listening to any objections. Addressing the people of her guild, she announced that everyone should prepare to leave for the boss fight, where they would all have to help Rei Endo win. Endo-san thought that the amount he requested was quite large. Then how much money did this guild have if the girl agreed so quickly? Suddenly, the impromptu negotiations were interrupted by a familiar sound that did not bode well. A huge swarm of insects flew towards the guild camp again, clearly eager to ruin everyone's lives. Everyone watching this spectacle was not at all pleased by this visit from the winged pests, and while the guild members were still stunned, Endo-san offered to kill the bugs for a fee, to which their leader replied that she could manage without his help. Casually nibbling on a chocolate bar, the girl created a curtain of fire around herself, declaring to her enemies that she would not allow them to interfere with her negotiations. Yamagata summoned a fire whirlwind, which in turn successfully cleared the camp of crawling and flying creatures, leaving behind only piles of ash. Standing a few steps away from the leader, Endo-san watched intently as she effortlessly twirled the sword above her head, controlling the element of fire. Rei sincerely believed that the girl was quite good in battle. However, it was not for nothing that she was the head of the guild. Having finished clearing the area of insects, Yamagata exhaled and calmly put her sword back into its sheath. Not forgetting that before the attack they were preparing for an important mission, the girl suggested that Endo-san continue moving towards its completion. It was amazing how deftly the girl switched from gorging on chocolate bars to rather serious and dangerous matters. Rei said he had already received the advance, thus demonstrating his readiness to begin the mission. Now they will all go to take the first test of Japan. Having set out on their journey, the boys understood that they needed to finish off this dungeon once and for all. Endo-san strode confidently forward, ignoring the small monsters around him, occasionally waving his dagger in their direction. He believed the guild members could easily handle them, as they were already doing quite well. One of the men from Yamagata's team, helping her destroy the monsters, asked if she was confident in Rei, whom they took with them. After all, considering how much the girl paid him, he clearly expected more from his fighting skills. But Endo simply used normal attacks and nothing more. The leader explained that these were not quite ordinary attacks and asked the man to pay attention to the monsters that had fallen to the boy's dagger. There were no visible injuries on the monsters, but they were definitely dead. In her opinion, this was ample proof of his skill. But judging by the man's reaction, this explanation didn't change his mind. Although deep down, the girl understood that Rei's blows were certainly not particularly original, and he didn't even try to dodge the monster's attacks. Yamagata could only hope that in the boss's room, he would show them something that would astound them all. The entire team stopped on the 5th level before entering the boss room, anticipating a tough battle ahead. The sight of the enormous, heavy gates brought back painful memories for many. Some of the team were overcome with trepidation. Yamagata knew that it was too late and pointless to retreat, because that was not what they had come here for. To keep up the morale of her men, the leader shouted out that they must avenge their fallen comrades. She instructed the men before the fight, telling them to use their strongest blows as soon as the door opened. The door opened and the guild members rushed forward en masse without a second's hesitation. A colossal monster hung from the room's ceiling, terrifying in its very appearance. Yamagata's team was on full alert. Endo-san, meanwhile, had decided to take up an observation post. The boss of the 5th stage of the Trial of the Earth was the terrifying cinnabar spider. The most powerful abilities were summoned such as Hellfire, Fire Fist. Someone summoned the Phoenix's Fury. The guild literally tried to burn the spider away with all their might. A huge fireball formed around the arthropod, and a lot of the team's energy was expended on this. The guild members thought the monster would surely die after such a defeat, and that they had finally achieved victory. But according to Endo-san, that was not the case at all. With horror, Yamagata realized that the monster was indeed still alive. Suddenly, the spider struck with its paw at the crowd of fighters standing nearby, causing them to fly several meters above the ground. Panic broke out all around. The arthropod was clearly ready for a mortal fight with people. Yamagata still didn't understand why the monster wasn't even harmed, since insectoid monsters should be weak to fire damage. Endo-san agreed with what the girl said, but added that the power of their blows was low, so they did almost no damage to him. Then suddenly the monster spat its web into the crowd of people. Everyone standing under this unexpected blow had to quickly orient themselves and dodge, so as not to end up like a fly. The leader instructed people to beware of the monster's web, because if someone got caught in it, it would be very difficult to get out. The spider fired another extremely dangerous shot. This time he had every chance of capturing several guild members. 2 inattentive members of the team, a boy and a girl, were nearly hit by a dangerous blow. Endo-san was immediately there, helping them avoid the attack. He scooped them up in his arms and jumped high into the air, saving the 2 from certain capture by the monster. Rei jumped as far away from the spider as he could. The boys were successfully rescued. Coming to their senses on a hill above the battlefield, they quickly apologized to the guy for having to cover them. Endo-san said that there was no need to apologize, because if they died, his reward for all this would decrease. Rei said that they could, of course, continue to behave recklessly and expose themselves to danger. And then for each such stunt, they would be obliged to pay him an extra million on top for each one, although this was pure extortion. The guy could, of course, continue to drag out the fight, earning $1 million each thanks to the stupidity of his team members. But their guild is directly connected to the government, and if he continues to behave like this, he could get himself into trouble in the future. Watching the battle from above, Rei summoned the Eye of the Soul, and aimed it at the guild leader. Tsukino's condition for obtaining a soul fragment was rather unusual. The host had to experience the greatest surprise of their entire life. Endo-san decided that he could risk fulfilling this condition. To the great surprise of the boys he had saved, he crossed the cave with one dexterous leap to engage in combat with the spider. Grabbing his dagger, Rei prepared to begin the fight in order to win it. With a slight movement, Endo-san cut off part of the monster's paw, which completely enraged the monster. The severed limb fell somewhere in the distance. The boy stood on the ground in front of the spider, his heart in his mouth, waiting for it to attack him back. The monster swung its paw, clearly intending to pierce the enemy with its knife-sharp claw. Having struck in the direction where Endo-san stood, the spider left behind only a pile of stones. Having decided that Rei had lost his life in the fight and was left lying under the rubble, Yamagata and her team once again drew their weapons in order to finish the job. Coughing up the dust raised by this short fight, the guild members thought that it was all over. Their last hope was gone. Suddenly, from the rubble, they heard Rei's painfully familiar voice addressing the spider, shaming it for trying to kill it with such force in vain, and a hand appeared through the clouds of dust, holding the arthropod by the tip of its claw. Then the cave was illuminated by a bright light. Endo-san called upon the forces of the spirit. He was counting only on his own victory. The guild members certainly didn't expect this turn of events. They were incredibly amazed that Rei had survived in the first place, and, what's more, blocked the boss's attack with one hand. Still holding on to the monster's paw, Endo-san spun the monster around with all his might and threw it across the room as easily as if it were a plush toy. The arthropod hit the ground with a loud thud at a decent distance from Rei and rolled on for a few more meters by inertia, leaving behind a smooth track, plowing the ground beneath it with its body. Lying on its back, feathers up, the spider seemed completely harmless. Endo-san approached it to deliver the finishing blow with his dagger. The guy announced to everyone that the weakest spot of this monster was its belly. Then he easily cut the monster in half at the stomach, leaving it no chance. The guild rejoiced, praising Endo-san for defeating the boss. However, our hero was quick to disabuse the visibly cheered crowd of this fact. Red steam suddenly billowed out of the slit, filling the space around them. The boy announced that the fight was just beginning. Rising up from what everyone thought was a dead monster, the steam hung over the arthropod like a dense red cloud. Not a good sign. The guild members watched a terrifying scene. The arthropod had changed its appearance to an even more terrifying one. The spider still lay belly up, giving false hope that he had still had his shower. But his sudden transformation quickly disabused those around him of this. The monster immediately rose to its 8 legs, finally proving that it was not dead, despite being struck in its weakest spot. The spider, despite everything, had grown even larger and more dangerous. Now it loomed menacingly over Endo-san, clearly intending to take the life of the insolent Utosha. Rei explained to the surprised onlookers that the cinnabar spider had 2 stages, and in the second it became much stronger and more ferocious. The crowd's indignation knew no bounds. They couldn't understand how the guy hadn't bothered to tell them about such an important detail earlier. Endo-san simply waved it off, saying that they wouldn't have done anything with that information anyway, and went about summoning the soul thread. Holding the shining threads in his hands, he quickly circled around the spider, intending to tie up the arthropod. Scurrying back and forth with the soul threads, pulling them between his walking legs and chelicerae, Rei was clearly succeeding in immobilizing the monster. Having transformed the arthropod into something resembling a shining cocoon, Endo-san jumped away from it and began preparing for his next move to put an end to this monster. The spider was trapped, unable to escape. Rei, in turn, activated the Soul Incinerate skill, fortunately activating it despite the large amount of material required. Realizing that something terrible was about to happen and that it would be dangerous for everyone to remain, Yamagata ordered her people to immediately take cover. After that, Endo-san simply commanded the monster to burn, and everything around it was engulfed in flames, seemingly everywhere. The room instantly seemed to transform into a branch of hell. The monster, writhing in pain, perished in the flames. The guild leader, running for cover, turned around for a moment and was surprised to see the fire Rei had summoned. It was much stronger than her own. The girl and her team could only believe that the guy had succeeded. Endo-san, in turn, looking at the flaming defeated boss, judging by the confident look in his eyes, did not doubt his victory for a second. The fire engulfed most of the room, crackling like a picnic fire and throwing rocks of varying sizes into the air. While the team was happily sharing this with their leader, A chunk of precious stone appeared from behind the gradually receding fire, which immediately attracted the attention of many guild members. Everyone knew that enemies dropped valuable loot, but for a boss to drop a stone of such a size was something that had never happened before. Ray ordered everyone to stay put and not approach the jewel. He immediately received a mountain of protests, reminding him that he'd fleeced them and now, apparently, wanted to keep the loot for himself. From behind the fire, smoke and dust hanging in the air, two sharp stone boulders suddenly appeared, reminiscent of parts of the body of a recently deceased spider. While everyone else, including the leader, was in shock, Endo-san's face remained serious and extremely determined. Returning to face-to-face combat, Ray explained that the cinnabar spider of Earth's trials had attained its final form. The boy was confident that if he could defeat this monster, he would never have any problems living its life again. The people were in complete shock, realizing this wasn't the end. Everyone immediately tried to gather their thoughts, as the monster clearly intended to fulfill its original goal of destroying humanity. The monster, having transformed, acquired several pairs of tentacles and deftly wielded them, seeking to inflict as much harm as possible on those around it. This fact clearly caused alarm among the guild members. With its newly acquired body parts, the monster inflicted severe injuries on people and caused enormous amounts of destruction around them. Assessing what was happening, Yamagata noticed that his attacks had become much faster and more powerful. The guild was suffering heavy losses again. Dodging attacks was difficult, and attacking the spider was completely impossible. Endo-san recommended the leader not to try to maneuver, but to take a squad and lead the people away. Yamagata, in turn, asked what Ray was planning to do then. For him, the question seemed stupid, as everything was obvious. Deftly dodging the arthropod's blows, the boy approached the monster in a few jumps, announcing that he intended to deal with it himself. The leader could only be amazed time and time again, first by how easily Ray dodged attacks, then by his decision to go into battle alone. Endo-san, trying to get through to the girl, said that in this incarnation the boss attacks indiscriminately and won't rest until he's finished off everyone present. He concluded that they would only get in his way, so they needed to leave. After all, it's one thing to dodge all these attacks and quite another to defeat the monster. Ray tried to cut off one of the spider's tentacles with his blade, but it had no effect. The spider gave his attacker a look as if he considered him an obvious idiot for trying to fight. Endo-san, of course, assumed such an action would lead to little, and that the hell dagger wouldn't be able to injure him. In that case, the boy came up with a new plan. Jumping over the monster, Ray decided to hit him again in his weakest spot. During the flight, the boy activated the soul reserve, hoping that it would at least help him somehow. Watching from a secluded spot, the guild members couldn't understand what Endo-san was doing. They decided he apparently didn't value his life at all. Already clearly excited, Ray was already deliberately waiting for a new attack from the arthropod monster. The guy successfully provoked the monster, and it, in turn, immediately pierced Ray with a couple of its tentacles, causing the guy pain that was difficult to bear. No one expected this outcome. All the guild members watched with their mouths open, ready to fight. Seeing Endo defeated, the team immediately moved to attack the monster. But the guy, in turn, was not going to give up and, holding the blade in one hand, with the other, he firmly grabbed one of the tentacles. Despite the scarlet liquid leaking from his mouth, Ray laughed, telling the spider that it had walked right into his trap. The monster's eyes widened. He clearly didn't expect this from his opponent. Endo-san gripped the dagger tighter in his hand, activating Soul Slash. Falling down, the guy deftly cut the tentacles that were holding him. Having reached the spider's body, he chopped it into rather large pieces. The monster crumbled into many pieces, and all the precious stones it consisted of scattered to different parts of the room. Finally exhausted, the guy fell down along with the glitter, succumbing to the force of gravity. The force of the impact with the surface was so great that its fall was more reminiscent of a meteorite falling to the ground, leaving behind a corresponding crater. Ray, exhausted but extremely pleased with himself, lay at the bottom of the pit in a starfish pose. Glittering pebbles continued to rain down from above. He was initially aware that the pain after something like this would be unbearable, and although he bravely endured it, the guy understood that if he was not cured, he would definitely say goodbye to life. If Ray doesn't restore his health in less than 4 seconds, his soul's protection will be removed, and he will leave the world of the living. At that very moment, magical staves appeared above him, casting various healing spells. All the guys, led by Yamagata, leaned over the boy, expecting a miracle of healing. Fully recovered, the boy sat down, surrounded by his rescuers. He said it was only thanks to their support that he didn't have to use his skills to revive himself. Seeing that there was no trace left of the wounds, Ray noted that the healers in the guild were truly something special. Yamagata couldn't bear it any longer, jumped up and asked if the guy had really planned it this way from the very beginning, deliberately exposing himself to attack. Endo-san simply replied that they all play prophecy together. Online. And with a sly smile, he added that the player cannot die so easily from a regular boss attack. The team's indignation knew no bounds. They certainly didn't expect this from Endo-san. Yamagata tried to object, saying they were in reality, not a game. Ray replied that he understood everything, of course. He hastened to clarify his words by saying that, in any case, the same strategy worked in the game, so it should work in reality as well. And that's exactly what happened. The girl was filled with indignation to the limit, like an explosive ready to explode at any moment. Yamagata simply couldn't comprehend what this reckless guy was even thinking. The girl's reaction could only indicate that Ray had fulfilled the conditions for obtaining a fragment of her D-rank swordsman's soul. Endo-san thought that he was incredibly lucky, although what he did could hardly be called a surprise. Rather, the guy made her experience shock, but in any case, Ray received a rare soul fragment. The trial of the Earth had been successfully completed, and 5 minutes remained before the dungeon's disappearance. The crowd cheered, repeating that it was all over thanks to Ray-san. Only one thing remained: the names of those who had passed this trial. The joy of those around knew no bounds. Japan was saved, and they could breathe a sigh of relief. Trying to bring the happy team back to the pressing issues, Endo-san said that before the dungeon disappeared, they needed to decide who to enter into the participants' field. And although the guy wanted to take the entire reward for himself, he suggested that the guild take it and then transfer everything to his account. Yamagata really didn't understand why the reward had to be transferred. Endo told them to imagine how the news would explode when they learned that a test that no one could pass was mastered by an unknown player. The guy suggested instead, saying that a renowned guild had completed the challenge. They would get their due share of the glory, and the rewards for future challenges would be increased. Ray knew that if everyone found out about his involvement in this, he would no longer be able to earn so much money. Yamagata knew something was fishy, and the boy was apparently so worried about money. Summing up, the girl said that as a guild master she couldn't refuse such things, but as an ordinary person she felt like she was taking all the credit. Ray tried to convince the leader that she wasn't taking credit for anything. He asked her to consider them hired him to subjugate the boss for 1 billion yen. Despite everyone's surprise, the girl ultimately agreed to announce that it was the Wings of Creation Guild that had passed this test. After everything was written down and saved as agreed, Endo hurried away, thinking that no one present would reveal his involvement in the test. Admiring the raised gemstone left by the boss, he decided that revealing something like this would be comparable to accusing the guild of stealing the laurels from the poor newbie. The destruction of the Japan test site was averted. The Earth test was passed. A helicopter flew towards the mountain, in the depths of which a fierce battle had just taken place, leaving behind a trail of restlessly swaying forest. The reporter in the helicopter reported that the earthquake had been going on since early morning, and that the epicenter had been located in the Testing Earth dungeon. Turning their attention to the dungeon itself, everyone discovered that it was collapsing, and very soon the players would be teleported to the surface. The team had to be extremely careful. Everything around was collapsing, pelting people with enormous boulders. A teleporter appeared above the heads of those present, and people began to magically move to the surface of the earth. The players who landed on the ground could not contain their jubilation. They ran toward each other, falling into tight embraces, rejoicing in the sunlight and the chance to breathe fresh air. Endo-san, passing the contented crowd, hurried away. The entire team of heroes approached the monument that had appeared on the site of the battle, reaching high into the sky. Filled with pride, the guild members looked at the colossus that had emerged from their collective labors. Finally, taking a breather after all that had happened, Yamagata realized they had truly succeeded. It was carved into the stone that the trial of the Earth was passed by a group of heroes from the Wings of Creation Guild. The reporter continued to talk about how the completed test was a major sensation. And wondering who these heroes were who had managed to pass it, the journalist descended to the ground and rushed toward the guild members. Having reached the team and seen their heroes, the reporters were about to hold an impromptu press conference. Seeing the crowd approaching them, the guild leader concluded that, apparently, journalists don't even know how to sleep. And before the whole crowd of people with cameras and microphones had reached their destination, Yamagata took a moment to turn to Rei to clarify whether he was absolutely sure about their agreement. Meanwhile, it turned out that the guy had long since disappeared without a trace. One of the leader's assistants said that before Rei-san left, he left something for her. It was some kind of note. It said that if she had any problems and the money was on hand, she could always contact him and he would solve any problem. The girl smiled and thought that she now had an idea of the kind of person this Rei Endo was. A wave of reporters recognized Tsukino-san. Her team, forming a living wall, kept the journalists who were bombarding her with questions from getting close to their leader. Hiroshi's assistant tried hard to get the press to be quiet and not to push so hard, but the head assured him that she would handle everything herself. The girl cleared her throat, gathering her thoughts. She faced a difficult task. She had to give the interview diplomatically, according to all the rules and agreements. Smiling broadly, she addressed all the citizens of Japan, proudly announcing the good news. She reported that they, the members of the Wings of Creation Guild, were able to pass the trial of the Earth. All the journalists froze in anticipation of some shocking details. Yamagata continued, saying that she couldn't say for sure that it was only her guild's merit. After all, conquering the dungeon was only possible through the joint efforts of all players. Meanwhile, a car had already been brought to Rei-san by members of his team. They arrived just in time. As he walked away, Rei heard the girl expressing gratitude to all the players who had challenged the trial of the Earth, knowing that she meant him too. Yamagata-san and her team bowed deeply, expressing their deep gratitude. The journalists were delighted with the Wings of Creation Guildmaster and her modesty. The girl herself was no less pleased with herself than the others. Already sitting in the car, Rei was smiling. It seemed like he was truly happy for Tsukino because she got what she wanted. He himself didn't care about popularity. The important thing was that the money would ultimately be his. Excessive attention would create more problems than it would help. Rei thought that Tsukino was the perfect candidate for his face, which he could use as a cover if necessary. Out loud, he only told his men that they would need to stop somewhere for a bite to eat, because after everything he was hungry. The exclusive news report was full of footage of the guild and their guildmaster. The presenter reiterated that Japan was no longer in danger of destruction, as the Trial of the Earth had been passed by the Wings of Creation Guild. Japan was the second country after the United States to pass the test and remain a nation. The tall glass building housed the office of the Gold Guild Farm, whose logo practically screamed about the obvious inclinations and values of its members. Checking his account, Rei was clearly pleased to find a transfer of 1 billion yen. The guild members caught a glimpse of the amount he had received, but then sadly realized that they would never see that money. Looking at the coins neatly stacked on the table, the boys, however, had no idea what they were doing there. The guys were discussing the fact that there was no point in asking stupid questions because if the director said so, then that's how it should be. Endo Rei's orders were to be carried out without question. Endo-san asked Lumi how things were going with the guild registration. The girl assured the boss that all questions regarding this were closed and the guild was successfully registered. However, the girl was clearly not sure that she should become the head of the guild. Only players with a rank of B or higher can create their own guild. The girl showed the boss a guild certificate, where she was appointed guildmaster. Endo-san explained to her that, as an E rank, such a function was unavailable to him. It seemed the girl wasn't entirely convinced by these words. Lumi felt there were people better suited for the role than her, but Rei assured her that she was the only one best suited. Thanks to the information Endo had, all the members of the Gold Guild farm were able to raise their ranks to B and even higher. Each member of the guild had both advantages and disadvantages. Lumi's earnings weren't great, but her strength was that she was very diligent and friendly. In Rei's opinion, she was the ideal guildmaster. One of the guild members informed the management that they were being widely discussed on the internet. Everyone was interested in what kind of guild this was. Journalists wanted to find out as much information as possible, and even interviewed Lumi as the guildmaster. Everyone was interested in the question of high ranks within the guild. Rei was pleased to be appointed head of the chancery. Rei's team was curious about why he needed a guild, since he could easily make a ton of money on his own without all that. His main goal was to get as many orders for information as possible. After all, their world isn't only rocked by catastrophes like the test, which affects the entire country. Some tests are more localized, affecting only a specific city or village, and only the guild can receive orders to complete such tests. Kuki replied that he didn't know about that, to which he immediately received sweet praise from Lumi. The girl also told Rei-san that they had compiled a list of all the easier challenges with decent rewards. Endo-san replied that they needed to deal with another test first and handed Lumi a piece of paper. Lumi saw that the piece of paper had a picture of a huge mansion on it, and it said that 5 million yen would be paid for passing the test in the European-style mansion. The girl said that, given the complexity, they could find jobs that would pay them much more. Kuki was surprised that the girl, who took any job, was suddenly interested in money. Lumi thought that since the authorities had noticed this test, it meant that the mansion might contain something else besides money. Endo-san said that they should not miss such an opportunity at any cost. The girl had no choice but to agree with her boss. The car moved quickly along the road, which ran along a dense forest. Lumi informed Ray over the phone that they had successfully intercepted the location he had previously indicated. She added that they had managed to negotiate a reward of just over 5 million yen. Endo-san praised Lumi for her good work and said that he would arrive at the scene in 30 minutes. Suddenly, the boss's second phone vibrated from a call on the seat next to the guy. It was a guild member named Yuji. He reported that he had arrived at the designated location and saw strange people entering the house. There were 5 suspicious individuals. Endo-san also discovered that his man hadn't been detected by anyone. Ray ended the conversation by concluding that he would handle the rest of the work himself, and the guy could leave from there. Endo wondered if the request had been intercepted by their guild. Then, what were the others doing there? In order not to show his face unnecessarily, the guy decided to use the illusory mask. To create this item, Ray needed a soul fragment from a D-rank swordsman. He remembered receiving this fragment from Tsukino. With this item, the success rate for automatic creation was only 0.25%. Endo-san decided to see what indicators change if you create an item manually. When crafting manually, the success rate was unknown, but if the player failed during the creation of the item, they would suffer physical or mental consequences. Endo agreed to these conditions. The guy was immediately transported straight to the Forge of Souls. Ray needed to harmonize his soul with the object, and the likelihood of success depended on how he accomplished this task. Since the base success rate was only 1%, the difficulty was increased. A time limit of 60 minutes was introduced. Time slowly ticked away as the item was being crafted. Endo levitated smoothly around the Forge of Souls as the timer ticked down. When time had completely elapsed, the object was created. Endo's soul was in complete harmony. The success rate had increased significantly from the initial estimate, reaching 100%. Ray was extremely pleased with the final result. He was transported back to the real world. Endo-san couldn't stop admiring what he had created during his time in the Soul Forge. The item Illusory Mask was crafted using the subclass skill Soul Forger. Endo-san ordered his driver to drop him off near the place he needed. The car pulled away from where it had dropped Ray off. He, in turn, was leisurely heading toward the mansion, but before entering, he had one thing to do. Without a second's hesitation, the guy put on the mask he had made, wanting to maintain his privacy. With this mask, people would see him as a completely different person. And indeed, the brunette in black instantly transformed into a blonde in a light suit. Now Endo was heading with complete confidence towards the huge mansion standing in the middle of densely growing trees. Upon entering the house, the guy saw a heartbreaking and very strange picture. There was a pile of dead people lying in the hall. Apparently they had been set on fire, because the smell of burning still hung in the air. Endo guessed that he was clearly expected on the lower level of the mansion. Between the tightly packed bookcases, a secret passage gaped open, clearly not promising anything good. The fact that the hidden door was open meant that there was only one conclusion to be drawn. Someone was clearly looking for a hidden test. Depending on the complexity of the test, they were divided into large-scale ones, those where the entire state is involved, and small-scale ones, those where small settlements like cities or villages are affected. It is logical to assume that small-scale tests are not that complicated, and therefore there is not much money to be made from them. But even among such tests, there are exceptions. Hidden tests. They only appear in hidden corners of small-scale testing. Their level of difficulty is significantly higher. They usually have nothing to do with the main challenge. The best part about these hidden challenges is that they can yield rare items. In other words, such tests can only be found by those who have information about the game. As he went further down the stairs, a surprising sight appeared before Endo again. Entering the room, the guy saw 5 people dressed in black hooded robes. One of the men pulled down his hood and said that they were just waiting for a representative of the Gold Guild. Farm. Endo-san obviously didn't like this statement at all. The boy lied, saying he'd never heard the strange name before. The man, smiling broadly, replied that he'd been mistaken, but all this seemed completely unimportant to him. The strange man added that he saw the boy's ability to pass this hidden test. Endo-san immediately replied that he had no intention of going through it for them. The man, in an unctuous voice, replied that he had misunderstood everything and that there was no need for such a thing. The test, as it turned out, had already been passed, and the man asked if Endo had come for the evolution box. Amazed that these strange fellows had already passed the test, Ray clutched his dagger tightly behind his back. Then the boy asked what would happen if he had come for this item after all. The man immediately simply threw the box towards Endo-san. The guy caught it deftly, but surprise still didn't leave his face. Smiling falsely, the man explained that as a sign of his gratitude he was giving the box to Ray. However, in return the guy will have to fulfill their small request. The man asked Ray to prevent other people from undergoing the full-scale test, and it didn't matter how he did it. Without losing his sly tone, the man added that if Ray was an experienced player, he would definitely know how to hinder others. Endo-san had absolutely no idea why he wanted to prevent them from completing the full-scale test. Out loud, the boy merely said he'd figured out who they were. Ray asked if they were the Dark Guild by any chance, adding that it seemed like they wanted to do the same thing that happened to Argentina. This horrific event occurred 2 weeks ago. One city in Argentina, Mendoza specifically, was completely destroyed because no one was able to undergo a full-scale test. But an even bigger problem arose a week ago. Shares of companies based in Mendoza were subject to massive short selling across the board. It was as if someone knew in advance that Mendoza would be wiped off the face of the earth. Endo said there was talk that the Dark Guild was to blame for everything. He added that they'd had enough of Argentina, and now they were turning their attention to Japan. The man responded, not so friendly, that the guy could continue to fantasize about the reasons for their proposal, but it would be better if he quickly answered whether he agreed or not. Without thinking, Endo-san refused this offer, which caused obvious bewilderment in his interlocutor. The guy added that no matter how tempting their offer might sound, if he had to choose which of them would destroy the city, it would be much more profitable for him to do it himself than to serve someone else. The man only replied that he was very sorry and immediately asked for the box to be returned. He then added that Ray would have to pay a small percentage for the time he held the box in his hands, and the interest for this little thing was Endo-san's life. The man also added that after their meeting, he had only 2 choices, either obediently cooperate or lose his life. He then pulled out an injector containing a strange purple liquid. In response to this, Endo-san took out his dagger, which he had been hiding behind his back all this time. The man said that in a normal situation, of course, nothing would have worked out for him. His face took on a wicked grin, and he said that the situation was completely different now that they had passed this secret test. Having stuck the needle into his neck and injected the liquid, he said that the boy would feel this power. The other robed men followed suit. The man concluded that the players' skills were useless against the Dark Guild's might. After the so-called procedure, all the injectors landed on the expensively tiled floor of the mansion. Writhing as if in terrible pain, everyone who took the drug began to instantly transform. At the end, their eye sockets lost their irises and pupils and gaped with a white glow, and everything around the eyes was framed as if by a purple mask. Endo-san kept his weapon at the ready, because what was happening in the room clearly did not bode well. Ray decided that it was doping. Although it affects physical performance, outwardly they remained generally the same as before. Looking at the box, the guy suddenly realized why the guys were standing rooted to the spot, and decided to play along with them. Smiling slyly, the man quietly pressed a button in his pocket. At that very moment, the box in Endo-san's hands, which turned out to be an explosive device, exploded. The entire Dark Guild instantly burst into loud and cheerful laughter. Thinking that it was all over, the man said that he didn't understand how anyone could fall for such a simple trick. Apparently, all these players were such simpletons. Knowledge of game mechanics didn't help them be less naive. All that was needed was to divert attention to a possible threat from us and blow up a small box. The man, clearly disingenuous, said he was sorry, but he countered by adding that they didn't need useless tools. However, when he approached the site of the explosion and the smoke began to clear, he found nothing but the box itself. What he saw clearly left him extremely perplexed, since he did not find the expected body anywhere. Behind him, meanwhile, the rest of his guild members fell defeated to the floor. Then the man realized what was going on, and without thinking, he released a column of flame from his hand, which immediately filled the room. However, only his own people suffered from their main ridge. San, who clearly did not understand why they were getting it from both strangers and their own. Despite the suffering of his own guild, Ring continued to fill the room with fire, declaring that he would burn Endo-san alive. Thinking that he had finally reached his enemy, the man discovered to his horror that he was just an illusion and nothing more. Ridge's guild members lying on the floor. Then, approaching from behind and holding his blade to the man's throat, Ray said he truly felt sorry for his friends. However, after this he said in cold blood, flashing his blade, that it was all over. Endo-san used the infamous soul capture, and the man found himself firmly chained. While in limbo, the man questioned Endo about how he managed to stay alive after the explosion, to which the guy replied that he was perfectly aware of the value of this box and would never in his life have believed that a man could give it away out of the kindness of his heart. Picking up the now safe box from the floor, Ray added that he had known from the very beginning that it was mined. However, Richie still couldn't understand one thing. If Endo knew that the box was booby-trapped, then why did he pick it up? The guy replied that the man clearly underestimated high-level players, because for them, such an explosion is like a breeze blowing in their face. Ray added that he would, however, take the money from his wallet for the damaged clothes. Endo-san began calling his guildmaster. The man, in turn, assumed the boy was trying to contact the police. But Ray quickly explained that he was calling about a much more important matter. Lumi happily picked up the phone and immediately asked with genuine interest whether Ray-san had completed the test. Endo-san asked the girl to look into the regions of Japan where stocks were being bought up with particular zeal. It was entirely possible that the Dark Guild was doing the same thing to their country as it had to Argentina. Ray concluded that they must prevent a repeat of the tragedy. Lumi obediently began searching for the necessary information. Already clearly out of breath, the man sarcastically called Endo-san a hero of justice, but he clearly didn't mean anything good by it. Endo-san didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about and what kind of justice he was talking about. Ray said he knew their guild was deliberately deflating the stock prices of a couple of local companies, selling them cheap. If Endo's guild bought them out and he passed the test, he could make a lot of money out of thin air. The suspended man, in turn, found the strength to be indignant, threatening Ray so that he would not dare to go to war against the Dark Guild. However, the guy replied that if there was a lot of money at stake, he would do it with great pleasure. Endo-san added that the Dark Guild could simply cooperate, but the man seemed clearly opposed to the idea. Ray asked Lumi over the phone if their re-education course, the one that would require a character with restoration, was ready. The girl replied that, in general, everything was already ready, but they had not yet conducted experiments and it was unknown how effective or humane such methods would be. Endo-san told the girl that he would soon deliver the test subjects to her, so she should get ready. Thanks to the item Evolution Box, the F-rank Mage's Soul Fragment was transformed into an E-rank Mage's Soul Fragment. Endo-san, following a tip from Lumi, arrived at the Museum of Modern Art. The guy asked the girl if this place was definitely the target of the Dark Guild. Lumi insisted the information was accurate, as Ridge-san and his staff had confessed to everything. Behind the girl's back, the less-than-humane interrogation was taking place. The Dark Guild members, hanging upside down, were clearly not happy with their fate. The girl also added that those being interrogated did not know how many enemies would be in the area, so she thought that Ray should not go there alone, but that was only his concern. Finally, Endo-san told his guildmaster to continue monitoring the stocks. A guy posted on social media that he was looking for a group to conquer. He announced the Museum of Modern Art as the meeting place. This guy stood on a hill, surrounded by a crowd of people, and chanted that the time had come for those who were going to take the museum test. It was the leader of the Humanity Protection Association, Takahisa. He shouted to the crowd that anyone interested in participating in the trial should come to him. Endo-san was surprised to realize that a whole crowd of people had gathered near the museum. Apparently, over 100. Takahisa continued to chant about the positive feelings that filled him with the knowledge of how many people had come to protect the city. Ray couldn't believe that so many people would take a test that wouldn't reward them. But on the other hand, a spy could easily blend in with that crowd. Endo-san scanned the crowd with a keen gaze, wondering if he should find a spy before everyone went inside. Takahisa announced the start of the test, adding that if participants encountered any difficulties, association staff would immediately assist them. Ray was struck by the lack of strategy and other such nonsense. It was stupid, but such freedom played into his hands. The guy guessed who exactly would end up being the spy, but he didn't yet know what would be the best thing to do with him. Of the 107 players who took part in the trial, All 106 participants turned out to be spies from the Dark Guild. The only exception from all these spies was Endo-san. Meanwhile, the participants calmly entered the museum where the test was to take place. Takahisa urged everyone to exercise caution. The players found themselves in a huge two-tiered hall, the walls of which were covered with paintings and surrounded by white statues. Endo-san gazed at one of the sculptures on display, a girl in a delicate flowing dress with wings spread out behind her back. Ray noted that it certainly looked rich. While Endo was pretending to be an art connoisseur, a most unfriendly-looking guy in a tracksuit was already approaching him from behind. Turning around, Endo-san discovered that the number of unfriendly boys had increased. Each of them held a spray can, aimed at Ray. Even without knowing what might happen next, just by looking at these guys, one could say with certainty that nothing good should be expected from them. When the button on the canisters was pressed, flames spread throughout the entire room, filling the entire space. The boys continued to roast our hero, as they thought, while he, jumping up and taking out his dagger, watched the action from above. A moment later, deftly wielding his weapon, the boy dealt a full blow to the guys who, for no apparent reason, decided to turn him into coal. Endo-san just laughed at them, saying that it was in vain that they blindly rushed into battle, spitting on the superiority of the opponent, acting like obedient and fearless dogs. Then the association members burst into the room, clearly not expecting such a heated argument during the test. They demanded an immediate explanation from everyone. Endo-san explained that he was suddenly attacked and had to defend himself. Takahisa said it was simply terrifying. The man, asking if Ray was hurt, flew up to him, but then it suddenly turned out that he was holding a knife in his hands, with which he clearly wanted to cut Endo's throat. Ray, without a drop of fear, simply took hold of the tip of the knife pointed at him. Takahisa realized that this action had left him immobilized. The man couldn't comprehend what kind of power the boy possessed that was capable of such a thing. With a slight movement of his hand, Endo-san threw the man to the other end of the hall, the floor of which was already littered with fallen people. The attacker's knife melted in Ray's hands. He said it was stupid to attack with a weapon that wasn't even a game item, since it couldn't even harm any player. Endo-san then addressed the survivors, saying that he had had enough of this farce because he knew that they were all connected to the Dark Guild. Takahisa replied that since the guy knew everything, it would be even easier. The boys then approached the man and asked him who this Dark Guild was. They were certain the order for this test had come from an environmental protection group. Takahisa replied that everything was absolutely correct, because the environmental protection group was, in fact, the Dark Guild's business partner. After this, the man suggested that Endo-san discuss everything calmly. Takahisa explained that their priority was not to kill the boy, but to protect the place, adding that he would not like to become enemies with him. The man also said that if Ray agreed to cooperate, he would arrange for the guy to be paid an allowance of 50 or even 100,000 yen. At this point, people standing nearby intervened in the conversation, considering it unfair that they were only promised 30,000, while some guy was promised 100. Endo's cards were starting to fall into place. Previously, he would have fallen for such a scam too. The guy said that he had to refuse such an offer. The man pretended to be very sorry that everything turned out this way, but then his face took on a rather angry look, and he said that in that case Endo would have to be finished off. Then Takahisa loudly announced that he had a special offer, the essence of which was that whoever took Ray's life now would receive an additional 100,000 yen. The entire crowd immediately rushed towards the guy, grabbing whatever they could, their weapons or the antique vases standing in the hall. With wild screams and animal grins on their faces, the guys were ready to tear Endo into small pieces for extra money. Meanwhile, the guy managed to find a couple of seconds to assess the scale of the unfolding tragedy. Using his power, Ray quickly rushed through all the attackers, preventing them from attacking him in the first place, and also quickly rendering them clearly unviable. Takahisa was already running towards Endo-san, shouting that the former head of the judo club should not be underestimated. Ray decided not to even use his strength on him and simply slammed his knee into the man's nose with all his might. Then, Endo-san finally used his favorite soul capture on the uncomprehending Takahisa, and he ended up firmly chained up. The man struggled, trying with all his might to escape from captivity, and Endo-san only indifferently slapped him. The man's zeal for freedom clearly didn't impress Ray. The boy looked at Takahisa with a disdainful gaze. The remaining boys in the room immediately surrendered, begging him not to kill them. Endo-san decided they must know something about the Dark Guild, and it would be a shame not to take advantage of it. Guildmaster's number, Ray said that he wouldn't kill them if they cooperated with him. Having reached Lumi, the guy gave her wonderful news that they would have a whole 100 new guildmates. The girl asked whether they, too, would have to undergo a re-education course. After all, she was worried that few in 100 would be able to withstand it. Ray replied that they were just rookies and there was no need to retrain them. But one head of the Humanity Defense Association definitely needed their training. At that moment, a sword with an intricately shaped handle appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a purple glow. He fell to the floor, the wave of his fall scattering people across the hall, accompanied by a bunch of black and purple lightning. Endo-san, who had never expected this, tried his best to stay on his feet and not lose his balance. Raising his head up, Ray discovered that there was a guy standing on the second tier of the hall. Endo-san was clearly expecting this mysterious stranger to appear. The guy covering his face with a mask asked Ray how long ago he noticed him. Endo-san replied that he'd noticed the guy from the moment he arrived. He then asked if all the players who had come were just extras. Ray said that among the weaklings who came, the guy really stood out, and no matter how hard he tried to hide his strength, everyone else simply paled in comparison to him. The guy just chuckled at how easy it was to spot him. And it wasn't surprising how quickly Ray figured it all out. Holding two glowing weapons in his hands, the boy deftly jumped from the balcony, asking Endo-san if he could withstand a fight against him. Endo was forced to engage the boy before he even reached the ground. Ray immediately blocked his opponent's double attack with his dagger. The boy attacked again and again, striking relentlessly. Ray had to think quickly to parry them. The intense battle between the two opponents caused a glowing purple ball, reminiscent of ball lightning, to appear in the air. The guy said that Ray was doing a good job of parrying his blows with just a dagger, noting that Endo had become much stronger than he was in the game. Endo was surprised that his opponent mentioned the game time, and taking the time to attack himself, Ray swung for one specific strike. Having slightly wounded his opponent, Endo-san easily cut through the mask on his face. Having hit the ground with a loud thud, the two halves remained lying on the tiles of the hall, separated from their owner. Ray immediately recognized his opponent. He said he never would have thought he'd run into someone he'd known playing with before the disaster. An old acquaintance of Endo's was clutching his face, damaged during a rather successful attempt to remove his mask. The guy's name was Yudo. Yudo said that he was immensely happy to meet his old acquaintance, and at the same time regretted that their meeting took place under such circumstances. The guy added that no matter what, he had to end Endo's life. Taking off his mask, Ray asked the guy if he had enough strength to end his life. Yudo silently activated his dual-blade combat skill and assumed a fighting stance. The guy ran at Endo, also activating super speed, saying that he was leaving him no choice. Ray was prepared for the attack of the guy running towards him, who was emitting purple lightning. However, the speed that Yudo developed did not allow his opponent to parry the blow, and the boy chopped his old friend on the shoulder. Already preparing for a counterattack, Endo admitted that the guy's skill was indeed good. At that very second, Endo-san activated his Soul Eye skill. The duration of the super speed, given the guy's level, will clearly be short-lived. Yudo tried to attack his opponent from behind, but Ray easily parried the blow, telling the guy that he was about to run out of steam. Endo parried another blow from the guy again and then pushed off from him with his foot, jumping up. The guy hit the floor hard, leaving a rather large dent in the floor underneath him. From such a strong blow to the back, the guy began coughing up scarlet liquid. Approaching the fallen man, Endo declared that while the boy was strong, his weapon was clearly inferior. He wouldn't end Ray's life with swords like those. Endo-san invoked soul capture by tightly chaining the boy. The guy, realizing that he couldn't move, didn't understand at all why this skill worked on him if it shouldn't work if there was no difference in levels. Endo-san immediately explained to Yuto that the difference in their levels was colossal. Ray clearly didn't mean the boy any harm. He told Yuto he was one of the best players he knew. Endo added that the guy didn't need the Dark Guild, and it would be better if he joined him, because with him, he could earn millions. In response, the guy only weakly replied that he couldn't do it. When Ray asked why he couldn't do it, the guy only replied that he couldn't say it either. Endo-san decided to increase the pressure on the guy and snapped his fingers to tighten the chains. The boy screamed as pain shot through his body. He shouted that he couldn't tell anyone because if he did, he'd be in trouble. Ray realized someone was standing over Yuto, and he was obviously afraid of them. Endo remembered another old acquaintance named Hisashi and asked him where he was now. Endo-san guessed that Hisashi was being held hostage. Judging by the boy's reaction, he was spot on. The guy just wearily squeezed out that it seemed like Ray could see right through him. Then Yuto added that Endo hadn't changed at all. Ray decided to let go of the boy, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Prophecy Online turned off potential players with its complexity. Casuals had a hard time surviving, especially when it came to dungeons. That's why it was important in this game to have strong comrades who shared your views on life. Such comrades for Rei were Yuto and his younger brother Hisashi. The bosses that Endo could easily take the lives of alone were always taken down by the three of them. But when the difference in the guys' levels became too striking, they stopped playing together, although Rei maintained contact in the game. Already sitting and talking calmly, Endo said that he certainly didn't expect to meet Yuto under such circumstances. Endo-san once again asked the guy where they were keeping his brother Hisashi. A dejected Yuto replied that he himself had no idea, since they wouldn't even let him see his brother. Then the boy fell to his knees and begged Rei to help him find where Hisashi was being held. He was sure to succeed, as he possessed the Soul Forger subclass. Endo-san did indeed have such a skill, but now they were not in a game, but in the real world. Approaching a painting hanging on the wall, Rei immediately wondered how much it would cost if he sold it. Out loud, he said that money was now the only thing that motivated him to work. To Yuto's great surprise, Rei said that the guy would have to pay the entire contents of his wallet for the job. Already dropping bitter tears on the floor, the boy prayed for Endo-san to save his brother. Here, apparently taking pity, Rei asked the guy if he had his brother's personal belongings, to which he immediately gave him Hisashi's cap. Endo-san activated the Soul Search skill. His target was Hisashi Maeda. The target wasn't detected because Hisashi had already departed this world. His brother froze with his mouth open at the news. He couldn't believe it was happening. The boys were both in shock. Tears of loss welled up in Yuto's eyes again. A certain raven took the life of poor Hisashi. Yuto clenched his fists just at the mention of that name. When Rei asked if Yuto knew who the man was, he replied that he knew that it was he who took his brother hostage and forced Yuto to work for the Dark Guild. The guy got really angry and swore to take Raven's life with his own hands. Yuto knelt down again and began to lament that if Rei needed money, he would earn as much as he wanted. He begged Endo to help him avenge the death of his beloved brother. Endo-san was also hurt by Hisashi's passing. He was like a younger brother to him. Raising his tear-stained eyes to Rei, Yuto suggested that they go together to bring justice to the murderer. Passing by the kneeling guy, Endo-san apologized and replied that he didn't have time for that, because money doesn't earn itself. And while the guy was trying in vain to stop Rei and still persuade him, he was already distracted by a certain notification that had come to him. It was Tsukino, who learned about Rei fighting in the museum's trial against the Dark Guild. She asked him how he'd agreed to it, thinking someone had paid him to do so. Looking at his phone, Endo couldn't figure out where the girl was getting all the information about him. Upon learning that this was the boy's personal initiative, Tsukino reported that the government was looking for people to destroy the Dark Guild base, and the reward for this was a whole billion. Seeing the amount of money being offered for a standard elimination order, Rei was clearly fired up by the idea. Yamagata reported that the government had personally requested assistance from the Wings of Creation, so information regarding this mission must be kept secret. Rei didn't understand why Tsukino was sharing information with him if it was supposed to remain confidential. He immediately received a reply from the girl that the boy was not a stranger to her. Tsukino also added that, although it was just a rumor, it was said that the guild headquarters held assets worth over 10 billion yen, and if the order was fulfilled, the government had promised to keep silent about the fact that anything was there. Peeling his phone away, Rei asked Yuto if Raven could be sitting at the Dark Guild headquarters right now. The guy replied that Raven was the head of the Japanese branch of the Dark Guild, and it was unlikely that he had ever left his abode. Endo smiled mysteriously and informed the dejected boy that his plans had changed and that he would help him avenge his brother. Guild Gold Farm takes on this order. Endo-san and Yuto walked slowly towards the building that housed the Dark Guild's base. Tsukino informed Rei that the local police had found the base and were already heading there. Endo merely asked if their base was on the 12th floor. Yamagata was shocked that Rei already knew about everything, even though they only received this information from the government. Endo-san replied that he had been conducting a personal investigation regarding the guild and was already heading there. Tsukino asked Endo, since she was going there anyway, to help the police. After all, if the Dark Guild fought back, they might not be able to cope. Rhea wondered what the price would be. The guy put forward a price of 1 million per person for ensuring the safety of the Dark Guild members, and also 1 million per person for ensuring the safety of the police. Yamagata replied that she would discuss Endo-san's terms with the government, but if they refused, the Wings of Creation would take on the cost of his services. Endo-san was completely satisfied with these conditions for doing his work. The guy looked up from his correspondence and told Yuto that the police were also heading to the Dark Guild base. Yuto, apparently, was incredibly happy about this fact and said that in that case they should hurry to them. Ray suggested the boy wait while he went there. The Dark Guild didn't yet know whether Yuto was alive or not. Endo wanted to hide this fact from them and catch them off guard. Yuto agreed to this plan without hesitation and told Ray that he would wait for him nearby. Finally, the guy asked Ray to be more careful, arguing that since the police had discovered the base, the guild could set traps throughout the building. Endo-san approached a tall glass building near which the passage, for some reason, was blocked by yellow tape. The guy tried to simply crawl under it, but he was stopped, told that due to a gas leak the entrance to the building was temporarily sealed. Endo immediately explained that the Wings of Creation had personally asked him to join the capture of the target. Surely he couldn't have gotten the wrong address. The man immediately apologized for his rude behavior and showed Ray where he needed to go. A fair number of suited men had already gathered around a long table in the tent, animatedly discussing something. A man interrupted them, announcing that a player from the Wings of Creation Guild had arrived. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, the serious older man said that they were of no use to this unprepared weakling and that they would deal with everything themselves. The man approached several fully equipped police officers standing nearby and added that he was connected with the people above, so his orders were absolute and that Ray should not dare interfere. The man gave the order to the crowd of police officers to attack, which they immediately began to do. Looking at this action, Endo-san said that he didn't think this was all a good idea. At that very moment, the upper floors of the building exploded, and the people standing below were showered with shrapnel. No one present expected such an outcome of events, and panic broke out all around due to the debris flying down. Ensan summoned the Soul Thread, intending to prevent the consequences of what had happened as much as possible. The guy wove a thread around the top of the building like a spider's web, catching the falling debris and tying it together. Those gathered could not believe their luck. They were saved. Endo-san decided that it would be necessary to save the police squad, led by their main man. Pushing off from the ground, Endo-san intended to reach the 12th floor where they were supposed to be. The boy landed safely where the window had recently been. Everything around was littered with debris. Looking around, Endo-san saw that all the police officers were lying on the floor, showing no signs of life. The boy approached the man, who was groaning in pain. The thought flashed through Ray's mind that he might be too late. He said that one person's life was worth 1,000,000 yen, and it would be a waste of money if someone died in the rubble. The guy twisted everyone with the soul thread into a glowing saving cocoon, and then he deftly lowered all the victims safe and sound to the ground, where everyone was already waiting for them and worrying about them. Saying that he had nothing more to do there, Endo-san crawled under the yellow tape again and hurried away, accompanied by thanks flying in his direction and surprised questions about who he was. Ray returned to Yuto, who was calmly eating ice cream while waiting for his friend. He was glad Endo turned around so quickly. The boy handed Ray a Tetra Pak of his favorite tea and asked how it went. Endo-san replied that the guild had managed to escape and they'd only wasted their time. Endo-san wondered if the Dark Guild might have another base. Yuto replied to his comrade that he only knew about the existence of this base, the items the guild had lent him, as well as his smartphone, the same day he met Endo-san. The guy said they could return to the museum challenge and at least take the phone. Ray replied that Yuto had done the right thing by getting rid of everything, and that there was no point in returning, as their location would then become known. Besides, Endo already knew what they were going to do. Endo-san said that it was difficult to engage in criminal business and organize a hideout when you were in the police's sights. This is especially difficult to do when there are cameras installed all over the city that can easily expose anyone. Therefore, it can be concluded that the guild could have chosen a location with a minimum of cameras and which is difficult to find. Yuto suggested that a low-level, low-reward dungeon would be ideal for this location. Endo replied that he was absolutely right and that he had already instructed his men to search for such a place. Yuto didn't understand what kind of people Endo-san had under his command. Endo-san explained that he was talking about his guild, Gold Farm, and that Yuto would, of course, be a part of it. He added that he should work hard and bring him millions. Yuto asked if he needed to call his army for backup. Endo-san replied that it wasn't necessary. The guy added that his people had completely different tasks and a tight schedule. Calling them in could disrupt it, which could reduce Endo's profits. Ray received information that only 36 dungeons had been identified in the past month where no one could enter. 7 of them were in the surrounding areas of Tokyo. The only closed dungeon with constantly respawning monsters is the Tower of Slaughter, located deep in the mountains of Chiba Prefecture. Geolocation was also added to all of the above. The Tower of Slaughter, with its respawning enemies, seemed like the perfect place for a base. Given the difficulty of the dungeon itself and the low level of enemies, there's no way to farm special items or items. It's a dungeon no one would even consider attempting, even considering its location. And just as Ray began to say that they would need something else for this sortie, Yuto had already replied that everything was ready. Because knowing that the journey ahead would be long, he had already taken care of everything. The guy showed Endo-san a big white Jeep, saying that this little one would easily survive mountain roads. Ray ordered him to drive faster and not worry about speeding tickets, as he would cover them. Yuto, in turn, replied that he hadn't forced his hand. Yuto pressed the gas pedal to the floor and the car immediately took off, not moving, but practically flying towards adventure. The boys were determined. This time, they wouldn't let the Dark Guild get away from them. The mountainous autumn landscape was enchanting in its beauty. Yellow leaves covered the rocky terrain like a fiery carpet. The navigator showed the boys a direct route through the mountainous landscape. There was no road beyond, but Endo told Yuto he would help with this problem. Ray put his mask back on and ordered Yuto to simply drive carefully and keep up his speed. The boy replied that there would definitely be no problem with that. Taking a sharp turn on a dangerous mountain serpentine, Yuto picked up speed and the white Jeep raced as fast as it could. The car knocked down the fence and flew over the cliff, as if it could drive through the air without any road at all. It seemed that the guys were about to smash the car into pieces, and not a single spot would be left of them. Endo-san, apparently, had already regretted 100 times what he had told Yuto, who was clearly in a rush, that he would help him with the off-road, apparently not realizing that there would literally be no road. As the car was flying straight down the cliff, it was suddenly surrounded by a protective field, preventing the car from turning into a pile of scrap metal. Endo-san, sitting in the passenger seat, was tense as a high-voltage line, unlike Yuto, who was happily engaged in extreme mountain driving with obvious enthusiasm. The car almost reached the ground, knocking down a couple of huge boulders and uprooting a couple of trees along the way. The only thing that worried the cheerful pilot of their so-called all-terrain vehicle was that they seemed to have a flat tire. Ray, however, was none too pleased with the turbulent ride, having asked them to drive more carefully. Yuto was clearly pleased with himself and said that, being at the foot of the mountain, the enemy would definitely not notice them. Despite Ray's obvious displeasure, Yuto declared that since he had such a machine at his disposal, he was obliged to use its capabilities to the maximum. They stopped in a small grove, beyond which their destination was visible nearby. Endo-san took out huge backpacks from the trunk, clearly hinting to Yuto that this burden was for both of them. The boy was upset that after driving he was forced to lug around heavy luggage. Yuto asked Endo what was in the backpacks. Ray replied that the bags contained weapons. After all, they were going to go up against an entire organization together, and they needed to have an arsenal on hand. The entrance to the Tower of Slaughter was, as expected, guarded by several clearly armed men. Yuto and Ray hid near the entrance among the tall trees so that the gate was clearly visible from their position. At the entrance stood 5 security guards in bulletproof vests, who were clearly suffering from idleness and boredom. Boredom had gotten to these men so much that they began to think that it wouldn't hurt if a couple of women came to them, but they clearly wouldn't agree to go to such a remote place. With the most obscene things in mind, the men reasoned that if some idiot showed up at their place, they could, in theory, do anything to him. One of the guards asked his colleague if he was so impatient, to which he replied that by everything, he meant taking the life of a lost soul. Our guys behind the trees agreed that the guards were some kind of scum. Yuto said he'd seen these people at the previous base, which meant their guess was correct. Endo-san, inquiring about the security situation here, suggested attacking the wayward ones right now. Yuto reasoned that the previous base had been disguised as an office rented in a multi-story building. This time, everything was completely different. All bridges leading to this dungeon were destroyed, and the dungeon itself was surrounded by a barrier. The only entrance was the main gate. That's why they stationed strong soldiers near the entrance, because by placing guards at the gates, one can be completely protected from intruders from the outside. Yuto added that there was no need to relax, because in addition to the guards at the gate, there could be others nearby. At the previous base, there was an entire covert unit of 30 people. When asked how strong they were, Yuto replied that they certainly couldn't compare to him and Ray, But there were three players in the Dark Guild who were equal to him in strength or even stronger. It was Jack, Kuroki, and Raven. They would be the hardest to deal with. Endo-san noted that three players of equal strength already ensured at least some fun. Yuto replied that he, as always, was extremely optimistic about things, and in that case, he would rely on Ray. Ray said it would be a shame if the trio escaped while they were fighting with the small fry. After all, there was a 1,000,000 yen bounty on each member of this guild, so they had to block the exit to avoid losing their profits. Yuto was surprised that Ray was there only for the money. He replied that there was no other way. Ray added that it wasn't just about the money. If the guys didn't block the exit, the criminals might escape. Like Raven, for example. Yuto gripped the strap of his backpack aggressively and declared that they needed to block the exit to prevent any creatures from getting through. Endo-san said that for extra security, they could seek help from the Wings of Creation. But if they wrote to Tsukino directly, there was a chance the guild might learn of their plans. This meant that it was also necessary to hold off the enemies until the Wings of Creation guild arrived. Yuto, with obvious anxiety in his voice, asked if they could handle all this together. Endo-san only chuckled at his doubts. Ray wrote to Tsukino about discovering the guild's second base, adding that it was urgent to send the strongest players who could assist in the blockade. Worried that even they might have a spy, he asked her to send only those she trusted as much as herself. Endo-san said that as soon as he sent the message, they would start and began the countdown. After counting from 5 to 1, Endo pressed the send button, which meant there was definitely no turning back. Taking two purple glowing blades in both hands, Yuto activated his super speed skill. Like a flash of purple lightning, the boy reached the gate from the cops in the blink of an eye. Yuto, blinding the men with a bright light, moved from one guard to another while they wondered about the strange sound that sounded near them. Using his blades, the guy quickly and effectively began to deal with the wayward guards. Having dispatched all the enemies, Yuto concluded that the backpack Ray had given him had only slowed his speed. He added that Endo-san shouldn't blame him for his slowness, as it wasn't his fault at all. Taking his backpack off his back and placing it on the ground, Endo-san announced that it was time to draw his weapon. Endo picked up the briefcase, opened it, and began spinning around. At that moment, a large number of smooth white pebbles poured out of the bag, evenly covering the ground around him. When the backpack's contents were empty and the entire area in front of the building was strewn with these strange-looking objects, Ray looked contentedly at the work he had done. All that remained was to wait for those inside the building to exit. This was inevitable, as there was a surveillance camera right by the exit, and everything happening outside had certainly already been recorded. A disgruntled crowd, armed with swords, poured out of the doors. They ran toward the boys, shouting that the intruders must be eliminated immediately. Endo-san said that his millions of yen were running straight into his hands, which meant it was time to make money. Then Ray activated Coin Explosion, and the boys watched as all the cavalry running towards them instantly flew into the air. Endo-san, as usual, remained perfectly calm. He merely said that he had assumed a weak explosion would kill everyone at once. Smoke filled the air. The warriors choked, coughed, and said they couldn't see anything around them. They assumed whoever had set the explosive traps could attack them right now. As he dealt with the enemies one by one, Endo-san told them that they had proven to be extremely resourceful. The battle was in full swing, and Ray, seeing that his partner was doing an excellent job, praised him for having already taken out 10 men, because one such warrior was worth 1,000,000. Apparently in high spirits, Yuto replied to Endo-san that he had just begun his work. Suddenly, one of the Dark Guild's men, with claws like wolverines, flew up from behind the unsuspecting Ray. Yuto rushed to save his comrade in arms and instantly decapitated the attacker. Yuto guessed that Endo-san noticed the enemy and simply stood there waiting for the guy to deal with him, for which he quickly presented him with a reprimand. Endo-san explained that he didn't want to put on a show for his enemies by revealing all his trump cards. Ray asked Yuto not to call him by his name, since there might not be a microphone on the camera, but they could easily read his lips, everything he said. Looking at the damage the boys had inflicted on their opponents, they concluded that they had already done enough. Endo-san, armed with a tool resembling a huge awl, intended to deprive the guild of visibility. The guy hit the camera hanging under the roof slope with all his might, knocking off a good portion of the tiles in the process. All this time, the guild members, led by their leader, carefully watched everything that was happening in front of the entrance. The head of the Japanese branch of the Dark Guild, Raven, looking at everything that was happening, apparently was not surprised that the guys still showed up to them. The leader's assistant reported that one of the attackers, Yuto Maeda, Mouse, was a traitor to their organization. They were unable to determine the identity of the second attacker. Another guild member reported that they were searching the second attacker's identity through the Japanese Adventurers Association database. However, so far, they have been unable to find any leads. Having learned that one of the boys was a mouse, Raven concluded that since he had betrayed them, he had learned of his brother's death. The leader concluded that Yuto and his brother were doing nothing but getting in the way. Raven remembered Hisashi running into his office one day and screaming at the top of his lungs about the next mission. Raven simply replied that the guy was clearly capable of handling the job without a doubt. A Dark Guild member, Hisashi Maeda, Yuta's younger brother, codenamed Rat, said that it wasn't the difficulty of the mission but what needed to be done. Hisashi believed this was complete nonsense and couldn't be true. Raven explained to the boy that his job was to eliminate the target and then receive a worthy reward, and there shouldn't be any problem. However, the client's goal was to destroy the wings of creation. Looking languidly out the window, the leader said indifferently that the idea of destroying the wings of creation was a funny joke. Hisashi believed it was impossible to hold a grudge against someone like that, and the only motive the guy came up with for this murder was to harm the wings of creation. Healers were valuable assets for every guild, and alone, they were weak. If a strong healer died, it would greatly harm the organization. Raven assured the boy he was making up all this nonsense. After all, the Dark Guild had no reason to kill healers from other guilds, as they had plenty of other things to do. Hisashi was sure that this was being done to prevent the tests from being passed. Currently, in Japan, only the Wings of Creation Guild is capable of undergoing further trials. Once this guild is eliminated, no one will be able to resist further chaos. For the Dark Guild, in Hisashi's opinion, it would be much more profitable if countries were unable to pass them. Raven replied that the guy was right, of course. But it would be much easier not to prevent the passing of the test, but to simply wipe the entire country off the face of the earth. Such a development would be possible if the Wings of Creation were to disappear. They must be eliminated before a new trial could arise. Raven concluded that none of this had any bearing on Hisashi. The leader declared that the boy's life would end right then and there and invoked the shadow binding ability. Wrapped as if by threads woven from the darkness itself, Hisashi hung from the ceiling, grinning as he begged the leader to take his life so that his brother would finally be free. The boy said his brother only worked for them because they took him hostage. If Raven killed him, Yuto would never obey them again. The leader asked the guy if he really thought he wouldn't find another lever to put pressure on the mouse. Hisashi was 100% sure that the Dark Guild would not be able to force his brother to obey them. Swinging his staff at the boy, Raven told the boy to think about why his brother was forbidden to communicate with him. Looking at Hisashi with a mad gaze and a predatory grin, the leader said that if the boy died, his brother would not even know about it. Raven swung his trident and pierced the boy through, pinning him to the Dark Guild flag hanging on the wall. Watching the boy's life drain away, the leader concluded that if Hisashi had minded his own business, he would have lived much longer. Currently, one of the Dark Guild members said that they should have simply cut off a couple of the guy's limbs, making him crippled. The mysterious guild member with the luxurious gray mustache was named Kuroki. He added that if that were the case, the boy would become his new toy. Raven explained that if he left the guy alive, the person who knew their plans, there could be a leak of information, and he couldn't allow that. Kuroki, of course, agreed with the leader. However, if their plans succeeded and Japan disappeared, he would be able to warm his bones at a luxury resort. The man was discussing going to the Maldives, Hawaii, or even Dubai. A boy sitting next to him at the table remarked that the old man had old-fashioned plans for his life. Dark Guild member Jack continued that lying around at a resort gets boring after just one day. But playing with tasteless pears is an activity suited to you. A conflict was already brewing at the table, and the old man jumped up from his seat, intending to teach the boy a lesson. Another man told the old man they could get a promotion. Destroy the country and a position at headquarters was guaranteed. Kuroki replied that he wasn't drawn to paperwork and that he'd rather be on the front lines. It was much more fun taking lives than sitting in a stuffy office. And constant movement was good for your health. Raven listened to the opinions of his guildmates and then asked how things were going with the violators. The assistant explained that they had sent soldiers to them, but it seemed they had defeated them all. Given the presence of the mouse, the small-time mercenaries wouldn't have been able to handle him. The leader told his assistant to tell the boss that they would deal with them themselves. Taking one of the axes from the wall, Raven told Kuroki and Jack to follow him. Kuroki was confident the two rats wouldn't do anything to them. But the leader said rodents shouldn't be taken lightly, as a cornered rat could gnaw through a cat's neck. The leader also remembered Endo and said that since they didn't know anything about him, they should get rid of him as quickly as possible, using the maximum of their strength. Raven handled his spear with precision and concluded that the boys had the opportunity to taste the edge of his weapon. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, the boys looked around carefully, assessing the damage they had inflicted on the Dark Guild. Yuto and Rei concluded that they had dealt with all the enemies. The boys were curious about the number of casualties. Regretting that they had not done the calculations, they decided that they had definitely put half. Therefore, there was still half left, which, just like the previous warriors, would help them earn money. Then Yuto heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he realized Raven himself had deigned to come out to them. The boy's face twisted at the sight of the latter. Endo, seeing that something was wrong with his friend, quickly inquired about the reason for his reaction, to which he received information about the unexpected guests. The leader of the Dark Guild carried himself very proudly, and his steps were clear and confident. The leader turned to Yuto, saying that since he had come this far, it meant he already knew the truth about his brother. The guy answered in the affirmative, adding that Raven would be punished for her disgusting act. Yuto tried to activate his super speed skills and attack the man. However, the super speed skill couldn't be activated in this situation. The skill's cooldown was 3.5 hours. Suddenly, the guy jumped up and hovered in the air for a moment, preparing to strike his opponent. Screaming like a madman, Yuto rushed towards his opponent with his blades at the ready to tear him to pieces. Endo-san thought he'd completely lost his mind. However, he still decided that today he could afford one reckless act. Suddenly, the space around was illuminated by the light of a blade that seemed to come out of nowhere. A seemingly very small boy, but clearly with strength not like a child, used the skill Wide Cut, throwing Yuto away from his main one. Yuto clung to the ground with his blades, trying to slow down and not fly too far, thereby creating a curtain of dust behind him. The enraged guy recognized another opponent and wanted to shout something not very polite at him. But, looking up, Yuto, to his misfortune, discovered that there were now not 2, but 3 people. And all of them, unfortunately, were painfully familiar to him. Jack laughed at Yuto, saying it was utter idiocy to have come all this way just to end his life. He then asked Kuroki if he was telling the truth. The old man, twirling the dagger in his hands, replied that it was rude to laugh at the guy, because such a fool could only be pitied, and risking one's life for the sake of an inanimate person was the height of stupidity. Yuto was clearly not happy with the fact that the leader had also taken Jack and Kuroki with him to this fight. Endo-san didn't understand whether these two were a hindrance. He suggested simply blowing them up with coins, but Yuto didn't answer his friend. Instead, he turned to Raven and asked why he had taken his brother's life. The leader replied that there was no particular reason for his actions. The rat had simply bitten its master's hand and paid for it. Yuto's indignation knew no bounds. He did not understand how it was possible to take a person's life because he simply did not want to obey. Raven, in turn, said that the nasty rodents needed to be gotten rid of. The leader asked Yuto if he was as dim-witted as his brother that he couldn't understand such an obvious rule. Gripping his weapon tighter, Yuto accused Raven of daring to drag his brother through the mud. Raven simply advised the boy to watch his surroundings carefully, lest he follow his brother. Yuto was already surrounded by the leader's thugs, ready to attack at any moment. Then Endo-san activated the soul-chopping strike and rushed to his friend's aid, scattering his opponents to the sides. Endo, standing near the enemies who were recovering, told Yuto to leave, adding that he would deal with them himself. The mouse turned to look at the leader of the Dark Guild, who was still standing behind him. Raven, calling the boy a fool, ordered him to prepare for his own death. They stood facing each other, fully prepared for battle. The leader asked the boy how he intended to take his life without his super speed. Raven used his staff to create an ice fortress between himself and the boy. Shivering from the cold that suddenly appeared along with the wall of ice, Yuto was amazed by the emergence of this monumental structure. Holding his weapon tightly in his hands, purple lightning bolts flying out of it every now and then, Yuto rose above the ice wall, telling the leader that he was underestimating him. Swinging and aiming, the boy called out the skill Thermal Blast, intending to melt the ice between him and Raven. The boy unleashed the full force of the blow on the ice fortress, causing it to instantly melt, significantly reducing the area covered by ice. Coming face to face with his enemy again, Yudo felt another wave of rage wash over him. Endo-san, who had been fighting with two other members of the criminal group the entire time, noticed what was happening to his friend and guild leader and realized that things were bad. Ray casually threw gold coins at the battle-engrossed boy and used a coin explosion. The battlefield began to look more like a minefield again, the blast wave throwing Yuto slightly to the side. Trying to stay on his feet and shielding himself from the dust and stones flying towards him, Yuto asked with extreme displeasure what Ray was doing. Not forgetting his battle, the boy casually replied that Yuto still owed him a thank you and asked the boy to see what he had saved him from. Right where Yuto had just stood, there was a huge block of ice reaching straight into the sky. Yuto, seeing the huge ice table, mentally thanked his friend because if it weren't for him, the guy would have ended up right under it. Endo-san reminded him that he actually charges $1 million for saving a life, notifying him so that after the mission Yuto wouldn't forget to pay him. Ray added that if he kicked the bucket, then he could forget about revenge. However, Endo told Yuto not to worry, as he would definitely lead him to victory. Here Raven turned to Ray, saying that he was seeing him for the first time, and not only had he gotten involved with the mouse, but it seemed that he had also interfered with their plans for the test in the European mansion and museum. The guy understood that the leader knew about Gold Farm, but has no idea of his true identity. Endo-san, smiling, replied again and again that he does this for one reason only, to earn money. The leader was clearly shocked to learn that this guy had decided to make an entire guild his enemy for the sake of money. Still simultaneously striking and conducting a dialogue, Endo-san replied that the boss was not mistaken in his statements, because in this world there is nothing more important than money. Ray informed the leader that there was $1 million bounty on his head. Furthermore, if Raven died, Yudo would work for him for free. Endo reminded that the leader killed Hisashi for the benefit of his guild, which means that now it is his turn to say goodbye to life for the sake of his money. Suddenly, Ray activated the skill Spiritual Limit Break. No one knew what exactly to expect after that. Yudo saw that Endo wanted to use the skill on him. This skill required quick reactions, and the boy had to answer whether he allowed it to be used on him. His eyes lit up and took on a color they hadn't had before. The boy, without hesitation, agreed. At that very moment, the Spiritual Limit Break skill was activated. Skill cooldowns were reduced to 0. Raven, apparently having difficulty understanding what was happening around him, simply stood and silently watched everything. For the duration of the skill, Yuto received protection from the player Ray. Seeing that everything worked as he wanted, Endo smiled and sent the boy back into battle with renewed vigor. Yuto immediately activated the super speed skill again and immediately went on the attack against Raven. The guy realized what strength and power he received from his comrade in arms, and having accepted this gift, he said that now he could definitely cope. Raven found the boy's statement impudent, as he was so confident in himself and his victory. Suddenly, one of the huge ice crystals flying out from the leader's staff almost seriously injured Yudo. Ice crystals of various sizes began to gradually fill the entire space around, every now and then trying to cut or pierce the guy. Looking at Yuto's attempts to fend off the attacks, the leader stated that the boy seemed to have forgotten that he knew his moves better. He noted that his speed and swordsmanship were truly impressive. However, the boy still had 3 weaknesses. The first of these weaknesses Raven noticed was that Yuto only fought at short range. The guy was incredibly angry that the swing of Raven's staff was competing with his own speed. As he prepared for another attack towards Yuto, the leader noticed a second weakness, which was his low attack power. The boy crossed his blades, preparing for a blow from the man, but the man seemed in no hurry to attack. Yuto gritted his teeth as he watched the leader carve sharp spikes out of the ice across the battlefield. Raven continued that, on top of everything else, the guy's skill was time-limited, and he just needed to survive the time it took to use the super speed skill, and then victory would be his. Even though Yuto knew he was no match for Raven, he still believed that he had a chance to win. The boy fended off attack after attack with lightning speed. But despite all his efforts, the leader claimed to read him like an open book. Yuto was no slouch either and knew Raven's main advantages. He also knew that he had only one skill, and one to be wary of. This skill was recoil. This skill increases the recoil of a blocked attack, allowing the user to attack with double the force. By transferring Ray's powers, Yuto's attack power is also increased, and therefore Raven's recoil is increased, so he must attack before he activates the skill. Raven couldn't figure out where such enormous power suddenly appeared in the guy. Deciding to keep his secrets hidden, Yudo kept silent about Endo's trick. After all, now, thanks to Rei's help, Yudo could calmly fight Raven on equal terms. Telling the guy not to get cocky, the leader used the skill Reverse Recoil. The force of the blow was astonishing. Yudo was wounded and couldn't stand firmly on his feet, no matter how hard he tried. Yudo, thrown back by the wave from the impact, left a rut on the ground behind him and hit the wall, leaving a web of cracks in his wake. Raven approached the exhausted boy, apparently pleased with himself. Then, from behind him, something flew toward Yuto. Raven immediately tried to step back to avoid being hit by this unidentified flying object. Into the wall above Yudo's head, going deep into a place that already had plenty of cracks. Raven's cheek under his eye in flight, which infuriated him greatly. And realizing that this was Rei's doing, he told him not to interfere and that he was next in line for reprisal. Looking towards the indignant man and his comrade in arms, Endo-san merely said that Yuto would clearly find what he had thrown him useful. With a sharp movement, Yuto pulled the knife out of the wall. Looking at this, Raven was seriously afraid of what fate might befall him. Gathering his last strength, the guy plunged the knife into his opponent's stomach. Yuto told Raven that since he knew his moves better than anyone else, he had to learn new tricks from Rei. Yuto pulled the knife out of the now completely exhausted leader of the Dark Guild, and he immediately fell face down on the ground. Looking at his fallen enemy, Yuto said he had avenged his brother. Perhaps that was the most he could do for him. Positive things about his younger brother started to pop into Yuto's head. Their time together and Hisashi himself filled Yuto's heart with warmth, but at the same time, also with bitterness. The effect of the spiritual limit break skill ended. The boy's physical strength returned to normal. Falling into the arms of his comrade in arms, Yuto let out a tired sigh, saying that he wanted to take the life of his enemy himself. Hugging the well-deserved winner, Rei replied that he hadn't really helped, since the guy had taken his enemy's life. Here the guy, having recovered a little from what had happened, looked up at Rei and asked what had happened to Jack and Kuroki. Rei explained that the two who came with Raiden were lying nearby. Just a few minutes ago, Rei stood and watched the battle between Yuto and Raven, because he had no choice but to take the position of observer. The boy and the old man disagreed with Rei's inaction. Turning around and seeing the pair, Endo-san was surprised they were still alive. Jack activated the skill Death Aura, raising a weapon resembling a strange Reaper scythe above his head. Rei knew for sure that this was a skill to create a space where the attack power would be increased. The boy then used the Wide Slash skill, directing its power towards Endo-san. Rei had to constantly dodge the attacks flying towards him, which the boy threw one after another. Kuroki summoned the skill Breakthrough Charge and sent his sword flying towards Rei like an arrow. The old man expected that Endo-san would definitely not be able to dodge such an attack without a point of support. Jack was flying up from the other side, ready to strike again. Rei prepared to parry both attacks. Kuroka's sword was cut in half by the guy, and Jack was seriously injured. Endo-san counterattacked and held a knife to Kuroki's throat, telling him that only an idiot would part with his weapon during a fight. At the moment, Yuto, despite the pain from his injuries, was bursting with laughter, realizing that Rei had literally instantly dispatched his opponents. Endo merely replied that it was no one's fault that there was such a huge difference in strength between them. Still laughing, Yuto said he didn't think he could help Rei anymore because he couldn't move. Rei told him to sit still and make the money himself. But suddenly, a man with a huge pickaxe on his shoulder appeared behind the boys and told them that there would be no rest for them. The man said he never thought Mouse could defeat Raven. But still, the boys were already barely able to stand. Rei sadly noted that it seemed like the reinforcements from the Dark Guild had arrived faster than the Wings of Creation. Endo-san announced that each person was worth 1 million yen, and there were about 20 enemies. Getting into a fighting stance, Rei noted that this was not a dungeon but some kind of gold mine. Endo-san addressed the defeated man, saying that they might look menacing, but in reality, they were anything but. Although it didn't matter, since Rei would still get his money. Endo-san sat thoughtfully on his haunches as several large vehicles drove through the gate behind him. The huge black jeeps had a golden Wings of Creation emblem on the hood. Endo-san noticed the guild approaching and realized that the disguise could now be removed. The guildmaster of the Wings of Creation, Yamagata Tsukino, emerged from the car. She praised Rei for his excellent work. The girl realized that it took just the two of them to block the Dark Guild's escape route. Rei replied that it hadn't been particularly difficult. Yamagata asked Endo where the other guy was. Rei pointed at Yuto, who was lying off to the side. Yuto said they'd somehow managed to hold out. The girl remarked that, judging by everything, the battle had clearly been difficult. Yamagata announced that from now on, the Wings of Creation Guild will also be assisting in the blockade. One of the guild members didn't understand the point of all this blockade. If all the bad guys were inside, all they had to do was go in and beat them up. Another man completely agreed with this statement, saying that the guild's strongest fighters had come here, and together they were a force to be reckoned with. But Tsukino flatly rejected the idea. Yamagata explained that Rei was in command of this operation, and therefore disobeying his orders would be severely punished. Another guild member named Hoshino Iori tried to calm the discussion by saying that they needed to listen carefully to their guildmaster. The bald man asked the girl not to get involved in this matter, to which the girl immediately turned on the feminist and showed the man his place. Endo-san explained that their enemy's strength lay in his numbers, and they could not act recklessly. The guy added that if anyone had any objections, they should speak up. Rei had no intention of collaborating with anyone who didn't like his ideas. He also added that he wasn't responsible for their lives. The guys who proposed taking the guild by storm asked for a show of hands for those who agreed with their plan. However, they were disappointed to find that their idea was rejected by absolutely everyone present. The guy in the cap approached the guild leader, hoping that at least she would agree, but the girl immediately refused outright. Endo-san assigned Yuto to keep an eye on these two entertainers. It was ordered that all prisoners be sent to the guild branch, which was carried out at that very moment. The blockade, more like a feast celebrating victory over the Dark Guild, was in full swing. The tables were laden with delicious food. Conversations among the people around were relaxed and calm. 3 hours had already passed since the arrival of the Wings of Creation, and the guys from the Dark Guild were in no hurry to leave. Endo-san guessed that the Dark Guild must have found out that reinforcements were supposed to arrive for the boys. This fight was a test of endurance. The Dark Guild couldn't sit in the building for long because eventually they'd run out. All they could do was wait. Yuto noted that it wouldn't be that difficult. After all, they had delicious grilled meat purchased by the Wings of Creation Guild. Yamagata noted that the siege cannot be survived without good food and pleasant company. They can wait as long as they like, provided they have comfortable conditions. Yamagata looked up suspiciously and said that the barbecue was coming to an end, as two suspicious men were approaching them. The bald man from the guild noted that since there were only 2 of them, it meant they were going on reconnaissance, not to battle. Rei, munching on shashlik, remarked that when it came to players, quality was more important than quantity. 2 strong fighters would cause more problems than 100 weaklings. Endo-san asked Yuto if he had any ideas about who the Dark Guild might have sent. Yuto replied that he had a couple of guesses. Yuto said that there were people in the Dark Guild who were much stronger than Raven, one of whom had the code name Beta. There were also Gamma and Alpha, but Yuto only knew their code names. Endo-san showed the video that the reconnaissance team sent, asking the guy if he knew the 2 of them. Yuto replied that it was the first time he had seen them, but given the Dark Guild's position, it could very well be Beta and Gamma. It became clear to Endo-san that there was only one strong player left in the castle, and the other 2 were currently trying to capture their group. Yamagata, in turn, suggested that, since that was the case, they should split up to better conduct the battle. The girl decided to take on the remaining player herself, and suggested that Rhea take on the second, leaving the others to take on the last one. Endo wasn't opposed to this plan. Yuto warned everyone to be on guard. The only one of the 3 he'd met was Alpha, and he was the only player he'd found creepy, even though he'd seen a lot of them. Rei, looking the girl straight in the eye, asked if the pay would be doubled, given the enemy's strength. The girl immediately told him not to even dream of it. Endo said it was boring, and by that logic, he could just keep beating up weaklings instead of all this. Endo-san instructed Yuko to remain in place and assume leadership over the remaining guild members. Yamagata's team stood fully armed and ready for anything. Their eyes were determined. Their weapons were ready for battle. Suddenly, a huge flock of crows flew over the people's heads, cawing loudly, causing horror in those around them. Yamagata immediately ordered everyone to retreat immediately, as what was happening did not bode well. A huge glowing ball appeared in front of the guild, shimmering in various shades of red and pink. An unimaginable force instantly scattered the teams across the area, leaving them with terrible injuries. The ball emitted a beam of light that destroyed everything that fell under it for many meters ahead. Panic immediately set in. No one understood what this destructive force was. The commanders-in-chief dispatched healers to those who had suffered greatly. On the bridge on the way to the Dark Guild's hideout stood 2 guys who had previously been spotted by the reconnaissance group. One of the guys with flaming daggers noted with disappointment that everyone present was still alive, to which the second guy suggested hitting them again. The guild, ready for battle, responded that they would not fall for this a second time and would fight two opponents at once. Yamagata said that this wouldn't work and launched a hellish vortex towards the boys. The attacking guys were surrounded by flames, preventing them from doing anything or even moving from their place. Yamagata confidently stated that she could definitely handle these two. From somewhere on the roof, a voice suddenly came, angrily declaring that making noise in someone else's house, especially at night, was the height of bad manners. A guy with an alpha tattoo on his face and angry red eyes lay on the roof. He added that the guild was preventing him from admiring the moon. The entire area around was engulfed in flames that rose high into the sky, illuminating the space with an orange light. Yamagata stood at the foot of the flame and offered to speak to the attacking boys in the language of power. A fair-haired guy with a machete in his hands and the most evil grin in the world rushed at Tsukino-san. He swung his machete, but the girl's katana easily parried the blows he dealt. In the heat of battle, the boy recognized the girl as the guild master of the Wings of Creation and noted that she was good. Meanwhile, Yori-chan was engaged in a brutal fight with the second boy, who had previously launched the wrecking ball. Her active participation in the fight amazed Yamagata. The second guy also decided to compliment the second girl, amazed that they still had strong women in the guild. The girls took on one of the guys at a time, not knowing how to respond to the kindness of such a contingent in such a situation. The fair-haired man addressed Tsukino, saying that if it weren't for the second girl, she would have lost her head. He then asked if all the 10 excellent were such weaklings. In his opinion, when it comes to monsters, they are great, but they lack experience in real combat. Yamagata said that the 10 excellents should not be underestimated and that she had plenty of experience in real combat. The guy, with a feral grin on his face, replied that she had misunderstood him and that he was not talking about his experience in fighting monsters, but about fighting people. The guy activated a skill, the name and purpose of which were not announced, and, accordingly, it was unclear what to expect from it. The guy released some kind of glowing gunk from his mouth and threw it straight at the leader of the Wings of Creation. The enemy hit the girl right in the shoulder and she screamed, either from pain or from surprise. The girl could no longer stand and dropped to one knee, experiencing very strange sensations. Yamagata couldn't understand why everything was starting to blur. Tsukino had been given the fatal poisoning status effect. The guild's healers, seeing what had happened, gripped their staffs tighter, ready to rush to the rescue of their beloved leader at any moment. All the healers immediately used the mass healing skill, trying their best to help the girl. Despite the application, Yamagata's healing only became worse and worse. The healers realized with horror that nothing worked, and all attempts to help were simply useless. The guy just laughed looking at all this and explained that there were no healers who could cure the girl from his poison. Everything became crystal clear to Yamagata. She decided to simply end the boy's life before the poison spread through her body. The guy just laughed and began to calmly skirt around the flame that Yamagata released. The boy noted that such vicious attacks would only work against monsters. He thought there was no point in attacking if she couldn't hit him. The guy flew very close and the girl had a chance to blame this smart guy for everything. Yamagata summoned a hellish vortex, and the boy repeated what he had already said before. And while the guy was tearing himself apart, talking about the senselessness of the girl's attacks, a man with a huge hammer approached the guy from behind. The man swung and slammed the boy into the ground with all his might. The destruction hammer skill was used on him. Having escaped from under the rubble, the guy was seriously angry at whoever did it, because they shot him right in the arm. And then suddenly the guy started to be bombarded with a variety of attacks from all sides. Ram strike, accurate arrow, circular whirlwind. The guy didn't have a single chance after that. The boy thought that if he tried to escape the hurricane of attacks, he'd save his own skin. Like missiles, all the blows rained down on him from above, leaving him no chance of escape. Area of effect skills are only effective against weak and inexperienced targets. A fire-based magical attack can disorient an enemy, but they can also deflect it. In such a situation, one must use the numerical advantage to drive the enemy into a corner. Yamagata, having finished her explanation, added that she wasn't that stupid. To not prepare, and then collapse to the ground, exhausted. Due to the fact that player Cho Fei-long has left this mortal world, the fatal poisoning status will be removed. The guild members ran up to the leader. They were happy that her strategy of blinding the enemy with a fiery blast had worked. Yamagata merely replied that their training hadn't been for nothing. Tsukino added that the power of the wings of creation lies not in one person, but in unity. This is exactly what the girl wants to strive for in the future as a guildmaster. However, the battle was still raging nearby. Yuto was fighting the second of the boys. The guy thought that Yuto, of course, betrayed their guild, but he turned out to be much weaker than him. But the problem that the guy was losing was not in Yuto, but in Hiroshi Ayori. Her weapon was a dagger, and her possible class was Elite Thief. She lived in the city of Musano, was 28 years old, single, and a former member of a theater troupe. Her physical abilities were on par with those of a normal human. Although she is one of Yamagata Tsukino's close aides, she hasn't distinguished herself in combat. All this information was obtained by agents, but they could be mistaken, since the guy couldn't even hit it. As soon as the guy attacks her, Yuto starts breathing down his neck, and they attack him simultaneously. The agents didn't tell the guy she was so good at fighting. The assault blade skill was activated. All three, including Yuto, Iori, and the guy with the fiery daggers, circled each other like a circle dance. The guy thought that all he had to do was shorten the distance and he would be able to start winning. But suddenly, he was surrounded by golden threads. The agents hadn't reported the girl possessing such a skill, but it belongs to Rei Endo. How could this have happened? The girl summoned Soul Thread, Lesser Flame, and wrapped the guy in glowing threads like a cocoon. Screaming in wild pain, the boy died, completely unable to understand how this could have happened to him. Suddenly, some guy approached the girl and remarked that she had done a great job, addressing her for some reason as Rei-san. Everything worked out thanks to Iori, who was now in Rei's body, and he was in hers. Most of the guild was simply shocked to the point of horror by this turn of events. Endo-san used the skill Visual Exchange to return everything to its place. For a moment, Rei and Iori's faces were half their own and half transformed. Everything was illuminated by a blue glow, enclosing the boys in a bright ball of light. The light was so bright that everyone standing around had to cover their eyes. Iori said that all of this made her very nervous, since pretending to be Rei-san was extremely difficult. The guild members still couldn't quite figure out what had just happened. Iori explained that she had used her Visual Exchange skill to swap bodies with Rei. Since the Wings of Creation specialized in clearing dungeons, she decided they should leave the battles with humans to Endo, who was clearly more skilled at it. Endo stated that it was Tsukino and Iori's idea, adding that it turned out even better than he expected, even though he wasn't an expert in fighting people. Getting into a fighting stance, Rei reminded that now there was only one main enemy left. Endo-san suggested that the guy on the roof should come down to them, since it was too late to look down on them. The guy told Rei that he was too daring and self-confident. Then Alpha added that no matter how many weaklings they gathered to defeat him, he would still turn this place into a large burial ground. A moment later, the guy jumped off the roof like lightning, leaving only destruction in his wake. Endo-san had already taken a fighting stance, ready to fight this guy, whoever he was. Meanwhile, he ordered Yamagata and Yuto to grab the men and evacuate to a safe location immediately. All the boys immediately did so. Endo noticed that the guy's weapon was emitting a red light. He assumed that Alpha probably had some pretty dangerous skills. The guy immediately swung and threw his blade straight at Endo-san. In flight, the weapon multiplied, turning into several blades, flying with the intention of not leaving Rei alive. The guy screamed at Endo that he would never let him escape. The flying blades resembled shooting stars, purposefully pursuing Rei, who struggled to avoid them. Endo-san skillfully dodged Alpha's attacks, remaining unharmed. Rei drew a glowing protective circle around himself with his dagger. The multitude of blades flying at him seemed to become ghosts, acquiring ghostly hands holding their handles. Then the hands began to dissolve into thin air, as if melting, becoming more and more indistinct with each passing second. The blades, in turn, began to be attracted to their owner, leaving Rei alone. Alpha was delighted that Endo blocked his skill on the first try. But it wasn't surprising to him at all, since Rei had completed the Trial of the Earth alone. Yamagata stopped understanding what was going on and asked Endo what kind of hands those were. Berserker Spirit. Soul of the Invisible Hand is a skill in which the clone's hand attacks the enemy. Endo stated that Alpha's skills required a lot of stamina and added that they should cover the enemy healers so they wouldn't see their faces. Tsukino ordered those who could perform ranged attacks to focus on the castle. Alpha said that all their hopes of fighting to the point of exhaustion just to win were absolutely useless. Alpha attacked again and again, and Endo decided that he was clearly not giving him any chance to retreat. The Berserker Spirit is the strongest class at low levels. At this level, The number of attacks can vary greatly. Alpha found the whole thing quite amusing. He asked Endo if he was going to do anything or just run away. Yamagata shouted to Rei that he was clearly being pushed back by such force and speed. However, Yudo asked her to pay attention to what was happening and look more closely. To say that Endo was being pushed back was a bit of a misnomer, as he was only blocking attacks that could have resulted in death. Endo understood that the spiritual berserker skill consumed stamina simply by continuing to fight. But if he weakened his attack, he wouldn't be able to block the attacks. It was unclear what Alpha was planning next. A trick was to be expected. Alpha shouted that he was getting fed up with all this and swung his blade at Endo-san. The blades multiplied again, lining up one behind the other, once again posing a huge threat to Rei. Alpha swung again and shouted that it was time for him and Endo to sort this out. Alpha activated the Spirit Reboot skill, and all the blades hung in the air with their hilts down. Looking at all this, Rei noted that it was all too boring and uninteresting. At that moment, all the blades were scattered around and broken into pieces, and a blue glow emanated from Endo, which could mean that something was about to happen. Suddenly, a huge, glowing blue snake-like dragon appeared and came to the aid of our hero. Both Alpha and all the guild members were extremely surprised by the appearance of this beast. Endo turned to the dragon, who was the servant of the soul, and said that he should be happy because there was plenty of food for him here. Alpha just snorted and asked dismissively what a simple snake could do. Endo rode the dragon like a seasoned rider, as if he had been doing this his whole life. Here the healers set to work using a variety of skills: restoration of damage, basic healing, and advanced healing. The healers reported that the restoration would not be able to withstand that much because the resistance was too great. Alpha only laughed at their attempts to do anything, saying that they could not defeat the power of the berserker spirit. He told Endo not to even think that he could compete with him, since the newbie didn't have a main job. Tsukino supported the healers with all her might to ensure that Rei-san's health did not decline. Suddenly, Alpha's face changed to one of obvious incomprehension. There were already several snakes, matching the number of blades Alpha had, and she clearly had no intention of letting him win. Alpha was clearly shocked as the beast grew in size and loomed menacingly over the boy. Referring to Alpha as food for the snake, Endo added that the boy had caused him so much trouble that it would be strange if the beast had not grown in size. Huge snakes, circling around, destroyed the enemy's blades one after another. Gently stroking the snake's snout, Endo announced sadly that it looked like all the food was gone. But, watching Alpha release new tendrils from himself, he told the snake not to be upset. Rei pointed the reptile towards Alpha, informing him that there was still some fresh main course left. Meanwhile, Alpha was deeply indignant at what was happening. Endo, standing on the head of the reptile, which was sticking out its tongue menacingly, approached Alpha, who was already ready for some good old-fashioned blade throwing. Both the snake and Endo-san looked calmly and with contempt at Alpha, who, meanwhile, was unable to stand still due to the emotions that were bursting at him. Alpha was infuriated that Endo-san dared to call him food. The guy swung his blade, saying that Rei should feel sorry for such words, and that he would send him to the next world for such ignorance. Alpha summoned the skill Spirit Territory and began to get rid of the snakes en masse, cutting them into pieces. While Alpha grinned, clearly pleased with himself, Endo's face went from calm to more serious. Still standing on his snake's head, Endo assumed a fighting stance with his dagger at the ready, foreshadowing that he would have to fight off a whole bunch of daggers again. Alpha has triggered a skill that increases the number of weapons and their power in exchange for reducing the distance. But this fighting style consumes too much health, and Alpha will not be able to use it long enough to defeat the snake. Endo realized that his target would likely be someone else in this case. Multicolored sparks swirled around the snake, and a spear flew at high speed from above. Yudo suddenly flew up and helped Endo fight off the attack, allowing both him and the snake to survive. Yudo's eyes were full of determination, and his gaze turned to the two men standing among the guild members. When the two realized that they were the ones being looked at, they first became embarrassed, and then tried to get into a fighting stance. Yudo rushed after the fleeing man and boy, saying that they had finally shown their true colors and that they would be punished for their actions. Having caught up with the fleeing ones, he beat the attackers with all his might with his glowing blades, causing them severe pain. The traitors suffered and screamed. Apparently, they did not expect their plan to fail, and, accordingly, did not expect reprisals for it. Taking advantage of Endo-san's distraction, Alpha swung and prepared to strike him from behind. But Alpha only managed to swing his weapon over Rei's head as he quickly dodged the attack. And then, turning only half a turn, Endo thrust his dagger straight into his opponent's chest. Falling to the ground and looking at a bunch of snakes led by the main snake with Ray on its head, Alpha did not understand how he could lose so stupidly. Lying on the ground, Alpha no longer seemed like such a dangerous opponent. He turned into an ordinary defeated guy. He asked Endo how he was able to block his attack, since in his opinion, it was a perfect surprise attack. Endo-san said that there is no such thing as a surprise attack. Ray-san added that he realized from the very beginning that these two were spies and ordered them to be watched. Alpha insisted that Endo wouldn't be able to live a normal life after making such enemies. The full moon rose behind Ray, illuminating everything around him with its light. He told Alpha that most of the Dark Guild's main forces had been destroyed, and now it was time to collect the rewards. Later, many people and vehicles, including trucks, arrived at the site of the final battle. The Dark Guild members sat tied up on the ground with a note indicating how many people had been captured and how much money would be paid in total for it. Enormous boxes filled to the brim with gold and various gold ornaments were taken out of the castle. Gold Guild's trucks under Endo-san's direction. Farm. Kuki informed Ray that the download was complete, to which the leader praised them for a job well done. Endo told Yamagata that his guild had done everything it wanted, and the girls' guild could do whatever they wanted with what was left of the castle. The girl was surprised that there could still be anything left inside. The guy showed Tsukino a strange little bag with contents of unknown origin and added that it was the only one left, but the girl didn't need it. Already in the Gold Guild office farm, the guild master informed Endo that the generous reward for the work had been transferred. The girl added that a message had arrived that a government assistant would be assigned to Ray-san. This news didn't please Endo, who replied that he wouldn't tolerate government surveillance. She was certain he'd respond in kind. They approached a huge wooden box filled to the brim with gold, and Lumi wondered how to exchange all this earned loot. Kuki suggested they could hand it over to a gold shop, though that might not work. Considering the difficulty of explaining the origin of such a large quantity of gold, it was the property of a criminal organization. Suddenly, a female voice was heard behind them, looking for Endo-san. Endo-san coldly asked the girl who had arrived who she actually was. Smiling, she replied that she was surprised that Ray didn't recognize her, and explained that they met during the Player Association rank certification exam. After apologizing, Endo explained that he didn't remember anything that didn't bring him money. The girl asked me to remember her this time. She introduced herself as Sakuma, Misa. After Misa-san introduced herself, Lumi immediately remembered her, as she was registering for the rank exam. Endo simply asked Misa if she would be earning him money. Standing opposite the girl and looking her straight in the eye, Endo said that he had imagined her as completely different. The girl agreed. She explained to Endo-san that she had been sent by the Japanese government as his assistant. In other words, she was an unpaid assistant who would work hard and save on labor costs. Endo, pointing to the guys standing behind him, replied that he was doing just fine with his workforce and had plenty of people who worked for free. The girl began to plead with Ray, saying she would do anything. Then she added that she had something else to offer. Misa's last sentence. The young woman explained that she could take on any job, from cleaning an office to parking cars. She was also willing to handle the exchange of assets that could not be made public. The girl continued that she could get involved in acquiring explosives and weapons and even concealing illegal activities. She was ready to do whatever she could to help. After what the girl had mentioned, Endo-san began to think that maybe government cooperation wasn't so bad. Endo decided to ask the girl what she would do if he told her to exchange gold bars without revealing their origin. Misa replied that she would ask customs to declare it as seized contraband and sell it. Then she would secretly hand it over to Ray-san, and if they present it as a commission award from the Players Association, it won't seem too suspicious. The girl asked if the ingots had been found in the Togigi Mountains and suggested they try working on them. Despite what the girl had said, Endo-san merely coldly concluded that he still didn't trust her. This made her hesitate for a moment. After Ray's statement, the girl offered to transfer 5 billion yen upfront. The actual value of the gold bars, of course, would be higher. Misa said she would transfer the difference later. Endo couldn't believe the girl could actually do it. She replied that she could provide the money herself, it would just take 10 minutes. Endo-san set the timer for 10 minutes and said that he intended to check whether the girl really was not making empty promises. Misa smiled, got ready, and went off somewhere, saying goodbye that she understood Ray. After the appointed 10 minutes had passed, Lumi reported that 5 billion had been transferred to their account from a certain association player. At that very second, Misa returned to the guild office. The girl smiled broadly and asked Ray if he believed her now. Settling more comfortably into a chair nearby, the girl said that she thought she could be very useful. Endo instructed Misa to send him a detailed report on the work done. The girl, picking up her tablet with the report, reported that the gold from Togigi had been exchanged. The difference, nearly 1.5 billion yen, was transferred. Misa handed Endo the appraisal report. Taking the report in hand, Endo-san nevertheless admitted that the girl had proven extremely useful. Ray then handed the tablet to Lumi and Misa before officially accepting her into gold. Farm, he still decided to ask one question. Endo-san asked the girl what the true purpose of the government was. And, since everything was soon going to become obvious, the girl decided to answer as honestly as possible. The government's task is to prevent recruitment from other countries. Countries around the world are engaged in a fierce competition for talented players. Endo understood what she was saying. However, he wanted to be clear and explained that if he couldn't earn money here, he would leave for another country. And it was in the girl's best interest to ensure that he could earn as much as possible. The girl was ready to work hard to increase Ray's budget in this country because it was also in her interests. Lumi landed a huge stack of paper on Misa-san's desk with a loud thud. The girl explained that Misa would need to process all these documents. At first, Misa was a little shocked by the amount of work involved. Lumi also added that they would need to select a mission for the 3rd week of this month. Misa promised to carefully complete all tasks. While observing the girls, one of the guild members noticed that Lumi-san was a bit demanding when it came to work. Endo agreed, which is why he made her guildmaster. Endo-san quietly approached Misa, who was diligently working at the computer, and asked how the girl was doing. The girl replied that she had checked the mission database, but not a single new one had been added in the last 4 days. Misa added that there are usually some hesitations in the conduct of a mission, but it was strange that there were none at all. Judging by Endo-san's puzzled expression, one could tell that this state of affairs was indeed strange. Endo-san instructed the girl to quickly confirm this information with the government, and for now, to put all other matters on hold. The girl opened the drawer of her desk, where among various office supplies lay a bright magic wand with a heart-shaped tip. Raising her wand high above her head, she activated the skill Remote Telepathy. Straight from the office, a bright beam of light struck high into the sky, illuminating everything around. The girl's eyes turned yellow and glowed brightly, and glowing balls gathered around her, circling above her head. The girl reported to Endo-san that the Players Association, the Geospatial Information Authority, and the cabinet had responded. Indeed, there hadn't been a single new mission in Japan for the past 4 days. Even the Earth observation satellite, Rikuji-4, confirmed the absence of new missions or dungeons. Misa added that, according to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the same thing is happening in other countries. Endo-san was sure that something like this happened before the advent of some new grand mission. Endo-san instructed the girl to prioritize applications for all currently available high-reward missions. It looked like they probably wouldn't see any regular missions for a while. Soon, a new mission began. It was a massive test, the Waterfall Challenge. This challenge became the main event. It had a time limit of 90 days. The objective was to defeat a boss within the allotted time. The mission's target area was all of Asia. Failure would result in the destruction of the entire mission area. Looking at the information they received about the test, Lumi-san asked Endo-san what their next plan would be, since they still had smaller missions ongoing. Rei-san said that for now they would continue to carry out smaller tasks that had already been decided upon. Waterfall art spanned all of Asia, and with so many countries involved, organizing the awards and sponsors would take a significant amount of time. Until the rewards were increased, Rei planned to leave things as is. Furthermore, such large-scale missions typically take place simultaneously around the world, and depending on the reward amount, they might abandon Asia and focus on other areas. Lumi couldn't understand how anyone could abandon Asia. It would lead to Japan's destruction. She asked Endo-san if he would really allow that to happen. Endo-san, as always, answered that everything depended only on the amount of money that would be given as a reward. Rei-san then instructed Misa to begin preparing to accept contracts for this massive challenge. They would compete against guilds from all over the world. He also instructed the girl to begin selecting potential partners, as she believed numbers alone wouldn't be enough. Wings of Creation would be a good option, but there might be cheaper guilds willing to cooperate. A week later, at the Gold Guild office farm, Misa approached Endo-san and informed him that the details of the mission contract had been released. The reward for the test was $500,000, which was approximately 70 billion yen. She added that trials are being conducted in 5 locations: America, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Australia. Of these, only Asia and Australia are open to private contracts. Endo-san thought they could start with 70 billion. As expected, large-scale trials are in a league of their own. Since the reward is fixed, contract awards will depend on reputation. Misa said that it was indeed a good decision to cooperate with the Wings of Creation. The presence of Tsukino of the 10 Excellent on the Gold Guild side farms were a big advantage, especially since they were also the cheapest option. Gold Farm gets 70%, while Wings of Creation only 30%. Pretty good terms. Endo-san asked Misa if she thought they'd be able to secure even one contract. She replied that it was difficult to say for sure. In terms of completing the trial, even with Wings of Creation and Gold combined farms rank around 100th in the global rankings. In terms of numbers, they are considered mid-tier compared to Chinese or American guilds. Most large guilds rely on their sheer numbers, taking on low-level quests en masse. Guilds such as Wings of Creation and Gold Farms, which cater to elite members, are rare. The identity of the leading member of the 10 Distinguished is still unknown. There are even rumors of an unknown player in Thailand carrying out national-level missions. Misa also added that the international meeting to finalize the team rosters will take place in 2 weeks, and until then they will be collecting information and preparing. 2 weeks later, everyone gathered in the International Conference Hall. Endo-san and Tsukino-san took several representatives from their guilds with them. Lumi-san concluded that in the end only 4 teams took part. Endo-san asked Misa if international guilds wouldn't be interested in receiving the 70 billion reward. She replied that more than 10 guilds had expressed interest, but they couldn't gather enough players. She added that for large-scale missions, the number of capable players is limited. Misa explained that people with this level of skills can earn high incomes without taking on such risks. Yamagata agreed with this, as they also had difficulty gathering enough volunteers. Then she asked Endo-san how many members there were in Gold Farm agreed to this, to which the girl received the answer that every participant. Endo-san asked Misa if they had a chance against the assembled teams, for example, against Bluebird or Black Dragon. Misa confirmed that Bluebird is an internationally renowned major guild. Bluebird has announced it will take on the Australian test. This is practically a guarantee. As for the Asian test, it seems Wings of Creation and Gold Farm will have to compete one-on-one with the Black Dragon. But the Black Dragon didn't even have a history of completing international-level trials. Lumi was certain that if they teamed up with the Wings of Creation, it would be an easy victory. Misa, looking hopefully at Yamagata, said that she really hoped so. Everyone sat down comfortably and became quiet, because the conference was about to begin. Gaze of the Wings of Creation and Gold Farm stopped at the Black Dragon Guildmaster, mysteriously holding an open fan near his face. There was a deathly silence in the hall. The conference had begun. The meeting formally appointed the Bluebird Guild as the contractor for the Australian mission. Bluebird Guildmaster was infinitely pleased and grateful that his guild had been given such an honor. The meeting then announced that they would move on to selecting a contractor for the Asian mission. But first, they needed to hear a strategy presentation from the Japanese team. Yamagata realized it was her turn to prove they deserved it more than anyone else. Endo told the girl he was counting on her. Everyone else wished her luck. Tsukino gave a great presentation, concluding that for the reasons stated above, they believe that the combined side of Wings of Creation and Gold Farms are quite capable of passing the Waterfall Challenge. The committee meeting applauded approvingly after all the arguments the girl had made. The entire Japanese team was filled with a slight sense of excitement about the final decision. Misa shared with Endo-san that she thought the answer would be positive, to which the boy readily agreed. The real problem was how the other team would present itself. The guildmaster of the opposing team stood up from his seat and thanked Tsukino-san for the extremely boring presentation. The girl was clearly not pleased with such impudence and such an assessment of her efforts. The guildmaster suggested that the committee not nap and discuss something more interesting. He began criticizing the Japanese team for their poor defense, limited mobility, and almost complete lack of offensive ability. Then the man suggested discussing responsibility within the group. The man pointed with obvious pretension at the healers of the Wings of Creation Guild. The healers, in turn, were in complete shock at such blatant impudence. The guildmaster continued that their research showed that healers were present in over 70% of party breakdowns. The man suggested simply getting rid of them, as he thought it would be much better that way. The healers themselves were taken aback by this suggestion. Yuto, sitting nearby, was already seething with anger. The guildmaster said that they didn't need healers or the fragile classes that relied on them. Their group consisted of such representatives as Swordmaster and Staffmaster. Also present were Fistmasters. These classes, he believed, could protect themselves using the aura that surrounded their bodies. In other words, as long as they had aura, they couldn't get hurt, and healers weren't needed at all. Their group had no weaknesses. During the days of Prophecy Online, he used the same composition to complete other continent-level missions, such as Trial of Storms. The man also mentioned a test called the Test of the Abyss. He finished his story about the successfully completed missions with testing the Eastern lands. The man added that although they have no experience with the Waterfall Challenge, they believe it can be overcome using the same methods. Judging by the positive reaction of the board, they liked the Black Dragon presentation. The guildmaster announced that that was all he had to say. His speech evoked rather mixed emotions from the Japanese team. Yamagata said she couldn't imagine a battle without healers. Such a strategy wouldn't work on a continental-level mission. She asked Rei what he thought about it. Endo-san replied that it all depended on the difficulty of the tasks at hand. For example, for a trial like the Trial of the Abyss, this might even be the best approach. However, this was a terrible tactic for the Waterfall Challenge, as there was a chance they would inevitably be destroyed. The girl was shocked by these conclusions. Endo-san stated that this concludes their explanation, and that they hoped the panel understood that they were the most suitable choice. The meeting announced that both teams had completed their strategy presentations and that a review meeting would now be held, the results of which would be announced afterwards. The contents of the review meeting were to remain strictly confidential. Quickly clicking her heels across the tiles, hurrying after her boss, Lumi-san excitedly asked Endo-san if everything would be okay in the end. Lumi tried to reassure herself, saying that, after all, the UN had collected a lot of data on continental-level missions, and they would never choose a side that couldn't free him. Rei replied that nothing was clear yet, and in any case, it wouldn't be a bad outcome for them. Suddenly they came across the enemy team, who were sarcastically asking about the loss of the Wings of Creation and Gold Team farm. Endo-san didn't like being called losers. The guildmaster simply confirmed that he believed it and nothing else. He hadn't expected anyone else to apply. It had been a good attempt, he thought, but it would all be in vain. Yamagata, seriously angry, said that this was too much of a statement on his part. She added that the Black Dragon probably knows that the results have not yet been announced. However, the guildmaster claimed that the preliminary results were already known even before their meeting, or rather, even before they arrived here. Endo-san suspected the enemy guild of bribing the committee. The guildmaster only answered mysteriously that he did not know whether they had done anything similar. The man added that for Wings of Creation and Gold Farm is a blessing in disguise, as even having one healer is laughable to him, much less having a female leader. In his opinion, a girl could at least avoid a senseless death. Looking the man straight in the eyes, Yamagata calmly said that she was very sorry. But, clearly emboldened, the girl continued, telling the man that it was clear he was arrogant and not very smart. However, even so, his guild carried out missions and protected the cities where people lived. The girl continued that it would be a loss for the people if such a guild were destroyed as a result of a reckless attempt at self-assertion. Tsukino suggested that they reconsider and refuse right then and there. The man was outraged that the girl thought they could retreat and said they were underestimating the Black Dragon. Suddenly raising his hands above his head, the man summoned the skill Ultra Art. The girl was already standing in a fighting stance and was ready to draw her blade from its sheath. Endo-san, seeing that a fight was brewing, calmly grabbed the man's hand and sharply lowered it down, ordering everyone to calm down. The man was in shock and did not understand how Endo-san appeared next to him, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Rei apologized for his team members' behavior and asked that the recall request be considered withdrawn. Yamagata was clearly indignant that Endo-san had intervened in their squabble. Finally letting go of the man's hand, Rei-san hastened to explain that they both clearly didn't understand something, and asked if they had read the recruitment terms. The terms stated, if a party to the contract loses the ability to perform the task due to losses or other causes, the other party will assume the contract. In such cases, the reward amount will increase depending on the remaining mission time. Endo-san concluded that, in other words, they would be paid more. The Black Dragon Man laughed and asked if they really thought they'd succeed even if they failed. He thought they were just a joke party of an all-female guild and an unfamiliar team called Gold Farm. He said it was a funny joke, of course, but they had already failed. Endo-san didn't understand why the man was so sure of their failure. The man explained that the results committee had already decided that they would receive the contract. He added that he was very sorry, as he should have let them win. After all, they would have received a large reward and watched the pathetic Japanese die. The guildmaster added that, frankly, he was pleased to see such arrogance. Suddenly, a voice announced that the results were ready. As if deliberately prolonging the suspense, the voice began to explain that the parties to the waterfall test contract had been appointed. The teams looked at each other. The tension and excitement were palpable in the air. Finally, the Black Dragon Guild was announced as the winners. Their guildmaster made no secret of his delight at their victory. Endo-san clapped his hands, offering congratulations. He added that they shouldn't rush into failure, as the longer it drags on, the greater the reward in the remaining time. Guildmaster did not respond to this, only ordering his subordinate to follow him. All members of the Gold Guild management farm sadly left the meeting venue. Yamagata approached Endo-san and asked what they should do now and whether they should return to Japan. Endo-san announced they were heading to China, as they had completed all their contracted missions there. He added that they would remain near the site of the waterfall trial and wait until the Black Dragon was defeated. Rei-san ordered Misa to book them cheap tickets to China. She suggested booking safer ones instead. Suddenly, a girl ran up to the team trying to detain them. She said she had a favor to ask of them all. The team looked at her seriously. Endo-san asked who this girl was. Grabbing the boy's hand, she began to wail that she was Maria from the Blue Bird Guild. The girl added in broken English that she was dying of hunger. Rei begged her to let go of his hand. Yamagata smiled sweetly and said that since the girl had the language skill, she didn't need to force herself to speak Japanese. If she spoke her native language, the team would understand her. The girl thanked Tsukino and said that in that case she would speak German. Maria said they would like the Japanese team to take over their mission. Misa was surprised by the request and explained that Bluebird included 3 members of the 10 Excellent, and with their strength, passing the continent's test shouldn't be difficult. Now Rei understood why the guild had taken on the Australian mission. Endo-san suggested that something had happened after the contract was signed, and Maria confirmed his words, adding that they were in some difficulty. Rei-san, seeing that the girl and her guild were in trouble because they were studying Japanese, offered to teach her a proverb that would help in such moments. Kneeling before the boy and holding his hand, the girl looked at him as if he were some kind of blessing. She asked what that saying was. "With money you can't go to hell," went the proverb. Endo explained that it was the most famous Japanese proverb, and they should definitely remember it. The Japanese team started giggling at Endo-san's serious tone. The girl quickly understood what Rei was getting at. She asked if they would take the job if they were paid. After some time, the girl led the Japanese team to some door and opened it for them. Entering the room, she waved to a guy standing a little further away from the entrance and informed him, addressing him as a brother, that she had brought people from the Japanese team. The guy, in turn, smiled broadly at the new arrivals and introduced himself as Daniel Keller. He was the guildmaster of the Bluebird. Tsukino, in turn, introduced herself as the guildmaster of the Wings of Creation, and Endo-san said that he represented the Gold Guild. Farm. The guy recognized Yamagata because she was one of the 10 Excellent, and he was very glad to meet them. Daniel said that, as his sister had already informed the boys, they would like the Japanese team to take over the continental mission in Australia. Of course, they would officially notify the UN of their withdrawal. Endo wasn't happy with the way they were being pushed so hard, so he decided to inquire about what had actually happened. Daniel knew the truth would eventually come out, so he decided to be honest. He explained that of the 3 members of the 10 Greats, 2 had been intercepted by the United States. The guy had heard that the US was snatching players for money, but he didn't think it would happen at a time like this. Endo-san guessed that Daniel had decided that one person wouldn't be enough. Daniel explained that he was certain that at least 2 of the 10 aces were needed for this mission. He wasn't claiming victory was impossible with just one, but he was reluctant to risk such valuable resources. Endo-san understood that the guild was very cautious, but he didn't want to complain until he received billions in rewards. Rei-san thought that such conditions were quite feasible and he asked what the bluebird thought about it. At this point, Yamagata intervened in the conversation, saying that she was, of course, very sorry, but they could not participate in this. The girl explained that the members of the Wings of Creation Guild feared continental-level trials. They had also been begged to protect Japan for the trial of Earth, and they had reluctantly agreed. Tsukino added that they apologized to the people of Australia, but she didn't think she could gain the understanding of her guild members outside of Asia. After the girl's speech, Daniel's gaze became very serious. Suddenly, Rei-san announced that in that case, Gold Farm could take on this request. At least I would like it to. But they don't have enough people to test it on a continental level. Especially for the Trial of the Desert. Numbers are crucial, as it will require at least 200 B-rank players. But Endo Guild won't be able to gather even half of that on their own. Then, Rei-san remembered that Bluebird was a mercenary group. He asked Daniel if they could provide them with about 150 B-rank players for 10% of the reward. Daniel explained that they never loan out their players. He added that they always include commanders to manage risks and control retreats, as well as support personnel to provide logistics. But for the continental-level test, they are simply preparing for the retreat. Endo-san sighed sadly and asked again about the possibility of leasing his players. Daniel demanded a reward of 400 million yen, or at least half of that. Only then could they mobilize a worthy force and carry out a joint operation. Endo-san concluded that the price was too high and was starting to look like extortion. Lumi and Misa quietly whispered behind the backs of the main ones about how Endo-san would only take 30% anyway by uniting with the Wings of Creation. Daniel tried to explain to Endo-san that missions cost money anyway, but the boy didn't understand what the man wanted from him. Endo-san thought about the equipment being self-financed, the salary being 10 to 30% of the bonus, and even the travel expenses being self-funded. Endo-san told the guildmaster that he didn't understand him, since he didn't need such a large army. Maria turned to her brother, arguing that if they were so strong, they wouldn't even need expensive equipment. In that case, it would be profitable to take just 20% of the reward. Daniel, of course, agreed with his sister. However, he had doubts about whether the Japanese team was really that strong. Standing a few centimeters away from the Japanese team, the brother and sister whispered to each other, discussing the fact that the Wings of Creation did not cause them any doubts. However, Gold Farm did not have a single member of the 10 Greats. The girl glanced at Rei and told her brother that although it was just her guess, she felt that Endo-san was definitely the strongest. The girl felt he was definitely stronger than she was. Endo-san was ready to agree with the girl. Brother Maria immediately became filled with indignation and asked Rei-san if he knew what type of player his sister was. Endo-san guessed what they were talking about. He remembered Daniel mentioning that 2 members of their guild from the 10 Excellence had been intercepted. So the remaining player was obviously his sister. That's the level of power they were talking about. Maria Keller finished 7th in the top 10. The girl giggled shyly, covering her mouth with her hand, and replied that Endo-san was absolutely right. Then the girl began to summon some skill, asking her brother at that moment if he knew who Rei-san was. Then the girl released several stems of thorny vines at Endo-san. Endo-san deftly dodged the attack directed towards him from Marie. The stems started to wrap around the guy, but he grabbed one of them and pulled with all his might. The girl couldn't stay on her feet and began to fall in the direction Endo-san pulled her. The girl found herself trapped in her own vine, its sharp thorns causing her pain. Her brother immediately rushed to rescue his sister. Lying captive among her own plants, the girl raised her head and smiled, turning to her brother. She said that Rei-san had managed to dodge the completely unexpected attack, and even counterattacked, and had enough strength to knock her to the ground without even trying. Daniel was indignant, asking his sister what she planned to do if Rei, an important guest, were captured. She replied that it certainly wouldn't affect him. Maria explained that anyone who couldn't dodge her attack wouldn't stand a chance against the Cinnabar Spider, the boss of the Trial of the Earth. Hearing the girl's knowledge of it, Endo-san paled. Daniel inquired whether those who had passed the test of the Earth weren't the Wings of Creation. Extending her hand to her brother to help him rise from the ground, the girl replied that this was a lie, as she was confident in her ability to judge people. Maria apologized and said that she didn't think Tsukino-san could pass the test of the Earth. The girl concluded that the one who truly passed the test of the Earth was Rei-san. Maria added that she is confident that everything will be fine with him. She guarantees it. A line of cars drove along the hot sand, heated by the scorching sun. Huge armored vehicles, equipped with various types of weapons, quickly crossed the deserted areas. Endo-san was riding in one of the cars. He looked extremely serious. Opposite Rei-san sat the equally serious Daniel, and next to him rode his sister, who was clearly maintaining a positive state of mind. A whole army of people and armored vehicles was stationed in a huge area of desert. People from the Gold Guild farm remained calm and watched the rest of the warriors. People appeared before them, wearing identical uniforms and bulletproof vests, real professionals in appearance. Daniel and Maria, having arrived at their destination, were heading towards their army. The girl carried a huge green leaf over her head, shielding herself from the sun. Endo-san turned to Daniel and asked if they could begin already. The three stood on a makeshift stage in front of the warriors. Daniel announced to his men that this time their leader would be a man from Gold Farm. Somewhere among the warriors, a question arose as to why someone from a small Japanese guild would be the commander. The guys in uniform had no idea why their guildmaster had made such a decision. However, they decided that the name of the Japanese guild might imply that strong players had inflated egos. They appointed him to compensate for the defectors who had sold out for money. Daniel ordered the warriors to listen to him carefully and said that they would conduct a joint operation between Gold Farm and Bluebird. He pointed to Rei-san, explaining that he was the representative of Gold Farm, recalling that he would be the army commander. Endo Rei introduced himself to the warriors once again. The guy immediately stated that he needed to clarify one very important thing to the guys. Endo-san has officially declared that he will not allow anyone to die in this battle. And if the warriors ever feel confident in their decision, they must prioritize saving as many lives as possible, while other decisions will be left to each unit, and if there are any instructions, they must follow it. One of the warriors hissed through his teeth that he doubted they could actually win a continental-level challenge with such idealistic nonsense. Another warrior assured him it was better than being disposable. Their reward was set at $5 million, excluding Bluebird's expenses. However, for every death on the Bluebird side, $10 million will be deducted from the reward. They would gladly settle this matter for cheap, but they can't afford to lose anyone. The desert trial is significantly more extensive than regular trials, and if you continue on, monsters can appear at any time. Endo-san reiterated that safety comes first. Already standing on the roof of the armored vehicle, Rei-san gave the order to move forward. After a while, the ground began to shake. Cars began to shake, and people found it difficult to stand. One of the warriors, seriously frightened, suggested that it might be an earthquake. However, at that very moment, a huge angry beast appeared in front of the army and quickly rushed towards the people. A scout, peering through binoculars, reported that the enemy had been spotted 2 kilometers to the right. He ordered the attack. The warriors accepted his order and began to position and aim their weapons. When all the guns were set up, the company commander ordered the soldiers to open fire on the monster. Huge projectiles whistled and developed enormous speed as they flew towards the large beast. The monster growled and writhed as the missiles hit it. After the volleys, the warriors couldn't tell if they had succeeded in destroying the monster. However, once they realized it was not yet defeated, the order was given to continue firing. A team of people wearing sunglasses and carrying explosive coin rings entered the fray. Using the skill Coin Explosion, they threw the exhausted beast into the air with an explosion. Endo-san watched the teamwork and fighting technique with interest. He asked how much each of these shells cost. The guy standing next to him replied that he couldn't give an exact price, but they had been ordered not to use expensive weapons, so they used the cheapest shells. The guy added that their contents were just 5 franc coins. Endo-san called Misa on the radio and asked if she could hear him. On the other end, the girl replied that everything was fine with the satellite data and connection. Endo-san ordered the girl to check the cost of Bluebird mortar shells, which are filled with 5 franc coins. Misa's fingers raced across the calculator, calculating that the cost of the main shells for the 120mm coin-tipped projectiles was around 300,000 yen. And if you take into account the Swiss franc coins that are packed inside, the total cost is about 1 million yen per shell. Endo-san was simply stunned by the amount of damage he'd received in one blow. He wondered how many times they'd already fired at those tiny monsters. Rei-san stated that from now on they will deal with monsters. They just need to tell them their location. The soldiers ceased firing, but more enemies were spotted on the left. There were only 3 of them. Endo-san turned his head towards the monsters and exhaled heavily, gathering his strength. Rei-san pulled out his dagger and ran towards the monsters, leaving behind only clouds of sand rising into the air. The guy preparing to attack flew over the hyenas, who were grinning angrily and didn't suspect anything. Endo-san began to strike with lightning speed with his dagger, inflicting great damage on the monsters. Daniel was outraged that the Japanese team was skimping on equipment that cost only 1 million. The man decided that saving money was certainly nice, but using skills caused a cooldown. He believed that key players should save their powers for truly powerful enemies. Maria, removing the binoculars through which she had been watching Ray from her face, reminded her brother that they weren't using skills at all. Watching the battle, Daniel realized they had just destroyed a huge monster without using any skills. The girl simply replied that she had already said that. They looked at Endo-san, who stood proudly on the scruff of the drooping hyena. Daniel admitted that Endo-san was much stronger than all of them. Then the scouts reported that another enemy was approaching from the right front. Daniel knew he wouldn't have time to cover that distance. Endo's men were already stationed in the armored vehicles. Kuki was issuing orders, saying that Ray was here and the second squad was upstairs. The orders were accepted and executed. One of the guys ran at the monsters, waving his sword, which could cut through any material. Two more also quickly rushed into battle, using their skills to the fullest. The monster was immediately hit by skills such as Icicle Knife and Bone Rocket Strike. Maria, watching the battle, was thrilled to realize that not only Endo-san but his other men were also elite. Daniel added that they seemed quite capable in their own right. Who would have thought that an unknown guild from the Far East could be so powerful? Looking carefully through her binoculars, the girl concluded that as long as they were here, the Bluebird would have no problems. Maria added that her brother shouldn't worry, as his turn would soon come. After all, the trial in the desert actually begins here. Suddenly, a sandstorm arose, and the full essence of the test was revealed to the people. Endo-san and his men peered into the distance, shielding themselves from the sand flying straight into their faces. Ray spoke of the appearance of something. The warriors announced that the means to combat the sandstorm was ready. Endo-san ordered preparations for approaching danger. Daniel hastened to obey his orders. The man ordered his men to begin the entry procedure. Everything was to be done as they had done in previous training. Endo-san explained to his men that the limited visibility made these instructions impossible. They had to use their own judgment to protect the Bluebird members. They couldn't let anyone die. Ray-san added that everyone should be careful. Given the players' defenses, the sandstorm shouldn't cause much damage. Endo-san ordered everyone to move forward immediately. There was sand everywhere. Visibility was almost zero. Gusts of wind made it difficult to walk, slowing down the entire procession. The warriors didn't understand how they could overcome this. They tried to support each other, saying that if a small guild from the Far East wasn't afraid, then they shouldn't be either. Lined up one after another, the procession moved slowly forward through the sand, flying around at high speed. The warriors couldn't understand why it had become so dark. The sand was probably blocking the light. As they moved forward, the warriors suddenly saw something strange in front of them. Two bright circles appeared before them, shining a muted red light through the storm. The appearance of this caused mixed emotions among people, because anything could be expected from this place. Suddenly, the two circles revealed themselves to be the eyes of a huge, ferocious lion, ready to tear everyone to pieces. The warriors, spotting the enemy, ordered their semyon to join the battle. Turning around, the two guys who noticed the monster did not see their people there. Left alone with the monster, they realized that they had apparently become separated from the main forces. The boys realized they had no choice but to fight. One of their partners suggested aiming for the beast's weakest spot, the eyes. The second guy used the skill Iron Needle, sending large, sharp needles flying in all directions. The lion growled in pain. Such massive destruction, albeit by such small objects compared to the beast, had achieved the desired result. The first guy jumped up and swung his blade at the monster using the powerful strike skill. However, this time the beast did not hesitate to raise its powerful paw upward. With one powerful blow, he knocked the guy out of the air, breaking his blade in half. The second guy immediately ran up to his comrade, asking if everything was okay. Fortunately, he received an affirmative answer. Suddenly, the beast growled, revealing a mouth full of huge, sharp teeth right in front of the boys. The sight of this made the boys' legs give way, and they thought they could no longer escape. Suddenly, the lion, oozing scarlet liquid, began to fall straight towards the guys, who immediately began to run away from there. The monster's mouth remained open, and its eyes still glowed brightly red, but it no longer showed any signs of life. The boys sank to the ground, huddled together, holding onto each other and trembling with fear. Endo-san and his men arrived at the scene. He told the victims that it had been very close to the inevitable. Trying to get to the boys as quickly as possible, Rei-san shouted for his men to prevent any gaps from forming in the defense network. The healers noticed that the boys were easily losing their lives. Endo, in turn, ordered them to think of the boys as bundles of $10 million in cash and to guard them carefully. When it turned out that the boys' lives were worth $10 million, there was no need to worry about their safety. Daniel ordered a reformation of the formation. Those unable to defend themselves were to form a tight group. Maria ordered the soldiers that no matter what they did, they were not to lose sight of their comrades nearby. The girl explained that if they separate, the chance of losing life increases. The teams were formed, the sandstorm was dying down, and the sky was getting lighter. The sun was about to appear. The warriors were encouraged by the brightening light around them. Almost everyone had managed to escape the sandstorm, but then the wind picked up a bit. They only had to hold out for a little while longer. Suddenly, the entire space around was illuminated by a bright flash of light spreading in all directions. A semblance of a temple appeared before the team. A path led to pillars with partitions standing in the shape of a circle. Everything inside was lined with stones, and a torch was lit in the middle. This was the main mana pillar test core. Health points. 100% Barrier Guardian, Last Defense. Health points, 100%. The Sun of Trial rose above the team. It was indestructible. It addressed the people standing on the ground, saying, "Welcome, foolish seekers." The sun had a simply monstrous appearance. It continued to proclaim that those who seek destruction may enter its domain. The warriors standing on the ground were taken aback by the sight they saw, and some were overcome with panic. Maria announced that the sun would not attack until they entered the barrier. The girl explained that there were 3 pillars on the outskirts, and by attacking them, they could weaken the sun. Endo-san added that they can attack the pillars from the safe zone, but they are very durable, so a large number of warriors is needed. Rei-san said his men would focus on the core, while Bluebird would strike the outer pillars with maximum firepower within budget. Everyone hoped the pillars wouldn't counterattack. There was really no need to wait for counterattacks. The pillars had to be thought of as super strong punching bags. Attack the pillars until they turned red, then hold them that way. Maria concluded that although she knew she was in for this role, it was still extremely boring. The girl asked if she could join the fight against the core instead. That was their original plan. She wanted to see if it would work in continental-level trials. Endo-san apologized to the girl and told her that she shouldn't do that. His calculations showed that even with all the Bluebird's firepower, the damage inflicted on the pillars would hardly be sufficient. If even one Class A player were to leave, the pillar's color could become unstable. The girl suggested that in that case, Rei-san take her place. Endo-san pointed his dagger at the girl, saying that the cost of such an act was 10 billion. Endo-san reminded her that he was giving the orders for this operation, and if she didn't comply, she would face a $10 billion fine. Without removing the dagger from the girl's face, Rei said that if she was ready to violate the contract agreement and was ready to pay him 10 billion, then she could join the fight. But he could not guarantee the girl's safety. The loss of Marius's life would cost Endo-san too much to be deducted from his earnings. Having finally removed the dagger from the girl, he concluded that it was pretentious. Then, looking at the amount of work that had to be done, he asked if everyone was ready to fight. Having received no further objections, Endo-san ordered the attack to begin. The Bluebird Guild had been attacking the pillars with great vigor for a long time, putting in all their efforts. Yudo noted that their pillar had finally turned red. One of the warriors announced that theirs had also turned red. Endo-san concluded that their work looks wonderful. Rei-san ordered the main assault team Gold Farm stop attacking the pillar. Once the pillar's color stabilizes, they will continue implementing the strategy. The sun hung in the center, smiling maliciously at the world around it. Maria turned to her brother, reminding him to think about what she had mentioned the other day. Daniel replied that his sister wanted too much from him. The girl wrapped her brother in a thorny vine, asking him if he was going to challenge her. After Maria released Daniel, the man cleared his throat, approached Rei, and said he had a favor to ask. Endo asked him what he needed. Daniel requested that the Bluebird Guild deal with the main boss for now. Endo-san reminded the guildmaster that they asked for Gold Farm joined because they thought it was impossible. Daniel said they called him because failure was an unavoidable option. If they failed, having a backup card would guarantee them a safe fight. Endo asked if they were the backup plan in that case. Endo-san told the man he was violating the agreement they had made. The fine for such a violation was $10 billion. The guildmaster acknowledged this. Endo-san reminded him that no matter who defeats the boss, the reward distribution will remain the same. And Bluebird will lose 10 billion, which isn't worth the risk. The man replied that he understood that there was no financial benefit in this, but Maria, as a world-renowned major guild, they need to gain experience in overcoming continental-level challenges. Today's participants are the best Bluebird has to offer. They're putting their lives on the line in this challenge, not in the game. This will undoubtedly benefit the organization in the future. Maria told her brother not to complicate things with such reasoning, because they were just players. And if there was a difficult task to complete, it was only natural to want to try to solve it. And just because the game has become reality, they won't hesitate before the trials like cowards. The girl asked if Endo-san understood her. The guy suddenly hesitated, mumbling that he didn't understand what she was talking about. Endo-san only replied that if the girl paid his fine, then everything else was no longer so important to him. Daniel suddenly announced that he had already transferred the funds and asked the guy to check his account. Endo-san immediately said that he now understood what Maria was talking about, so they really wouldn't interfere. Daniel said the boy had made the right decision, as he couldn't allow him to be exposed to unexpected dangers. The man added that since their main powers were unavailable, Gold Farm will have to clean up the damage on the pillars. Endo-san replied that he understood everything and at that very moment activated the skill Eye of the Soul. He discovered that Daniel possessed a Night Soul fragment, capable of Type C extraction. The condition for this was a sudden payment of over 10 billion yen. Endo-san didn't see any reaction from the man, so since the fine was in the contract, it wasn't taken into account. Low-grade souls are easy to obtain, but Type C souls are valuable. Endo-san needed to obtain his soul fragment at all costs. Suddenly, Endo-san asked Daniel about the insurance payment. Endo-san offered that if the man paid him an additional 10 billion right now, Ray would promise to save the Bluebird if the situation became dangerous. Daniel muttered that it was certainly an attractive offer. Then his sister appeared from behind him and said in a serious tone that they didn't need it. The girl added in a calmer tone that they choose to fight of their own free will. Besides, even after the battle begins, as long as they don't cross the line, enemy attacks won't be able to reach them. And paying 10 billion for such a short distance is ridiculous. Endo-san replied to the girl that her comments were clearly unnecessary, since they were free to do whatever they wanted. And Gold Farm will be dealing with the pillars. The girl asked the warriors if they were all ready for battle, and was extremely pleased to receive an affirmative answer. Daniel explained to the warriors that the enemy's core was not the sun, but the mana pillar beneath it. He gave the command that the main force, led by Maria, would attack the protective barrier surrounding the main mana pillar. And once the mana pillar is destroyed, they'll directly hit the mana pillar with an item. St. Elmo's fire is mounted on a ground-based missile. The man instructed not to lose vigilance even for a moment after crossing the defensive line. The guildmaster ordered the battle to begin, and the entire crowd of warriors immediately rushed into battle with weapons at the ready. Daniel activated the skill Knight's Intimidation. This skill provokes enemies, attracting their attention for a set period. Drawing the sun's attention to himself, the man told the monster to come closer to him. Daniel persistently addressed the solar monster again and again in order to divert attention only to himself. The sun responded with a thunderous voice that it was ready to grant the foolish applicants the blessing of the sun, a peaceful death. The solar monster struck with a pillar of light of terrifying strength and power. Daniel was able to cause the beam to hit his shield directly while remaining unharmed. Maintaining such a beam of light proved quite challenging. The man struggled mightily to avoid being harmed by it. Daniel summoned the skill Water Charm and directed the attack towards the sun. Steam began to spread around, scalding people standing nearby. Considering that the sun's heat is an enemy force, the properties of water seemed to work quite well. Maria concluded that her provocations against her brother seemed to have worked perfectly. If they could maintain the weakened state of the expansion pillars, they could defeat them. At that very moment, the girl ordered everyone to advance into battle. Maria released her vines and moved forward. The rest of the warriors followed her. Several knights from the Bluebird Guild have activated the skill Knightly Rally. This skill increases the attack power of allies. Maria summoned the skill Gatling Needle, and many large and sharp needles flew out from her in different directions. One of the knights activated the skill Emergency Throw, swinging his axe at the pillar. Another knight summoned the skill Obsidian Crack, intending to strike the pillar with all his might. The guild members put all their efforts into attacking the pillar again and again. Suddenly, Maria and the guild members noticed that something strange had happened. The sun monster was seriously angry from all the attacks from the guild members. Standing on its pedestal, the monster began throwing hot geometric shapes at people. The sun declared that foolish applicants should prepare for something terrible. Maria immediately ordered all her men to retreat to safety. The sun's attacks began to overtake the warriors, knocking them down and causing severe injuries. Maria herself tried her best to dodge the attacks that the sun launched at them. Repeating once again that the warriors should retreat, Maria noted that the intensity of the attacks was overwhelming. It seemed that human agility was insufficient to cope with them. Maria brought a small dagger to her throat and pressed lightly. The knights did not understand what the girl wanted to do and how it could help them. Maria rose above the ground, wrapped in her vines. A scarlet liquid flowed from a small wound on her neck, spurting upward like a fountain, and the same scarlet petals flew around her. Suddenly, the spider's walking leg hit the ground. The impact was so forceful that it left a hole in the earth. The skill was activated. The girl acquired arthropod-like limbs, which raised her high above the ground. A crown of thorns adorned Maria's head and neck. The skill, Extravasated Rose, was activated. The solar monster looked down on everything that was happening and only grinned evilly, continuing to attack people. After her transformation, the solar attacks worried Maria much less. She deftly dodged them with her powerful arthropod legs. Yuto and Rei were shocked by the girl's incredible mobility. Skills that traded health points for powerful buffs were common, but such a flashy skill was quite rare. Endo-san added that the true value of this skill lies in its offensive power. Maria took a fighting stance and prepared to attack the pillar, using all the strength and power of her skill. Each of the spikes the girl released had attack power equivalent to that of a normal player. After these attacks, the protective barrier of the main mana pillar dropped from 100% to 62%. Endo-san reasoned that such a powerful skill should also consume an incredibly large amount of health points. Rei-san concluded that it was likely optimized with health-boosting skills and status tweaks to ensure a practical activation duration. This strategy is unique to large guilds that can rely on other members to keep them cool. Daniel noted that Rei was well informed. Even among players, that level of information probably isn't widely shared. Endo-san explained that information exists in specific locations. Kuki asked Rei-san if they needed St. Elmo's fire anymore. Rei replied that there was no need, as the sun's attacks intensify as the barrier's health decreases, reaching their maximum difficulty once the barrier is destroyed. Concentrating all firepower at that point is a logical choice. Endo-san thought that all this was only possible if the cost was ignored. Meanwhile, the Guardian's last defense barrier lost even more health, dropping to 50%. Suddenly, the platform containing the main mana pillar and the sun lifted off the ground and rose upward. The sun loudly declared that if the foolish applicants wanted to continue, they must make a sacrifice. The solar monster fired another bright beam at Maria. The girl was forced to immediately dodge the attack. Maria realized that hard mode started at 50 health points, but with her mobility, this might not be a problem. The solar monster grew in size, continuing to shower the ground with its bright attacks. Maria realized that there were even more attacks, which made things much more difficult. The girl thought this power was meaningless, although it could have been a negative effect placed on the enemy, reducing their stats or imposing negative effects. However, the outer pillars were still red. The platform rose even higher, knocking the girl off her feet. Maria suggested retreating for now. Suddenly, another barrier appeared above the towering platform, protecting the main mana pillar. The members of the Bluebird Guild were completely shocked by this turn of events. The sun once again loudly announced that if the players wanted to continue, they would have to make a sacrifice. To attack the Guardian's barrier, at least one player must remain on the altar. If there are no players on the altar, the Guardian's health is restored, up to 50%. This is why the warriors were not allowed to retreat. Maria realized that she felt great and rushed towards the protective barrier again. The girl quickly reached the very top, where the solar monster was located. The light burned the girl's eyes and her coordination was slightly impaired because of it. Maria failed to dodge, but her eyes began to adjust to the bright light. The girl caught her breath and rushed to attack the main mana pillar with renewed vigor. She launched her spikes at them, one after another, without slowing down. Endo-san realized that somehow the girl had managed to recover. Normally, a single blow would lead to panic and irritation, but she clearly had courage. Daniel asked whether there was a danger of further complexity. Endo explained that until the Guardian's barrier was broken, such a risk still remained. He added that if Daniel wanted Maria to receive help, 5 billion would be enough. Sitting under a dome of shields that protected him from attacks, the man asked Ray about the size of the insurance premium, since it was only 1 billion yen. Endo-san explained that he had just raised the price, and it would only go up further in the future. Naturally, Daniel wasn't happy with this arrangement because the price was rising right before his eyes. The man hesitantly said that he intended to refuse such an offer because he trusted his sister. Endo-san replied cryptically that he saw how much Daniel trusted her. Meanwhile, the protective barrier's health had dropped to just a third of 1%. Maria said there was no chance of attacking, as the barrier guardian's health hadn't decreased at all. The girl suggested putting in more effort. Suddenly, a huge flash of light flew towards Maria. Seeing the approaching danger, the girl was seriously afraid for her safety. The beams of light began to strike with renewed force, striking one after another, not giving the girl a chance to dodge. The attacks had only one goal: to destroy the girl. The target was precisely targeted. Seeing the attacks that were moving purposefully towards her, Maria realized that there were no more chances to escape. One particularly precise blow caused the girl to lose her balance and took away her arm. The scarlet liquid gushed out like a fountain, and hellish pain pierced Maria's entire body. Daniel, seeing what had happened, shouted out the girl's name and began frantically trying to figure out how to help her. Daniel couldn't believe this could happen. Seeing his men's inaction, he asked them why they weren't helping his sister. Daniel received the answer that, given the current state of affairs, this was impossible. After all, if even Maria couldn't cope with such attacks, then they certainly couldn't. Maria lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Bright flashes flickered around her. The hot sun's rays continued to attack the girl again and again. This time, they took the unfortunate girl's leg. Each new attack brought Maria unbearable pain and suffering. Even Endo-san's people were seriously afraid for the poor girl's life. Daniel fell to his knees before Rei-san and begged for the salvation of his beloved sister. Endo-san, thinking only of his own benefit, named a rescue price of 100 billion. The guildmaster was willing to pay any amount, as long as the boy would hurry, and so the deal was sealed. The beam's attacks were so powerful that when they hit the ground, they left huge holes in it. Endo-san rushed to the girl's rescue with lightning speed, as he had promised her brother. The solar monster, watching everything from above, only grinned stupidly. Endo-san hurried toward the girl who had already regained her human form. This only increased the danger, as the attacks were still aimed directly at her. Rei-san picked up the wounded Maria in his arms and quickly left the place where the sun had attacked, lying in the arms of the guy, still tormented by the hellish pain piercing her body. Upon reaching the guild, Endo-san laid Maria on the ground. Daniel immediately ordered the healers to help his sister. Healers were able to summon skills such as additional healing, damage restoration, and divine healing. The healing was just as painful for Maria. The attacks had inflicted too much damage on the girl's body. The treatment gradually helped and the girl's life was no longer in danger, as expected from a build focused on durability. Daniel thanked Ray for saving his sister, because if it weren't for him, Maria would have died. Endo-san replied that gratitude was unnecessary, since he would eventually get his billion. And risking his life was part of the deal. Daniel recalled the saying that even hell bows to money. He never thought he'd put that proverb to good use so soon. The condition for extracting Daniel's soul fragment, a payment of over 10 billion yen, was met. Endo-san obtained a Type C Knight soul fragment. Suddenly, Maria, who had recently been writhing in pain on the ground, made her presence known by giggling. The girl started laughing like crazy. This really upset Daniel, and he asked her what had happened, suspecting his sister was having a nervous breakdown. The girl simply replied that all of this was complete nonsense. She then pointed her finger at the sun monster, which was still hanging over the people's heads, causing terror. The girl said that to fight something like that, they said that Bluebird lost 1 or 2 of the 10 excellent. Maria burst into tears, saying it was all completely pointless. Salty drops streamed down her face. Daniel tried to convince the girl that it wasn't pointless and that she had fought well. It was thanks to Maria that the team had achieved such greatness. The girl claimed that, even when she actually fought against it and used the extravasated rose skill, she couldn't scrape off even 1%. Maria added that such monsters are not something people should try to deal with. Endo-san joined the dialogue, telling the girl that she was wrong in her statement. Rei-san added that trials must be passed. After all, that's what trials are for. Wiping away her tears, Maria replied that after the guy saw this monster, he still thought they could fight it. As he and his men walked away from the brother and sister, Endo-san said that this is precisely why they were here. Fighting the core is Gold's job. Farm. Daniel and Maria just silently watched the team leaving the Far East. Maria, having lost the ability to move, asked her brother to carry her to a pillar that stood nearby. Daniel excitedly asked what his sister was planning to do. Maria replied that her brother should not worry because she was just going to attack the column. The girl believed it would be easier to support the pillar's weakened state with her help. Her brother was shocked that Maria was so eager to help even in such a state. The girl stated that as long as she was alive, she could use her skills, and that the lost arm and leg could be restored later. Daniel had no choice but to agree with his determined sister. Abruptly picking Maria up in his arms, the guildmaster declared that he intended to believe in the Japanese guild's plan. Endo-san ordered his men to stick to the pre-planned strategy. Seeing new victims, the sun monster laughed loudly and maliciously again. This time the attacks came from two sides, from above, from the sun, and from below, from Endo-san's team. Moving quickly and deftly avoiding attacks, Endo-san reached the altar. Endo-san stated that as long as there was a victim on the altar, the others' attacks would be successful. The main thing was for the victim to focus on dodging the attacks. Rumi said that while Rei was doing the decorative work, the others should focus their fire on the guardian barrier. She added that everyone should save their skills for when the barrier was destroyed. A wave of attacks rained down on the guardian's barrier from all directions. Its defenses dropped by almost 5% to just over 45%. The solar monster was still grinning somewhere above, causing alarm and horror among the people. Daniel and Maria, observing what was happening, noticed that everything remained stable. The man realized that if they had learned this method earlier, they could probably handle it the same way. Maria told her brother that this would be impossible. The plan sounds simple when explained, but it presupposes the need to evade these attacks in real life. The girl, climbing up to the pillar with the help of her vines, told her brother that if she tried to do something like that with the skill extravasated Rose, she would have run out of strength long ago. Daniel, watching his sister, replied that he already knew that. Turning his gaze to Endo-san, who was deftly dodging the attacks, the man began to wonder if the difference was just in levels. The girl replied that she thought so, and believed that her agility was higher than Rei-san's. But being able to see and dodge countless attacks continuously requires focus and anticipation, which is more than any ability or skill a player can muster. Daniel had some doubts about relying solely on technique, and not on skill, to do something like this. The man suddenly suggested that Endo-san might be the last of the 10 excellent. The girl interrupted her brother's thoughts with displeasure, shouting that she didn't know if this could be so. Watching Endo-san's dexterous movements, Maria added that she was sure the boy was definitely a player on an equal level with them. Meanwhile, the Guardian Barrier's health points reached 0 and immediately began to collapse. After the barrier was destroyed, Rumi-san ordered her men to concentrate all their firepower on the main mana pillar. Waves of attacks flew with renewed vigor, but they were no longer concentrated on the barrier, but on the main pillar. The team did everything they could to inflict as much damage as possible. Daniel and Maria couldn't believe their eyes. The Japanese team had managed to do what they couldn't. The sun monster stopped smiling, his face becoming angry and terrifying. He addressed the brave challengers. Everything around darkened. The sun itself, its attacks, and the surrounding space. The sun declared that it would bring terrible destruction upon all present. From now on, all subsequent attacks will result in immediate loss of life. This news seriously shocked those present. Endo-san realized that he couldn't leave things like this and needed to start taking action. Rei-san gripped his blade tighter. He looked extremely serious. Lightning flashed around him, illuminating everything with a purple glow. Endo-san looked at the terribly enraged solar monster. The sun stared back at the boy, clearly filled with the desire to take his life. Endo-san took a fighting stance, preparing to repel the terrible and deadly attacks flying towards him. The guy was nevertheless absolutely calm, despite what was happening to him. The beams pierced the guy in several places, leaving him no chance. Daniel and Maria screamed in horror when they saw what had just happened to Rei. Endo-san said that these are attacks that take life without harming the body. The guy added that he was now the perfect target. The Soul Reserve activated, delaying death for 10 seconds. With only a few seconds remaining, Endo-san began to strike at the main mana pillar. With just over 7 seconds remaining, Endo-san summoned the skill Soul Catastrophe. While there was still some time left, Rei-san attacked the main pillar again and again. Suddenly, the main mana pillar collapsed, crumbling into small pieces. The sun monster became contorted and began to scream hysterically. His end was coming. Unable to hang above any longer, the stone ball, having developed enormous speed, fell to the ground. When the stone sun hit the surface, it caused great destruction to the surrounding area. Then, unable to withstand the impact, it split into several pieces. The monster was defeated. The main pillar of mana was destroyed, and the trial sun was defeated. Everyone successfully passed the trial of the desert. The people around them couldn't believe their success. Endo-san concluded that it was extremely observant and they had more opportunity to act than he expected, and decided to find out if this pillar was considered the main one, and then a notification appeared in front of the guy. It stated that the final attack was his. Thus, Ray became the first player in the world to conquer a continental-level challenge. Endo-san was given the title of First Conqueror, and this news shocked the boy because he already held such a title. The titles were automatically combined and named Ancestor Conqueror, which increased damage against bosses in large-scale trials by 100%. This made the guy even stronger, and if something like this had existed during the game, the balance would have been completely destroyed. The destruction of the testing site was prevented, and it was necessary to indicate the name of the guild that passed the test. Endo-san pointed out that the test was passed by the joint team of Bluebird and Gold Farm.